The protagonist is a man, a true original. 34 springs have passed, yet no lover has ever draped over his shoulders. Day after day, he's chained to his home, lost in games and solitary rituals. After getting kicked out, he wanders aimlessly and by chance saves a girl from an accident. Though he's gravely wounded, despite doctors' desperate efforts, he doesn't make it. Suddenly, his eyes snap open to find two figures before him. One of them lifts him up and kisses him, a shock that knocks the wind out of him. No 3D games here, man. The woman beside him tenderly embraces him. This is his chance to nurture that beautiful soul a little. Suddenly, he panics, his hands are tiny, and he realizes he's been reincarnated into a new world. His parents here are Paul and Janet, about 24 years old, pretty young. Meanwhile, he's over 30, still single. Well, better to focus on appreciating the sweet peaches nearby without getting bruised. Being someone who fell from above by just 6 months old, he already understands the language here. He guesses his name is Joss, and his nickname is Rudy. True to his mischievous nature, he grabs his favourite pair of underwear and smacks it on his head, then looks at Lilia with cheeky eyes that make her blush and warn his mum that this little guy already knows how to scan a girl's soul. If not disciplined, he'll grow up rotten. Like many Asian parents, Janet sharply replies that they're just kids. How could they know anything? This silences Lilia. After stirring trouble, Rudy ventures outside to observe the world. From what he understands, this seems like a European countryside, no electricity, no gas, and no computers. How dull. Suddenly a sound catches his attention. It's Paul practicing swordsmanship, his strikes mesmerizing Rudy, until he falls backward onto the ground. Rudy falls, without a fuss, no tears. Still, Janet uses healing magic to patch him up just in case. Is this a 180-minute movie, or what Rudy's delusions of being a mage are real? In a flash, his pain vanishes. Now he realizes this isn't Earth, but a world of swords and sorcery. With winter's arrival, Rudy can finally walk, and he's eager to learn magic. Climbing a tower to find magical secrets, Rudy quickly discovers a spellbook tucked away. In his past life, he had thousands of books, so seeing 5 here feels disappointing because he can't read them. So Rudy learns to read and asks Paul to read to him sometimes. Slowly, he absorbs quite a bit from this beginner's magic manual. There are 2 ways to cast spells, incantations, and magic circles, but without an ancestral mana gene, reading incantations is useless, even if you chant until New Year's. Putting worries aside, he tries to summon a spell. Suddenly, a stream of energy flows from his feet to his hands, forming a water orb that splashes onto the floor. Rudy wipes it up and keeps practicing. While imagining and feeling the power, a second water orb shoots out before he even finishes the incantation. Epic. Just as Rudy prepares to try again, sleepiness hits hard and he crashes. Waking up, the whole village buzzes the 30-year-old uncle just peed himself on the floor. From that day on, Rudy throws himself into magic training and notices his mana grows with every use. Soon, he realizes he can cast spells without incantations. Everything written in the magic book, total nonsense. Maybe attack magic is quicker with chance in battle, but Rudy's raw power surges non-stop. There should be a mana limit, right? Usually, mages spend years training, getting struck by lightning hundreds of times to grow strong, but Rudy's mana keeps climbing endlessly. He wonders if this world bends the rules or if he's simply a miracle. The road ahead is a wild frontier of magic, and discovery will this late bloomer become the hero he never dreamed of. If you've ever felt like the world left you behind, maybe Rudy's journey whispers it's never too late to rise, to learn, to become someone new. Thanks for sharing this adventure. While Tuvi's power steadily rises, Rudy's magic surges forward in leaps and bounds. Could he be a once-in-a-millennium prodigy? Just thinking about it ignites a spark of excitement in Rudy's heart. Meanwhile, Vu is practicing his swordplay, showing off to the girls, when suddenly water splashes across his face. Startled, he hides, trying not to get caught by his father. Du is nervous, but tries shooting magical ice, magical bubbles again. Instantly, a glowing orb bursts from his hands. Seeing this, Du cheers loudly, thrilled to have just learned a brand new skill. Years of practice have taught Rudy the intricate mechanics of spellcasting, how to form size, and aim the magic before unleashing it. Feeling confident, Du dives into intermediate magic. Grabbing a spellbook, he chants a spell aloud, and suddenly a massive orb blasts from his hands, soaring from his home across the fields, tearing a huge hole in the room's wall. Janet notices the book and asks if Do read the spell out loud. Fearful because in this world children who reveal magic get burned at the stake, Do lowers his head in shame. Suddenly, Jenny's joy bursts forth. He jumps up and shouts, "Pow! Find a magic tutor for him immediately. He's a prodigy. Wait, didn't Pow and Jenny agree to raise their son as a swordsman?" That promise now seems just empty words. Their conflicting hopes spark a fiery argument. But soon, the young couple melts back into harmony. Finally, Pow goes all in, hiring an experienced mage for Do. Expecting a grizzled old man with a bushy beard like some mysterious sage, they're shocked to meet a young, beautiful high school mage named Josie, definitely wife material. But enough distractions Josie has had to tutor many overconfident parents' kids who claim to be prodigies only to end up disasters. After each flop, they'd badmouth her at the local noodle shop, blinded by money. So Josie teaches because she must. She chants a storm spell, sending a water orb crashing into a tree Janet had just planted. If his mother finds out Josie's toast. She rushes to patch the tree with magic, just as Do secretly casts a spell. Though subtle, Josie spots his cheating. When caught, Do admits he can cast spells without chanting. What a sneaky little genius. Suddenly, the tree collapses. Janet yells at the two troublemakers, and Josie's job might be on the line. Do, slipping into NPC mode from a game, mutters, "Failure is the mother of success. Keep trying next time." Re-energized, Josie pushes on with teaching. Despite her mishaps, Janet treats Josie to a sumptuous meal. Watching everyone happily eat around him, Rudy can't shake the feeling this is all just a dream. But this time, he vows to push forward no matter the storms ahead, because the loser finally has a chance to rewrite his fate. He'll live fully. At his parents' funeral, Uncle Net is watching pig videos on his full HD phone. Just then, relatives find him, and the local gangsters fly into a rage, beating him up and kicking him out. Wandering aimlessly, Uncle Net spots 3 students arguing by the roadside. When a car loses control and speeds toward them, he leaps into action, saving their lives. Meanwhile, Do wakes from his trance of sculpting a clay figure, exhausted and passing out. Rudy's magical power has grown significantly, filling him with pride. Hearing his parents bickering next door, Rudy decides to stir the pot. Bursting into their room, he finds Do quietly sealing bricks outside. A good kid, Rudy thinks, as he slips into the room pretending blindness. Josie has been here 6 months, a top-tier city-level magic teacher. Together, they study spells late into the night. But does this weirdo look like he's actually learning? After a firm tap on the head, Do asks if there are elves or demons in this world. Josie nods, of course there are. She reveals Rosie is a demon descended from a race called the Sioux tribe, who waged a brutal war against humans 500 years ago. The Sioux demons were merciless, slaughtering even their own kind. After the war, they were banished from the continent. Parents still used their terrifying legacy to scare children. Josie warns Do to stay away from anyone with emerald green hair and a ruby mark on their forehead. Approaching them would bring doom upon his family. Suddenly, Do blurts out he likes Rosie. Josie laughs, teasing that Do's just a snot-nosed kid, no romance yet. Maybe if she stays single another decade, then they might have a chance. A year passes, and Rudy's magic levels up. His energy never runs dry anymore. He excels in magic, but sword skills. That's a whole different story. He's hopeless, having forgotten where to start. Rudy watches kids playing on the street when a flashback of past abuse hits him hard, his fear palpable. Josie notices and comforts him, explaining her barren hometown where nothing grows. Seeing the ripe rice fields here impresses Rosie deeply. Excited Josie tells Rudy about the Red Dragon Mountains and the distant nation of G where snow blankets the land in winter. There lies the Xanomagic Academy, the world's finest school for all races, welcoming any student devoted to mastering magic, regardless of status. Josie wants Rudy to go there to level up, but his school trauma makes him hesitant. For now, studying with her is enough. Half a year more passes. This place has no birthdays, but they throw a big annual festival celebrating each child growing up. Today is Do's 5th birthday, and everyone gathers to celebrate. Pow gifts Rudy a sword, hoping he'll use it to protect loved ones when he's grown. Having reached the level of advanced dark magic, the teacher and student duo dove deep into the mysteries of magic together. But honestly, does this pervy guy look like he's really studying? After a sharp tap on the head, Rudy turned around and asked if this world had spirits and demon clans. Of course, there were Rosie. Herself was from the demon clan. She told him about a great war 500 years ago between humans and demons, also known as the Sioux clan. In that brutal war, the Sioux demons rampaged wildly, slaughtering everyone, even their own kind. After the war ended, they were banished from the demon continent. Those terrifying tales were often used by parents to scare their kids. At that moment, Rosie warned Rudy never to get close to anyone with emerald green hair and a ruby mark on their forehead approach them, and your whole family's doomed. Suddenly, Rudy blurted out that he liked Rosie. The little brat still had a runny nose, love keep dreaming. If she's still single in 10 years, then we'll talk. A year passed, and Rudy's magical power leveled up so much he no longer felt drained. While his magic skill was impressive, his swordsmanship was a complete disaster. He could barely remember what he learned. The elders couldn't handle it either. Rudy watched kids playing in the street when suddenly a flashback of past bullying hit him like a violent storm, freezing him in fear. Right then, Rosie approached and shared her heart with him. In her homeland, no grass grew at all, so seeing this ripe rice field deeply impressed her. Riding her wave of excitement, she told Rudy that beyond the Red Dragon Mountains lay the nation of Gino, where winter snow blanketed everything. The Zano Magic Academy there was the best place to learn magic in the world. They accepted students from all races, no matter their social status, as long as they were dedicated to mastering magic. So Rosie wanted Rudy to go there and improve his skills. But the scars from his school bullying ran so deep, he refused to attend any school. For Rudy, just learning from teacher Rosie was enough. Half a year later, though, there were no birthdays. The village held a grand celebration every 5 years for each child coming of age. Today was Rudy's 5th birthday, and everyone threw a party to celebrate. Pao gifted Rudy a sword, hoping that when he grew up, he would use it to protect those dear to him. Then, he warned Rudy not to rely too much on magic tricks, because he was terrible at close combat. Just as Pao was boasting, his wife smacked him. She pulled out a book and gave it to Rudy, which made the boy very happy. When it was Rosie's turn, she gave Rudy a magic staff embedded with a mana stone to amplify his magical power. Usually, beginners got this gift, but since Rudy had already mastered all the basics, Rosie forgot she had nothing left to teach him. Now, with no lessons left, Rosie planned to hold a graduation test for Rudy the next day. This sudden announcement left Rudy both surprised and disappointed. He quietly stared out the window, recalling the days when bullies dragged him out at school to torment him. Back then, all he could do was lock himself in his room and daydream. If only he could awaken some extraordinary power, or if only a bright girl would stand by his side, maybe he could overcome all storms. But life wasn't a dream, so just keep sleeping, buddy. The next morning, Rosie took Rudy outside to take the test, but Rudy stubbornly refused. No matter how much his parents coaxed, he dodged every attempt. So Rosie lifted him onto her horse and rode off. Throughout the journey, Rudy was so terrified he couldn't open his eyes. Fear of the outside world wrapped around his heart like chains. Whenever he met someone, Rudy shut his eyes tight and hung his head low. But then, he realized everyone around him was joyful. That look of happiness stirred something inside him. Despite the darkness haunting his mind, there was a spark of light in the smiles of strangers. Maybe, just maybe, there was hope beyond his fears. Sometimes the hardest battles are fought within. If you've ever felt trapped by your own shadows, take a breath and remember even the faintest light can guide you through the night. And so the journey continued not just through distant lands, but into Rudy's heart, where courage was slowly awakening. In a world filled with pain and wonder, sometimes all we need is a hand to hold as we face the unknown. Thanks for walking this path with me. Meeting Josie finally brought Men a sense of ease here no one mocked R, so he smiled more openly and greeted everyone warmly. They stopped at an empty field where Josie prepared to cast her holy level magic. She instructed R to watch closely and memorize the incantation to join her. Stepping forward, she raised her staff and began the first chant as gusts of wind stirred around them. Thunder cracked fiercely, followed by heavy rain. Josie shouted and the wind twisted into a fierce storm, sweeping Rudy away. Suddenly, a sharp crack covered the horse was struck by lightning and collapsed. Josie quickly healed it with recovery magic and urged Rudy to try casting. He grasped his wand and began reciting the spell. Soon the sky roared with a raging tempest, sweeping away everything in its path. After a while, the clouds parted and the sky cleared. The two sat and talked. Josie had nothing more to teach her young student. After years of hardship and training, Rudy had become a holy water mage. When the test ended, Josie resolved to leave, despite Paul and Janet's desperate attempts to hold her back. Her wish was to travel the world and hone her magical skills, so she had to depart. Before leaving, she gifted Rudy a charm of safety, which deeply touched him. Seeing his mentor's figure fade into the distance, Rudy chased after her and shouted his thanks with all his heart. It was Josie who brought him out from the shadows of his past, healing his wounded heart. He promised to cherish that girl, though strangely cherishing her meant somehow ending up with her underwear in his hands. As usual, Rudy pulled out the sacred underwear, bowing in respect to Josie. Then he went home to ask his parents for permission to go outside and play. This was a good sign. Paul worried his son might become a shut-in, but now Rudy was strong, confident, and calm. With worries like these, Paul could only hope Rudy found a reason to bring him home. Maybe a girlfriend or two would do the trick. And that's Rudy's specialty. On the way, Paul reminded his son to be kind and strong to impress the ladies. Truly, Rudy was born under a fierce father's wing. Wherever he went, people welcomed him warmly. One day, Rudy wandered into the forest to play hide-and-seek with the world and his books. During his exploration, he witnessed an injustice. 3 kids were throwing stones at a boy. When one of them aimed a stone at the chubby boy, Rudy stepped in, casting a water sphere that splashed onto the attacker's face. The bullies shifted their target to Rudy, but as a top-tier mage, Rudy dodged effortlessly. His skills were so overwhelming that the 3 troublemakers had no choice but to run home and tattle to their mother. After chasing them off, Rudy checked on the injured boy. The boy looked pale and handsome, so much that girls and even some guys might skip a beat. But his face was smudged with dirt, so Rudy grabbed him and splashed water to clean him up. Then, recalling Josie's warning to avoid the Sousa clan, Rudy held his breath, carefully observing the boy. Luckily, there was no ruby mark, otherwise Rudy might have faced a 3rd resurrection. The boy explained his father bore half-elf blood, which explained his appearance. Though he's of the demon tribe, his hair sets him apart from his parents, sparking rumours he's the neighbour's child. No wonder his mother feels the weight of such pressure. As the two walked through the golden rice fields, the boy wondered why Rudy would save him. Wasn't it risky? Wouldn't the others stop playing with him? Rudy shrugged it off. If one friend turns away, there are always others. Besides, with Rudy's charm, surely Judy would enjoy the perks of a few admirers. Eager to learn, Judy asked Rudy to teach him how to summon water and wind spheres. Rudy saw his enthusiasm and decided to share the magical incantation. Later that night, Pao, waiting outside, confronted Judy about why he punched Som, who had a bruised eye. Judy could have apologized and let it slide, but he knew that wouldn't be good for Pao, so he chose silence. Each breath met with his father's harsh reprimands. Seeing this, Pa grew even more furious and lashed out at Rudy, who had always tried to be a good son to gain his father's trust. Yet Pa refused to listen to him. Rudy thought to himself that next time he would join the bullies in tormenting the weak just to show the world that he was part of the Gree family. Hearing this, Pa trembled with anger, realizing that the child was merely naive and didn't understand the bigger picture. Finally speaking up, Pa apologized and listened to Rudy's side of the story. Upon learning that the purple-eyed boy's mother complained about Rudy hitting her son, he felt a wave of relief. At least his son had acted childishly enough for him to teach a lesson. The next morning, Pa reminded Rudy to be strong to protect the weak, yet here he was, feeling embarrassed for not being able to win a single argument against his son. As summer approached, the local bullies with their thick skulls continued to pick on Rudy, but each time he fought them off effortlessly and returned home with tears streaming down his face. From that day on, the bond between Rudy and Sin grew significantly, and the boy's magical power surged impressively. It proved that magical abilities could increase infinitely. After successfully creating ice, Rudy wanted to teach Sin how to generate warm gusts of wind. Rudy explained that to execute it, one had to stack water and fire together, then let the wind pass through. Suddenly, Sin asked why Rudy didn't teach him the non-verbal spell right away. Rudy hesitated, thinking it was too complex for him to grasp, but seeing Sin's eagerness, he decided to share the secret. Rudy stood up and instructed Sin to recall the incantation in his mind, gather energy in his fingertips, and release it. However, Sin struggled to make it work, and it was understandable. Even Josie couldn't pull it off. Out of the blue, Sin shouted, "I did it," causing Rudy to freeze. Sin joyfully ran through the rice fields, leaving Rudy scrambling to catch up, but to no avail. After a long chase, the two boys finally landed in the lush green meadow. Rudy couldn't help but notice Sin's beauty. He was not only handsome, but also had a charming appeal that reminded Rudy of a childhood friend. Just the thought of her made Rudy's heart race. Suddenly, a rainstorm rolled in, forcing Rudy to take Sin home. Upon entering, Lilia immediately prepared warm water for them to cleanse themselves. As they entered the room, Rudy quickly stripped down, but Sin hesitated, reluctant to undress. Seeing his friend's shyness, Rudy playfully began to strip off his clothes from head to toe, catching Sin off guard. He tried to prevent Rudy from removing his shorts, fearing that Rudy might see something embarrassing. They tugged at each other, but ultimately Rudy relented. Suddenly, Sin turned and Rudy accidentally pulled down her shorts, causing her to burst into tears. "Wait, I thought you were just a cute little elephant." After the embarrassing incident, Pa was more cautious, asking Rudy what had transpired. Rudy explained that Sin had gotten wet and he worried she would catch a cold, so he helped her undress to bathe together. Little did he know Sin was actually a girl. At that moment, Rudy wished he could just dig a hole and hide. Seeing his son so downcast, Pa advised him to go downstairs and apologize to her. Pa believed that if Rudy sincerely apologized, she would forgive him. Taking his father's advice, Rudy went downstairs to apologize. He thought that anyone with short hair must be a boy, leading to the misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Sin felt utterly devastated and ran into the arms of Janet, crying uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Pa felt helpless at the foolishness of his son. From that day forth, Rudy couldn't focus on anything. He couldn't even practice his combat skills. Seeing Rudy's distress, Pa urged him to express his true feelings to Sin. He needed to let her know how much her coldness affected him. If fortune smiled upon him, they might remain friends. If not, it would be goodbye. Just then, Sin appeared, prompting Pa to nudge Rudy to confess to her. Rudy mentioned how he hadn't seen Sin's adorable face in days, making him very sad. He added that if she grew her hair long, she would look like a fairy. He was sincere, but his awkwardness made him seem creepy, causing Sin to back away in fright. Sensing Rudy's sadness, Sin took his hand and apologized, expressing her desire to return to being friends like before. This left Rudy flustered. It was the first time a girl his age wanted to play with him, and he was determined to build a good relationship with her. Rudy was about to welcome a new member into the family, causing a joyful celebration at home. Suddenly, Lilia announced that she was pregnant, leaving everyone in shock, unable to find the words. The hardest question to answer now was who was the father of the child. To everyone's surprise, Pa bowed his head and claimed the child as his own. He had taught his son to be loyal, yet he couldn't control his own sword. Such was life. In a private conversation between Janet and Lilia, Janet asked what her plans were moving forward. She candidly replied that after giving birth to Janet's child, she would return to her hometown to raise the baby there. The journey back home would take a month, and raising a child was no small feat. Janet feared Lilia would wear herself out, picturing her collapsing in the snow, holding a newborn baby. Despite being a servant, Lilia had lived harmoniously in Janet's family for a long time, making her feel conflicted about leaving. Rudy also didn't want Lilia to leave. He remembered how she always cared for him, especially when it came to the sacred treasures. So he saw this as a good opportunity to repay her kindness. He approached his mother and whispered that Pa had sneaked into Lilia's room and threatened her, saying if she didn't serve him that night, he would make her fly away. Pao felt wronged, ready to defend himself, but Janet silenced him with a sharp glare. Turning to Lilia, Janet demanded the truth. Lilia denied everything, insisting it wasn't true. Yet Janet believed the stubborn son so firmly that Pao collapsed from the stress. Du appealed to Janet's compassion, explaining the fault lay with the father, and that Lilia shouldn't bear the blame. More so, wouldn't it be better for the child to have friends? Moved by Du's plea, Janet relented and told Lilia to stay. Overwhelmed, Lilia wept at her employer's mercy while Pao spent a long night sharing heartfelt conversations with his wife. The next morning, Janet dragged Pao out for a stern reprimand for daring to defy her. From above, Lilia watched, wondering why she had been spared, She was the one who had lured Pao into a life of indulgence. Every night the young couple's laughter echoed, making Lilia laugh despite herself for tempting Pao like a little bird into a cage. She deserved punishment, yet thanks to Du steering the narrative, she remained. As a child, Judy often stared into Lilia's soul, with a crooked grin making her think the boy was a little pervert, but who knew he'd grow into the saviour who'd one day save her life. Lilia vowed that if her child was born strong, they'd devote themselves to Janit. Time passed, and the sisters each gave birth to lively children. Grandpa teased the kids so fiercely they'd cry, sending both mothers rushing to soothe them, a scene that inspired Rudy to dream of becoming a cool superhero protecting his little sister. Since the pregnancy news broke, Lilia had been talking more with Du, revealing she once trained in swordsmanship with Pao, who was talented but lazy, always chasing after girls instead of practicing. One day, Pao caught Lilia asleep, took her innocence, then fled the dojo, a true disappointment. Yet Du respected Pao's strength, despite his flaws. When Pao swung a sword at him, Du dodged and was about to finish him, but instead used magic to kick him away. Pao laughed, saying, "Want to be cool like me? No way, who wants to be a cheating husband wrecking his own family?" Pao defended himself, praising Lilia's sweetness, as if she were a juicy treat not to be missed. Du warned Janet that if she heard Pao say that she'd send him packing. Indeed, father and son were cut from the same cloth. Pao was a two-timer, and his son was a flirt. Suddenly, Pao brought up schooling, saying at this age every kid should be in school, but Judy stayed home, spending his days scheming. Du thought school was pointless too, with arrogant nobles, and girls refusing to exercise their bodies soft and unfit. Just then, Njisen came inviting Du out, but Du sat under a tree gloomy, lamenting his stalled sword and magic skills. He felt he had to leave the countryside to the city for real training. Hearing this, Judy burst into tears, begging Rudy not to leave. Rudy thought to himself if he got distracted by girls, he'd neglect his studies anyway. Better to stay home and gently shape this girl into his wife than fight with city boys for his head. That night, Rudy was practicing his magic when Grandpa visited with a letter from Josie. She was now in the kingdom tutoring the prince, who had the same mischievous spirit as Rudy, peeking at Judy, changing and even stealing her panties, boldly testing her soul. Boys truly get wilder with talent. After training, Josie had mastered royal-level water magic and assumed Rudy had reached emperor-level magic, making her hesitant to meet her old friend. At the letter's end, Josie advised that if Rudy faced obstacles in magic training, he should enroll at the Geo Magic Academy. Rudy was shocked so few reached the Viper level she had. Feeling like a novice, Rudy asked his father for permission to attend Jan Noah Magic Academy. Judy wanted to come along because whenever Rudy mentioned school, she'd cry and block him. So Rudy begged Grandpa for a poor student scholarship for both. But Pao refused at first. Rudy was already training swordsmanship and didn't want him to quit. Plus, the family couldn't afford 2 students at once. Seeing this, Rudy decided to ask his father to find him an easy job, with good pay so he could support Judy's schooling. Grandpa smiled and agreed. The next day, while father and son practiced swordplay, a woman with wolf-like features appeared. Seeing Judy, Janet warmly welcomed the woman and entrusted her beloved son to her care. Then she turned to say goodbye to Rudy, leaving him confused what was happening. Suddenly Pao asked what if he wanted Rudy far from Judy. Of course, Mian disagreed. Knowing his son chased girls, Pao immediately scolded Rudy. Though a master of magic, Rudy's sword skills were comical, so despite 7 magical formations, he was no match for Grandpa's scolding, which knocked him out cold. When Rudy woke, he found himself in a carriage facing Gilin. She told him that, from tomorrow, they'd work together, giving no further explanation. Feeling suffocated staying with this powerful woman, Rudy was suddenly handed a letter from Pao to read aloud. The letter urged Rudy to ask Judy what was going on, but he feared the woman's harshness and dull mind. Hearing this, Judy nearly charged at Rudy, but he quickly joked it was all a joke, calming her down. Getting to the point, Pao had found Rudy a job tutoring a 9-year-old noble girl at Joa. The woman in front of him was both the girl's bodyguard and swordsmanship instructor. Judy wanted to learn magic from Rudy, so she would teach him top-tier sword skills. Though she was a sword king, she still struggled in bed with Grandpa. Grandpa, a womanizer, would surely lock Rudy up if he found out. Rudy read on from now until age 12. He must teach reading, writing, and magic at Joa. R found himself lying on a carriage facing Gillen. She looked at Rudy and said from tomorrow they would work together without explaining what was going on. Rudy felt suffocated having to stay with that formidable woman. Suddenly, she tossed Rudy a letter from Pao and ordered him to read it aloud. In the letter, Pao advised Rudy to question and understand what was happening, but he feared the woman's harshness and confusion. Even if explained, Judy wouldn't grasp it, so, hearing this, Guy wanted to attack Rudy immediately. But Rudy, the slippery one, swiftly joked to calm her down. Only then did she settle and get to the point Pao had secured a job for Rudy as a tutor for a 9-year-old heiress in Joa. Standing before him was her bodyguard and swordsmanship tutor. Guy also wanted to learn magic from Dewey, who would teach Rudy sword skills. Dai's swordsmanship was at the king's level, but still struggled in bed against an old Casanova. If his mother found out, she'd lock him up like a caged bird. Rudy read on from now until age 12, he must teach reading, writing, and magic at R's place. During this time, Rudy was forbidden from visiting or contacting his family, as Pao feared he'd become too dependent. Such boundaries were necessary for both sides. At the letter's end, Pao instructed him to return this letter to Janet. Should his mother receive it, their family would be torn apart. Continuing their journey to Joa, Dewey arrived at the castle and was warmly welcomed by the lord. Just as he took a sip of water, the host greeted him and introduced himself, though Dewey's rustic greeting prompted a quick lesson in noble etiquette. The lord revealed his name was Philip, the town's mayor, and kin to Bao, Dewey, stunning Dewey, with his family's noble status. Philip led Dewey to meet his stubborn daughter. As the door opened, Rudy was met with a battlefield of chaos. This approach only fueled Eggett's defiance and multiplied her retaliation, forcing Dewey to switch tactics to a theatrical act. After orchestrating the play, Dewey, exhausted, returned to his room and lay down. Having endured a childhood scarred by school violence, he dreaded more beatings in this life. He took out the bracelet Josie had given him and began to pray. He swiftly escapes from the fierce little lady. After a grueling game of hide-and-seek in hellish conditions, Dewey finally finds a way back to the surface. Seeing his struggle, Philip asks if he wants to give up. Of course, not turning back now means facing his father's ridicule. Hearing this, Philip applauds his fighting spirit and asks what he plans to do next. Dewey quietly contemplates using magic to flatten the girl, but that would only provoke her tenfold, so he switches tactics to a theatrical act. After setting the stage, he exhausts himself and collapses onto the bed. Having endured a childhood scarred by school bullying, he refuses to be beaten down again. Rudy pulls out the bracelet Josie gave him and begins to pray. When he wakes, Rudy finds himself locked inside a wooden box, hands tightly bound. The stark contrast from his request for a clean room puzzles him. Surely Philip wanted the kidnapping to feel authentic. Rudy doesn't care. With his powerful magic escaping and teaching that brat, the value of learning is just a matter of time. At that moment, Egypt wakes up. Rudy explains they've been kidnapped. If she knew magic, she could have burned the ropes and escaped easily. Furious, she rushes to smash the door and calls Janet's name. Suddenly, the door swings open and a towering, foul-smelling man appears, kicking Eggett's mouth shut. Not one to back down, she lunges at him, throwing punches and kicks. But Egget is all bark and no bite. The man beats her mercilessly, then turns to punch Dewey. Regrettably, the tactic failed. Egget ignored his pleas and retaliated tenfold. Dewey had no choice but to adopt the role of actor. Once the play was set, Dewey returned to his room, worn out, and collapsed on the bed. Childhood trauma from bullying made him dread physical pain again. He clutched the bracelet Josie gave and whispered a prayer. When he woke, Rudy found himself locked in a wooden box, hands tightly bound. Strange, he had requested a clean room, yet here was filth. Perhaps Philip wanted the kidnapping to look convincing. Rudy didn't care. He planned to use his powerful magic to escape and teach that girl the real meaning of discipline. Just then, Egget woke. Rudy explained they'd been kidnapped. If she knew magic, she could have burned the ropes and escaped easily. Furious, Egget charged, smashing doors and calling Guy's name. The door suddenly opened, revealing a tall, grimy man who kicked Egget's mouth shut. She wasn't one to back down. She lunged and fought fiercely, but Egget was all bark and no bite, getting pummeled mercilessly. After dealing with her, he turned his wrath on Dewey with a punch that left him stunned, an Oscar-worthy performance. Seeing Egget's sorry state, Dewey healed her with magic. Egget stirred slightly, so Dewey insisted on fully healing her. Dream on, darling. You don't get food without work. What if you get better and attack me again? Not playing dumb. Here. Eavesdropping on the kidnapper's conversation, Rudy realized this was no act. After pondering a plan, he decided to make a run for it. Unlocking the iron window bars, he said goodbye to Agit. Panic-stricken, she screamed for help, drawing the kidnapper's attention, who rushed in. Rudy quickly blocked the door with a stone, then pretended to leave. Agit whispered tearfully, begging him not to abandon her. He turned back and made her promise not to use violence or scream again. Just then, the door was broken down, but the two children were gone. Dewey led Agit to safety and healed her. He asked again if she promised to avoid violence. She refused, claiming she was a precious flower who didn't owe promises to a lowly servant like him. With that, Dewey bid her farewell, with no promise of reunion. Suddenly, the kidnapper's frantic shouts echoed nearby. Agit, scared, urged Dewey to leave. He promised not to shout again. They hid in the stable, watching carefully. After a while, with no sign of the kidnappers, Rudy and Agit took a carriage back home. Along the way, in the town of Joa, they encountered a servant of Philip. Dewey excitedly ran to him, but Agit was quickly grabbed by someone else. Seeing this, Dewey rushed forward. The original ends mid-action, leaving the scene hanging in suspense. The servant negotiated with Rudy, offering him 100 gold coins if he joined their side, enough to pay tuition for 12 students at the Magic Academy. Tempting as it was, Rudy had more important things than money. Having lived like a sloth for 20 years, he knew from RPG experience that betraying the young lady's trust meant a grim fate. So Rudy signalled his position with a flare, then hurled sharp stones, forcing the kidnappers to struggle. Seizing the moment amid their chaos, Rudy grabbed Aegis. Just as Rudy seemed victorious, a sword was hurled at him. Everyone expected Rudy to get stabbed, but instead he leapt forward, shattering the blade and swiftly taking down the attacker. He rushed to check on Ree, but the blood pooling at Ree's feet froze him in panic, leaving him speechless. Meanwhile, Sorrow escorted the servant back to Philip's house. Philip rushed out to greet his daughter, asking what had happened. Seeing the servant's bruises, Philip understood immediately. Philip waved the servant away to the chicken coop and asked his daughter if she was okay. Aegis brushed off her father's concern and went inside while Ree stood there lost and despairing. His perfect plan had utterly failed. He'd almost lost Ree to the kidnappers. Quietly, he stepped out of Philip's house. Suddenly, Aegis called Ree back, insisting he call her Aegis, not young lady, or anything formal. Rudy was stunned. "Have I been accepted as tutor?" he asked. Aegis said nothing and went indoors, with Rudy following happily, thinking, this calls for a 7-day, 7-night celebration. The next day, Philip praised Rudy for handling yesterday's incident well. Rudy was confused about why he'd been captured alongside Aegis. Philip explained that the Grey Rat heir was a valuable political and physical asset, so villains targeting her was expected. He advised Rudy not to interfere further and let Sorrow handle the kidnapping case to boost Philip's household prestige by showing they had the Sword King's protection. Just then, Men entered. Philip introduced Rudy as the family's new tutor. Men's gaze flickered with familiarity. Old habits die hard, she thought, leaving with a scowl. Suddenly, an old man burst in loudly asking about Rudy. Seeing Men greet him, the man said Rudy seemed a well-behaved kid fit to be a family member. The butler introduced the man as Lord Fito, a Philip's father and local lord. He asked Rudy if he was the one who saved Aegis. Rudy denied it, but the old man flew into a rage, scaring Rudy into confessing he'd been told by Philip not to accept credit. Immediately, Sorrow punched Rudy, sending him flying out the door. Philip explained he wanted his father to treat Rudy like kin. No formalities needed, he was a life-saving hero. Hearing this, the old man softened and stopped beating Rudy. Suddenly, the old man called Rudy over with a favour his granddaughter had seen Rudy's magic and was eager to learn from him. Rudy firmly refused to teach anyone unless Aegis asked first. Sorrow stood up, ready to force Rudy, who nervously bowed. What if she grows up rude and can't politely ask for help? Rudy wondered. The old man agreed and called the girl down. Within seconds, Aegis appeared, asking if Rudy had agreed to teach her yet. Rudy replied, "No pain, no gain." The old man told her to start ethics lessons with Master Juan immediately. Seeing his grandfather's intensity, Aegis obediently disguised herself as a faulty kitten and begged Rudy to teach her. Surrounded by pressure, Rudy accepted her plea. From that day on, Rudy lived as part of Philip's household. He trained swordsmanship alongside Aegis, under Soro's guidance. After sword practice, Rudy taught Aegis and the young lady how to use magic. One day, while Men was teaching arithmetic, Aegis accidentally set fire to a pillar. Rudy rushed to extinguish the fire and scolded her. Aegis then ran off to skip class again, forcing Rudy to go find her. He'd been tutoring her for a month, but Aegis still refused to obey. When it was time to read and write, she'd run off. Rudy constantly chased her down, only for Aegis to glare and run away again. Men was helpless. After some distance, Rudy found Aegis sleeping in a small house. Seizing the chance, he checked her soul like a doctor inspecting a precious fruit. He joked her peach might rival a supermodel's cup size. When Rudy tried waking her, Aegis suddenly woke, kicked, punched, and threw him outside. Unable to fight back, Rudy resorted to crocodile tears, begging Soro to discipline the young lady. The next day, when Aegis refused to study, Soro stepped in. She shared stories of her past when she joined the Black Wolf Claw team with 6 members. Soro had trusted others to manage their funds, but when the group fell apart, she didn't know how to handle money, so she went hungry. Once she fainted and accidentally ate horse manure, ending up rushed to the emergency room. Hearing this, Aegis agreed to keep studying basic math with Rudy. Though terrible at math, Aegis showed incredible talent in martial arts. She fought Rudy so fiercely he could barely catch her sword moves. Ultimately, Rudy was beaten badly by the young lady. After the fight, Soro observed Rudy's footwork was stiff whenever Aegis attacked, leaving him always on the defensive. When Rudy was overwhelmed, he panicked and struck wildly. Soro teased him. "What kind of boy are you so weak?" She explained that Rudy, as a mage, was naturally weaker in close combat and deserved to lose to Aegis. Then she told Rudy to fix his footwork himself. After this life lesson, Aegis dragged Rudy into another fight, leaving him sore all over and wishing he could quit tutoring. Suddenly looking at the statues of his family, Rudy found renewed strength to endure the hard days. After a while of behaving, Aegis suddenly flew into a rage and attacked Rudy. At that moment, Rudy remembered she never got a day off. So he gave Aegis a break to stroll around town. While Aegis slept, Dewey checked her spirit. He joked that if her chest were any firmer, it would rival a supermodel's trophy. He tried waking her, but when she didn't respond, he got rougher. Suddenly, Aegis snapped awake and seeing this punched and kicked Dewey out the door. When hitting didn't work, Men resorted to crocodile tears, begging Guy to discipline the young lady. The next day, when Aegis lost interest in studying, Guy stepped in. She shared her past as a member of the Black Wolf Claw team with 6 others. Back then, Guy had entrusted someone else with managing the group's money. When the gang disbanded, she had no clue how to handle finances and often went hungry. One day, she fainted and accidentally ate horse manure, ending up in emergency care. Hearing this, Aegis demanded Dewey continue tutoring her in elementary math. Though hopeless in math, Aegis showed incredible talent in martial arts. She outpaced Dewey so badly that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep up with her swordplay. Eventually, she pummeled him mercilessly. After the fight, Guy observed that when Dewey was attacked, his stance locked up, leaving him defenseless. When overwhelmed, he panicked and slashed wildly. Hearing this, she rapped his head and mocked him for being a weak boy. Guy explained that Dewey was a mage, so his close combat was weak. Losing to Aegis was expected. Then, she told Dewey to fix his stance himself. After this lesson, Aegis dragged Rudy to the floor for another beating, leaving him sore and wishing to quit teaching altogether. Suddenly, he glanced at statues of his loved ones and found renewed strength to endure the painful days. After some obedient days, Aegis flew into a rage again, attacking Dewey. Remembering she never had a day off, he gave her a day to roam the town. On her day off, she donned a red dress that melted the hearts of every young man. Seeing Aegis in full bloom, Dewey complimented her only to get smacked. They say girls should be gentle and well-mannered, but Aegis' version was definitely a slap to that idea. This scene stirs a restless unease in Rudy as they stroll through the bustling town. At the market, Rudy pulls out a notebook, meticulously jotting down prices of various goods. Suddenly, an old man beckons him over, tempting him with forbidden medicine, a rare elixir smuggled from the royal palace, promising miraculous effects with just one sip. Rudy's eyes light up feverishly, scribbling the details. Aegis, curious, leans in to peek, but unable to read, is left puzzled. Unable to decipher Rudy's notes, Aegis is told it's market research. Rudy is comparing prices to buy low and sell high. Seizing the moment, Rudy throws down a challenge, a contest to see who's smarter than a fifth grader. He asks, "What's 4 minus 3? Even preschoolers know the answer is 1 yet. Aegis confidently answers 6. A true math prodigy, or perhaps the harbinger of chaos in numbers. Despite knowing he's wrong, Aegis stands firm, embodying the destroyer of logic. As Rudy pondered how to secure books, Aegis appeared like a savior, offering to buy them for him. But without money, she said she'd have to convince her father to do it. Though eager for the books, Rudy bitterly declined. After all, it wasn't her money. Then, Rudy launched a beginner's class on the rule, no work, no food, inspired by Master Juan. Finally, Rudy declared that Aegis must wait until she had money to buy gifts for others, to which she resignedly agreed. Seeing her soften, Rudy feared this peace was just the calm before the storm, so he promised to help her find Philip for pocket money. Aegis's eyes sparkled, and she joined him eagerly. On their way back, the group spotted a floating island drifting across the sun. Ree quickly explained it was the sky fortress of Perugius, the Dragon Lord, one of 3 gods who defeated the demon god Lapor. Rudy suddenly remembered reading about this in an ancient book at home, dismissing it as a fairy tale in his youth. Yet here it was, real as ever. According to legend, this year celebrated Perugius's triumph over Lapor. Rudy looked to the sky and wished he could one day set foot on that very fortress. Since Aegis had a week off from lessons, her mood lifted, and she threw Rudy a gift, a magical potion called 1 Hour Essence. Rudy panicked, asking how she got it. She simply said she saw he wanted it and grabbed it for him. Quick to act, Rudy pocketed the potion and resumed teaching. Sensing something off, Aegis asked Rudy what it was, but he dodged the question. Just a few steps later, Rudy was caught by Rai. In the struggle, the potion slipped from his grasp. Rudy panicked, shouting, 1 Hour Essence, please! Don't leave me! How will I survive without you? Hearing this, Aegis and Gillen held him tight, refusing to release him until Rudy revealed the potion's secret. Gillen unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, but Aegis stood firm, countering with surprising strength. Rudy realized that with this power, Aegis would soon reach the intermediate level of swordsmanship. Winter arrived, and Rudy tirelessly delivered lessons in both letters and magic to Gillen and Aegis. Just then, Hida passed by excitedly, showing her mother that she had mastered elementary magic. Her mother's joy was palpable. Suddenly, Hida glanced at Judy, who felt a twinge of confusion, wondering if he'd done something wrong. Finally, as the struggle intensifies, Rudy is caught and restrained, desperately trying to break free. In the chaos, he accidentally drops the forbidden medicine, panic flashing in his eyes. "If you leave now, how will I survive?" he cries out. Aegis and Gillen quickly seize him, holding him tight until he confesses the potion's true purpose. Gillen unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, but Aegis stands unyielding, countering with surprising power that leaves Gillen stunned. With this, it's clear Aegis is destined to rise to the intermediate level of martial arts. Winter descends, yet Rudy tirelessly brings knowledge and magic to Gillen and Aegis. Passing by, Hida spots his mother and excitedly brags about mastering elementary magic. His mother beams with pride, but then Hida's gaze shifts toward Rudy, who is left unsettled, silently questioning if he has done something wrong. Meanwhile, Rudy completes a miniature statue of Josie, a quiet triumph amid the chill. At that moment, Enna knocks and asks Rudy for a favor. Introducing herself as Aegis's dance instructor, she reveals that Aegis will soon turn 10. To celebrate, a grand party will invite nobles from across feet away, where Aegis is expected to dance in this monumental event. But with his slow progress, basic etiquette remains a struggle, let alone dancing. Enna proposes to borrow Rudy's tutoring time to teach Aegis dance. Rudy agrees instantly. Seizing the free time, Rudy rushes to Philip's library to find books and serendipitously discovers a volume on beast tongue. Philip explains that mastering this language could allow one to hire beast folk as servants. Rudy is instantly fascinated, especially every time he glimpses those soft ears. Philip, equally intrigued by wagging tails, sees a perfect match in Rudy's enthusiasm. He entrusts Rudy with the beast tongue book to study. That evening, Rudy writes to Josie, sharing that he's begun learning new languages: beast tongue, god tongue, and demon tongue. Though still young, Rudy's passion burns bright. Each soft ear he imagines sends a thrill through him. Philip's fascination with tales wags in tandem, like two kindred spirits united by their love for these mystical creatures. He went to the warehouse to find her. As Rudy climbed onto a haystack, Aegis kicked her straight down. She was determined not to learn dancing and planned to skip the party. Aegis didn't understand why she had to do something she was terrible at. Rudy realized she was avoiding the problem, just like he did in his past life. He knew one day Aegis would regret not giving her all. Suddenly Aegis said, "I wish I was someone who could do everything." But there were things even Dewey couldn't do. Recently, he'd been learning new languages, but still couldn't understand them. Still, he kept studying because when he commits to something, it has to count. Rudy advised Aegis to keep learning to dance, promising to practice with her. Hearing this, Aegis dragged Rudy down and started learning together. During practice, Aegis's steps were too fast, causing Rudy to fall flat on the ground. From that day on, they worked hard together. Rudy sought help from Guy to tutor him in beast language, while Aegis diligently practiced etiquette with Enna. After completing a miniature sculpture of Josie, Rudy sold it to a merchant and earned a gold coin. One evening, while studying, Rudy received a package from Josie containing a letter asking about Judy's situation and a book of magic god language carefully compiled by her. Josie shared a strange story about a prince who bought a doll identical to her. The doll scared Josie, making her fear she was cursed by some witch. Rudy mused that the prince had quite the eye, but didn't expect that statue to end up with that kid. Putting that aside, Dewey opened the book and found it fantastic. When he grows up, he vowed to make Josie his wife to repay her kindness. Thanks to their tireless practice with Judy, Aegis had become a graceful dancer. The next day, a grand birthday party was held, where everyone welcomed Aegis and came forward to celebrate her birthday. The party was about to start, and anyone wanting the prince's favour had to dance with his beloved granddaughter. A confident young man stepped forward to invite Aegis to dance. At first they moved smoothly, but nerves got the better of Aegis, causing her to miss a step and fall. Everyone looked at her with disdain, mocking her inability to perform basic steps. The young lady was humiliated. Dewey stepped in to invite Aegis to dance again to save face. They both took a deep breath and started, but within a few steps, Aegis was stumbling. Rudy noticed she was tense because her father and grandfather watched every move. Rudy whispered to Aegis, "Close your eyes, and when I signal, move like you dodge attacks in battle." This method worked wonders. Aegis's dance became fluid and elegant. She executed flawless spins. When they finished, the prince lifted them up amid thunderous applause. Enna asked Rudy how they danced so smoothly. He explained it was due to his quick reflexes in combat. Rudy advised Aegis to slow down and move like dodging attacks. That was the secret. Thanks to this, the cousin saved face. Suddenly, a group of girls approached Rudy asking for his info, leaving him flustered. Before he could respond, he was carried away. That night, Rudy gifted a magic wand to Guy, and the young lady Guylaine respectfully accepted it, thanking Dewey. Seeing this, Aegis followed suit. Suddenly, Aegis stared at Guylaine and said, "Master, I want a gift too." Then she took off the ring on her hand and said it was the family's lucky charm that would protect the wearer from wolf attacks at night. In truth, it was just superstition. One night, unable to sleep, Bao took her swimming and wrestled with her on the bed. The next morning, Judy planned to tease Aegis, but was stopped by the protective ring. He then went to the castle's peak and witnessed a strange star floating in the sky. An elder immediately called him over, making the beast person afraid to reveal a dark secret and flee. The elder showed Dewey the mysterious black star hanging in the sky and said it might not be a bad omen. He clasped his hands and started praying. Seeing this, Rudy also clasped his hands silently, wishing for a miracle to fall from the heavens. 2 years passed. Judy had learned many new languages, and Aegis was approaching the rank of intermediate sword god. As they grew, their swordsmanship skills diverged greatly. Suddenly, Rudy looked up and spotted a mysterious planet growing larger in the sky. Just as he was about to step outside, he saw Gillen and Aegis acting suspiciously and followed them. From their conversation, he learned Aegis was secretly preparing a 10th birthday party for him. Currently, the Boris clan couldn't let outsiders know about Judy, as he was descended from Notos, one of the 4 main families of the Grey Rat tribe. The family head was Paula's older brother, a man even worse than Paula, planning to replace the leader. If outsiders discovered that the Boris clan was sheltering Notus's descendants, misunderstandings would arise. So they couldn't hold a grand party for Dewey. Rudy explains that his lightning-fast reflexes come from battle training, urging her to slow down as even dodging a strike demands grace. His cousin's proud smile is a silent reward. Suddenly, a group of girls approach, asking Rudy for his info. Flustered and caught off guard before he can react, Rudy is swept away, carried off to the guild hall. That night, he gifts a magical wand to Gillen, who respectfully accepts and thanks him. Seeing this, Aegis follows suit. Aegis's gaze lingers on Gillen, and their master sensing unspoken desires. Gillen removes a ring, revealing it as the family's lucky charm said to ward off wolf attacks by night. Yet it's mostly superstition. One sleepless night, Bao invites her to swim and playfully wrestle on the bed, a rare moment of lightheartedness. The next morning dawns with new resolve as their intertwined fates continue to unfold. Judy was about to tease Egget, but stumbled upon a protective ring, so she stopped. As he climbed the castle's peak, he witnessed a fierce confrontation between Sao and the Beastman. The elder immediately called him over, causing the Beastwoman to flee in panic, fearing a scandalous video might leak. Seizo showed Judy the mysterious black star hovering in the sky, suggesting it might not be an ill omen. With folded hands, the elder began to pray, inspiring Rudy to join in silently hoping for his own blessing. From the heavens a blessing seemed to fall. 2 years passed, and Judy mastered new languages, while Egget edged closer to becoming a mid-level sword god. As their guild grew, so did the chasm in their swordsmanship skills. Suddenly, Judy looked up to see a strange planet expanding in the sky. Just as Rudy planned to step outside, he caught Gillen and Egget in a suspicious act, and decided to follow, stepping into the unfolding mystery. Overhearing their conversation, he learned that Egget was secretly preparing a 10th birthday party for him. The Boris clan, however, had to keep Judy's identity hidden. He carried the bloodline of Notos, one of the 4 main branches of the Grey Rat family. The clan leader was Paul's brother, a man even more inept than Paul plotting to seize control. Revealing Judy's lineage could spark misunderstandings, so they forbade any grand celebrations. Instead, Judy resolved to fake tears, crafting a touching moment to entertain everyone on his birthday. After learning the beast language, Rudy was hungry and wanted a snack, but Gillen forbade him from leaving. Puzzled by her strictness, he suddenly remembered today was his birthday. Resigned, he complied, seizing the chance to examine a miniature statue of Gillen. The statue lacked a tail, so Rudy wanted to see Gillen's tail to sculpt it accurately. Expecting shyness, he was shocked when she boldly pulled down her pants, revealing everything. This led to an awkward scene where an old man admired the naked backside caught by a maid, who then escorted Judy to his birthday party. At the party, Rudy still played innocent, unaware of the situation. When he received birthday wishes from Egget, tears welled up, and he thanked everyone sincerely. This moved Sarzo deeply, who demanded to carry Pilamon, the leader of Notos, to elevate Judy. Seeing his father too eager for battle, Philip allowed the maid to drag Seizo away. Oh, and Sarzo left. Egget promised a surprising gift, hinting at the arrival of Rudy's parents. Though invited monsters, chaos prevented their timely visit, leaving Rudy's face clouded with sadness. Suddenly, Haya embraced men, tightly declaring she'd adopt him if only Judy could marry Egget. They'd be family then. But Egget wasn't ready to tie the knot so young. After all was settled, Egget unveiled the gift, the Dragon King's Pride Staff, a legendary weapon radiating supreme power. The birthday celebration flowed smoothly. Philip stayed behind to talk with Judy, revealing that Egget had 2 brothers, sent to the capital as infants. Every Boris son must be raised in the clan leader's mansion. Philip lost a power struggle, forcing his sons to be raised elsewhere, which deeply hurt Hadar. Subtitle numbers skipped in original. The party then flowed smoothly. Philip stayed behind to confide in Judy, revealing Aegis has 2 brothers who were taken to the capital right after birth. Every boy with Boris blood must be raised in the patriarch's quarters. Philip lost a fierce power struggle back then, forcing his beloved sons to follow others, fueling Hadar's deep resentment. If Philip's son isn't here, why can another man's child roam freely in the house? Perhaps that's why Hadar always looked uneasy around Du. Suddenly, Philip proposed, "If you fancy Aegis tonight, I'll serve her right to your mouth." Judy panicked. She didn't want to get tangled in political games, so she cleverly avoided the trap. Returning to her room, Judy found Aegis already there, quietly putting away the staff and diving into a game of night butterfly catching. Du shook his head, dismissing those dark thoughts. He couldn't let Philip's schemes taint him. Rudy urged Aegis to leave, but she refused, daring him to indulge in darkness with her. Hearing this, Rudy advanced, exploring unfamiliar territory. Sensing her lack of resistance, he felt triumphant she was a prize to savor. Just as he reached the crucial moment, Aegis sprang up, kicked Rudy away, and stormed out. Alone in men's room, Rudy reflected. Aegis's passion wasn't just wild desire. It was her way of shielding Du from loneliness on his birthday. About to apologize, Rudy encountered Aegis at the door. Bowing deeply, he admitted he had crossed a line. Aegis softened, granting forgiveness for this special day and promising freedom for the next 5 years. Du leapt with joy, vowing to control himself and not go too far again. Suddenly, he remembered his tiny wife patiently waiting at home. Enough drama time to head back. Just as the birthday celebration was underway, Pao was blocked by a horde of monsters. At this moment, Ek visited Pao's family, entrusting them with a gift for Judy, a handmade necklace inspired by a treasure from her father. Lilia also gave a precious token to the young master Judy's most treasured item. Shin blended happily with everyone, while Janice, thrilled that Judy was no longer bullied since her departure, admired the girl, and mused that with a ruby on her forehead she'd resemble Sue. Curious, none asked what that meant. Janice turned to scare the little Sue, calling her a fearsome demon who devours anyone. Terrified, Sue burst into tears, needing comfort. Just then, Pa returned home, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of monsters. He had never faced such numbers before. Suddenly, a dark cloud caught his attention. Meanwhile, Josie and Son also noticed the strange cloud hovering over unfamiliar lands. Ostes was locked in a fierce duel with a fire dragon. The once arrogant beast roared fiercely, but cowered like a scared puppy when their eyes met. Ostes sensed magical energy gathering in a distant region. Perhaps there he'd uncover the truth behind recent events. Meanwhile, the self-proclaimed Demon Lord K was heading straight toward that magic hotspot. From above, Perugius observed the rising magical energy, fearing someone was plotting to break the ancient demon seal. The tension thickened. Fate was steering toward a clash that could shatter worlds. The Laplace deity urgently summons and men Phi, who arrives immediately to receive orders, investigate the source of the magical anomaly, and deal with the suspicious culprit. Meanwhile, Rudy prepares to perform a grand rain-calling ritual for Egit. Just as he begins to focus his mana, a strange phenomenon appears in the sky. A sudden bolt of lightning strikes at Rudy. Luckily, Guilaine swiftly warns him to duck and then dashes into the fray. An intense battle erupts between Guilaine and the lightning-wielding attacker. When they momentarily pause, Anmen Phi reveals himself as a subordinate of Perugius, sent personally to eliminate the disaster's cause, Judy. Guilaine declares himself the Sword King, asserting men's innocence in this strange event, trusting Guilaine's reputation and men. Phi listens as Guilaine warns that if the rumours are true, Perugius will punish Judy. Meanwhile, Du tries to piece together what's happening. First, the sky changed. Then that mysterious man appeared, claiming to serve a legendary hero from the myths. Suddenly, he attacks Rudy, mistaking him for the disaster's cause. Before Rudy can reason, the stranger flees. At that exact moment, the heavens tremble violently. A star explodes, engulfing everything nearby. Guilaine rushes to protect 2 children, but it's too late. Rudy urges Egit to run, but fear freezes her in place. Seeing this, Rudy embraces her, and together they're pulled into the magical catastrophe. Judy falls into a dreamlike state. He sees himself revert to his former form and wonders if this beautiful dream has finally ended. Suddenly, a figure appears beside him, introducing himself as the Divine Observer. He's been watching Judy since he entered this world, and finds his life intriguing. Aware of Judy's hardships and struggles, the Divine Observer offers help and advice. But Judy, who despises unsolicited guidance, refuses. In his past life, he met countless advisors, yet every word only dragged him deeper into despair. Now Judy is no longer the naive believer that positive thinking will fix everything, especially after being granted a new life, only to be dragged back to a wasted past. The Divine Observer finally understands Judy's anger and clarifies that he is still living within the martial dream world. Once Judy awakens, he will return to his child body. The Observer explains that Judy's sense of his past life is just a psychological imprint holding him back. This revelation calms Judy somewhat, who then asks if the Divine Observer intends to send him back to his old world. The Observer admits he lacks that power, but his friend, the wicked dragon god, knows that realm well. So the Divine Observer begins to tell Judy about this mysterious figure. However, Judy senses deception and resists hearing more, suspecting a trap. The Observer half-jokingly threatens to send him to sell salt if he refuses to listen. The Observer explains the current situation to Rudy Men is now in the harsh demon continent, trapped inside a magical disaster that transported him there. Understanding the gravity, Judy reluctantly heeds the Observer's advice. The Observer warns that when Judy awakens, he will find a man beside him. He should seek help from this stranger. At that moment, Judy opens his eyes and sees Egit and a man with a ruby embedded in his forehead. Isn't this the legendary super fear? Grips Judy as he grips his staff ready to strike. But the man's indifferent attitude lowers his guard, and Judy greets him in the ancient manor tongue, surprising the man. Grateful for being saved, Judy asks if he's seen a female beastman nearby. The man replies he only saw 2 kids fall from the sky. They introduce themselves. The super is named Du-Wai. He reveals they're in the northeast of the demon continent. Begos are far from the central lands. Dewey wonders how the kids arrived here, but promises to take them home no matter what. Leaving them behind would tarnish the super tribe's honor. Suddenly, Egit screams upon spotting Dewey's. She quickly covers herself and cries out helplessly, calling for Gilen's rescue, leaving the grandfather and grandson powerless. After some brainwashing, Egit stammers her name, but scared hides behind Judy. When Judy realizes the soup aren't as frightening as her mother claimed, Egit gains confidence, chatting freely with Du-Wai and even becoming friends. The next morning, the trio begins their journey home. Along the way, Du-Wai lets the kids rest while he sneaks off to hunt monsters. Hearing strange noises, the kids investigate and find Du-Wai has already beaten the beast. With a special third eye that detects monsters from afar, Du-Wai impresses them. Egit wishes for such eyes and only needs a sword to unleash her full power. With Du-Wai's magic support, they'd be unstoppable. But Du-Wai thinks they're still too young and wants to handle the fighting himself. They reach a village ruled by Ron, but the villagers refuse them entry, fearing the children's mysterious aura. Under Dewey's pressure, Ron reluctantly uses telepathy to summon the village chief Jus. Judy is puzzled. How is he communicating with the chief Du-Wai? Explains the Magoo. Tribe's telepathic powers allow them to speak across long distances. When Chief Jus arrives and sees the necklace on Judy, he asks how he got it. Judy replies it was a gift from his master Josie. Jus is stunned and shouts, "Isn't that my daughter?" Judy's heart races. This is his master's hometown. The group is welcomed inside. Egit marvels at the strange creatures everywhere, carnivorous plants, tortoise-shaped houses, finding it delightful. Judy, overwhelmed, sees Josie's presence in every corner. Jus confides that Josie left home 20 years ago and hasn't contacted her parents since. Surprised, Judy asks about the Migu tribe's lifespan. Jus reveals they can live up to 200 years, and Josie is now 44. Suddenly, Jus turns to Judy asking if he's sure his daughter is well. Despite knowing nothing of her current state, Judy casts a spell affirming she is alive and well. Jus breathes a sigh of relief. His daughter's happiness is all that matters. The group is led to the chief's home where they feast heartily. After the meal, Egit quickly falls asleep. Rudy asks Du-Wai how he plans to get them back home. Though Du-Wai is barred from entering the city, he vows to support the kids from the outskirts, even if it means fighting to protect them. Jus then asks if Du-Wai can restore the Supe tribe's honor through violence. Jus falls silent, and Du-Wai thinks it's impossible. The fear of the Supe tribe has spread across the world. Du-Wai asks if the rumors about the Supe attacking during the war are true. Suddenly, Du-Wai angrily denies it, explaining the Laplace deity set a trap. During the war, Laplace gave the Supe warriors special spears, the very souls of their tribe's fighters. But some among them. Segment ends mid-sentence, no further content to rewrite. The warrior refused to take up that cursed spear, and 400 years ago Lapes rose as the hero who united the demon world and wrested human rights from the humans. The super tribe fought for him. Yet Lapes betrayed them by accepting that unbeatable spear. Slowly the tribe transformed and slaughtered everyone, even their own kin. The spear, wielded by Du, was none other than the soul of his own son, sacrificing his life to break the curse and free Du, his son. Now, as the tribe leader Du is determined to cleanse the dishonor that the super tribe has suffered. Understanding Du's pain, Ejit agrees to help reclaim the tribe's name. The next day, Ren and his wife Rokar bid them farewell, gifting Du a sword and a small pouch of money. The three set off on their journey back to the central continent. Ejit, thrilled with her new dragon sword, gleefully battles some monsters nearby. With just a few swift moves, she clears them all and enjoys a hearty meal. Living the life of an adventurer full of fighting and excitement was her dream. Meanwhile, Du feels utterly disgusted, forced to eat rice instead of meat. The next morning, they finally reach the gates of Jikjisu City. Outside, many guards stand alert. They've received word that the Dead End gang is heading this way. Curious, Du wonders who this gang is, only to find out it's none other than the infamous Super Tribe's Ren. Known as a walking death sentence, no one dares cross him. Since they can't enter through the main gate, Duwaiwai leaps over the mountains. Seeing this, Du blocks his path and changes his hair color to help Duwaiwai slip through the city gates unnoticed. Before them lies a peaceful city bustling with life. It's been ages since Du went shopping, so he buys Ejit a cloak, lighting up her face with joy. Next, they head to the Adventurers Guild to find work. Inside, a group of monsters are betting on an arm wrestling match when Ejit bursts in disdainful of the guild and introducing herself as a super tribe demon. The monsters laugh so hard their jaws ache and taunt that the super tribe has green hair, but this kid's blue hair disqualifies him from being one of them. This ruse successfully passes Duwai off as a human. They register as adventurers under the team name Dead End. Being newcomers, Judy's team only receives low-rank E and F missions. Scanning the options, they can't pick a single quest. The horse-faced guy, seeing their struggle, pulls out a mission to find lost cats and mocks Duwai, saying only his third eye can spot them since he's super tribe. Fed up with the disrespect, Du orders Duwai to leave. Suddenly, a frog hops in Dewey's path, making him furious. Dewey stares coldly, scaring the frog into retreat. A horse-faced man, seeing the moment, pulled out a task to find a lost cat, mocking Dewey's Sumo tribe bloodline, claiming only his third eye could locate them. Feeling insulted by their blatant disdain, Dewey's told his brother to leave immediately. Suddenly, a frog blocked their path, irritating Dewey's. His cold gaze frightened the little green frog, who quickly withdrew its slimy legs from the way. At Egg's question about why Sari declined missions, she admitted her eagerness to slay dragons. But that was for later. First, they had to celebrate Dewey's success. To the adventurers, Dewey's was just a regular guy, so Rudy planned to have his brother impersonate a Migu person. By doing good deeds and gaining a good reputation, they would reveal Dewey's true super status, helping their tribe reclaim honor. At the inn, as they sought rest, 3 adventurers entered. Seeing Ejit as a rookie, a girl with double horns invited her to dinner. Unfamiliar with the Ma tribe's language, Ejit didn't notice who it was. The girl's enthusiasm caused Ejit's shirt buttons to pop off, enraging her. She punched all 3, slammed them against a wall, and even kicked the horned girl mercilessly. Only when Rudy intervened did Ejit stop, and impressed by Rudy's healing magic, she invited both of them to join a ragtag team. Unfortunately, Rudy's team was already full. They promised to meet again on the day when the ragtag team would rise. Exhausted, the 3 returned to their rooms. Rudy worried their funds were running low. Even with E and F rank quests, earnings barely covered rent and food, pushing him toward empty pockets. Suddenly, Rudy drifted into a dream where a divine being advised him to accept the lost cat mission. It would bring great wealth. Awakening, he found Ejit staring blankly at the stars, asking if they'd ever return home together, and if their elders were still safe. Understanding her worry, Rudy pondered silently. Suddenly, Rudy drifted into a dream and encountered the divine spirit. The spirit urged him to accept the commission to find the lost cat, promising great wealth if he did. Rudy awoke to find Ejit staring blankly at the stars. She asked if they would all return home safely, and if Rudy's grandfather and Gree were all right. Understanding her worry, Rudy reassured her they would make it back and everything would be fine. The next day, the team began their search for the lost cat, using Rudy's third eye to track it. Rudy quickly found the cave where the cat was hiding. As they ventured deeper, they discovered many pets trapped inside. Suddenly, strange noises forced them to hide. 3 men appeared standing like traffic lights. The leader, Lowman, was fierce and ready to beat anyone who crossed them. At that moment, Team Dead End sprang into action. Rudy used mud traps to hold them back, while Rudy and Eggert attacked, slamming the thugs against the walls. Seizing the Chaos Men, Choi approached the leader to negotiate, but was met with a brutal kick. Furious Rudy instantly decapitated him, causing the others to tremble in fear. Rudy didn't understand why he'd killed him, but he didn't care. Letting those villains harm children deserved nothing less than a descent to hell. Even so, Rudy begged himself to stop shedding blood from now on to protect the reputation of the Sioux clan. At that moment, the lizard god and the bee realized they were confronting a true Sioux, a real force of nature, and pleaded for Rudy's mercy. Rudy stepped forward and asked why the beast tamers were here. The lizard god explained they kidnapped the pets, waiting for their owners to pay ransoms once they started searching. Hearing this, Rudy wanted to tear them apart, but Rudy stopped him, asking if the beast tamers could rank up. Of course they could, but they always kept rank D to keep collecting ransoms. They pleaded with Dewey for mercy. Dewey approached and asked why the beast thieves were present. The lizard man replied that they had kidnapped them and were waiting until their owner was busy searching for the lost pets before collecting the ransom. Hearing this, Dewey felt a surge of rage, ready to tear them apart, but Rudy intervened, asking if the beast thieves could level up. Of course they could, but they always remained at rank D to accept pet-finding contracts for survival. Upon hearing this, Rudy proposed a partnership. The decision drove Dewey into a frenzy. He couldn't understand why he should team up with those despicable beings. Rudy explained that cooperating would provide a stable income and improve the reputation of the Sioux clan, one arrow hitting two targets. The more he understood, the angrier he became. He refused to rely on such wicked folks, and when Dewey was pinned down, Eggert jumped in, demanding he be released. She argued that kidnapping pets wasn't a grave crime deserving death. But to Dewey, even kicking a child was already a crime, no need to mention pet kidnapping. Eggert, furious, called him out for his past misdeeds, leaving Dewey speechless. In that moment, he finally agreed to cooperate with them. Together, they returned to the Adventurers Guild and received a quest. As the lizard man and the bee walked out, Dewey ordered them to accept a rank B extermination quest, while he would take a rank F task, and then they would swap assignments. Before they departed, Dewey warned them to spread good news about Team Dead End. If they betrayed him, the sun would rise on them no more. Just then, a horse-faced man appeared, spotting them negotiating and mistaking it for an old demon, bullying the new ones. He sneered at Team Dead End. Rudy headed to the village of Buena to find Rudy, and felt fortunate that he wasn't on the list of missing persons. Suddenly, a letter from Paul caught her eye, revealing that Janet Lilia and AA were missing and he was taking care of Non. Though unaware of where Men was, Paul believed he would be fine, and decided not to search for Rudy anymore. He would head to the Millet continent, Janet's homeland, to care for the child and find his wife. Paul asked Rudy to go to the central continent to search for Lilia and AA. Meanwhile, Dewey had completed numerous quests with Eggert and Dewey's. This time, their mission was to investigate a mysterious monster in the petrified forest. After this job, Dewey wouldn't have to worry about finances anymore. As they delved deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon a ragtag crew clashing with 3 pigs. When Dewey approached to inquire, he was shocked to discover they were all working on the same task. The pigs were adamant about not letting the kids snag their rewards, so they moved ahead while the ragtag crew trailed behind. Eggert eager wanted to rush ahead to the monster, but Dewey sensed trouble. He feared that if he didn't follow to protect those kids, they might end up sold off. Hearing this, Dewey agreed to tag along and offer support. In a dire situation, the ragtag crew barely made it a few steps before encountering a giant spider. Seeing this, Dewey wanted to rush in to save them, but Rudy hadn't granted permission yet. Soon after, Chanhan appeared eager to charge in, but was held back by Men. Rudy wanted them to cherish the gratitude of their savior, so he would reveal himself like a god. When the monsters attacked the ragtag crew and they were injured, Dewey would simply use recovery magic to heal them. As the bird's spirit departed from its body, Dewey and Eggert charged forward. Dewey thrust his spear, striking the monster, while Eggert swiftly cut through the goblin's form. After the battle, Dewey confronted Eggert, questioning why he didn't stop him when he could have saved everyone earlier. Eggert explained that he believed his plan was perfect and would enhance their team's reputation, which only fueled Dewey's anger. Furious, Dewey grabbed Eggert, ready to teach him a lesson, but Kurt intervened. She reminded him that, as adventurers, they had to accept risks and their fallen comrades had underestimated the mission's difficulty. Realizing her point, Du-yi released Egit and comforted Kurt, acknowledging her strength as a warrior. The team bid farewell to their fallen and ventured deeper into the forest, hearing sounds of conflict ahead. The group sprinted towards the noise, only to discover too late that 2 pigs had fallen prey to a red cobra, leaving only a piglet alive. Without hesitation, Du-yi launched an attack to save it. He tore through the enemy's maw while Egit leapt to strike the beast, but was thrown back due to its tough hide. In a desperate moment, Du-yi found the creature's weak point, immobilizing it, allowing Egit to finish it off. But despite their victory, they couldn't save the other pig. On their way back, they encountered a man with a horse-like face who threatened them about their quest's reward. He demanded half of their earnings, or he would report them to the Adventurers Guild, risking their certification and future missions. Hearing this, Du-yi was tormented by guilt over his flawed strategy and racked his brain for a solution. He realized that if he paid the man and fled, it would only lead to their downfall. Determined to protect Egit, Du-yi revealed his true identity as a member of the Su clan, instilling fear in the man. He warned him to forget about them, or else he would meet his ancestors. This threat scared the man into unconsciousness. Du-yi then used his agility to escape the town. Egit, bewildered by the situation, questioned why she felt fear when Du-yi was the one who saved her. Feeling helpless, she could only apologize and blame herself. Later, Egit and Du-yi searched for Judy everywhere. When they found him, Judy apologized for prioritizing money over their safety. Du-yi didn't blame him. He knew Judy had done his best. As they resolved to confront their adversary together, Judy realized that Du-yi's struggle stemmed from his desire to protect the girl he loved, a true warrior's spirit that Du-yi wanted to see. Though they couldn't restore the Su clan's honor, Du-yi vowed to protect both of them. Seeing Du-yi regard him as a warrior filled Judy with joy. Du-yi swore he would find a way to regain their clan's honor. They clasped hands, promising to walk this path together. Egit then joined their journey. The next morning, Du-yi shaved his head like a monk, shocking Judy. He explained that he did it to avoid scaring people with his hair. Judy thought Du-yi's bald look was strange and gave him a headband to look cooler. Now, both Du-yi and Egit wore the headbands, symbolizing their team unity. After several failed plans, Du-yi decided they would hold a democratic meeting to address their issues. The first strategic meeting of the Dead End team officially began, marking the start of their journey toward the kingdom of Ashua. From that day on, they climbed mountains, crossed rivers, and braved storms, finally reaching the edge of the Millet continent. For Egit, this was her first time at sea, and she was eager to swim. Hearing this, Du-yi's eyes lit up, thinking this 13-year-old girl would be thrilled to see the lush coast. But before the fun could begin, Du-yi warned her about the dangerous monsters in the area, dampening her excitement. As Judy and her companions arrived at the Millet continent, they sought a way to escape their predicament. Upon docking, Talion was seasick, leaving Alina feeling helpless. Meanwhile, upon learning that Du-yi's team was called Dead End, the ship captain ridiculed their nickname. Egit was called a mad dog, while Du-yi was referred to as the dog's master, leaving Du-yi feeling defeated after working so hard for recognition. To board the ship, each member had to pay 5 copper coins, while Du-yi, being from the Su clan, was charged a staggering 200 coins. This outrageous price shocked everyone. Later, as they went to eat, the mood was somber due to their financial predicament. Du-yi took the initiative to call a meeting about their dire situation, suggesting that, with the ticket prices so high, they would need an S-rank mission to escape. Egit urged Du-yi to use his agility to leap over the sea, but he reminded her he was from the Su clan, not a monkey. Ultimately, the three decided to find a way to earn more money, so no one would be left behind. That night, Du-yi dreamt of a divine being, and seeing his face filled him with dread, knowing trouble was on the horizon. The divine being was amused by Du-yi's antics, and decided to offer him advice on how to escape his plight. He suggested Du-yi buy a lot of food and take a back alley home. After delivering this advice, the divine being vanished. The next day, Du-yi set off to buy supplies while Egit and Judy trained in swordsmanship at home. The two were having fun when Du-yi noticed that Judy was secretly watching their practice. Seizing the opportunity, Egit knocked Judy's weapon away, feeling triumphant for finally defeating him and growing stronger. Not a single soul could leave this place easily. Edget urged Rudy to use lightness skill to cross the sea, but he's a Sioux, not a monkey clan, so no acrobatics over water for him. In the end, the three agreed to find every way possible to earn more money so no one would be left behind. Night after night, Rudy dreamed of the divine spirit again. Seeing the spirit's face, he knew trouble was coming. The spirit was delighted by Rudy's teamwork, so as a reward for his acting skills, he gave Rudy advice to escape hardship. Buy plenty of food, then exit through the back alley, the spirit said before vanishing. The next morning, Rudy went shopping alone while Egypt and Dewey's practiced swordplay at home. Just as the two were fully engaged, Rudy noticed Josie secretly watching them. Seeing him distracted, Igit seized the chance and kicked his weapon away. After the fight, she was ecstatic she'd finally defeated Rudy and grown stronger. After shopping, Rudy mulled over the spirit's advice, but couldn't grasp its meaning. To tease him, he decided to follow the spirit's suggestion and take the back alley. Lost in thought, he missed a chance encounter with Josie. At a narrow alley, Rudy met a starving woman named Anshin, near death from hunger. Playing the hero, Rudy helped her. After devouring a filthy skewer, she revived, jumping joyfully, claiming to be the great demon empress. Seeing her trapped in this virtual world despite her age, Rudy pretended to play along, kneeling in reverence to please her. Opening his magic eye to scan her, Rudy was disgusted, leaving him speechless. After scarfing down the food, Key rewarded Rudy with a wish to repay his kindness. Thinking it was a golden opportunity, Rudy wished for unlimited wealth and half the world. But the Empress was so poor, she didn't even own a scrap of land, let alone half the world. So, Rudy lowered his ask to just her own corpse. Expecting a yes, he was shocked when Key refused to let him feast on her. Instead, she offered her magic eye. Without warning, she performed a painful eye surgery, replacing Rudy's eye. Rudy winced in agony, his eye bruised like a black eye. Kai then flew off. After the operation, Rudy could see the future, seeing one person as one object in duplicate. Suddenly, delicious treasures appeared before him, leaving him dumbfounded. Suddenly, an old man bumped into Rudy, scolding him. Rudy didn't respond, bowing apologetically. Moments later, the old man was struck by a falling jar and collapsed. Seeing this, Rudy quickly moved the man aside to safety. After the surgery, it felt as if he could see the future. One person became two. One object became two. Suddenly, he found himself with a powerful new ability, leaving Du at a loss for what to do. Just then, an older man bumped into him and yelled, but Du didn't react, only bowing his head to apologize. In his vision, he saw the man about to drop a bottle on his head and quickly pushed him away, saving him from a nasty fall. The man had intended to scold him, but upon seeing the broken bottle on the ground, he was too scared to say anything further. When Du returned home, he shared the story of his new eye with Du Yi, who was surprised to learn that the demon emperor was nearby. Rumors circulated that she possessed 12 magical eyes capable of seeing all things. After careful thought, Du decided to isolate himself until he could adapt to his new eye. Du Yi was excited, eagerly anticipating something. She was determined to seek out the demon emperor, but Du tried to dissuade her without success. A week later, Du had become accustomed to the magical eye and was ready for a solo battle with Du Yi. Once he felt comfortable, he discovered he could adjust his vision of the future based on the amount of magical energy charged into his eye. The match began with Du Yi launching an attack. Thanks to his magical eye, he could foresee every attack from Du Yi, dodging effortlessly. He counterattacked, sending her sword flying. Du Yi pretended to be defeated and kicked up dirt to obscure his vision. Du quickly covered his eyes and leapt over her, ultimately pinning her down and claiming victory. Du Yi pretended to accept defeat, extending her hand for a friendly shake, only to swiftly punch him instead. However, Du was quicker, dodging her blow. Using his bare hands, he squeezed her throat, igniting her anger as she stormed off. Du Yi acknowledged that he excelled. There were others in his squad with magical eyes, yet they struggled to master them. Hearing this, Du felt a swell of pride and charged into another fight with Du Yi. He thought he would dominate, but to his dismay, Du Yi left him bruised and battered. That night, he berated himself for using his magical eye to defeat someone who worked hard to train. To him, getting stronger wasn't as important as helping her get home safely. So Du decided to wait until everyone was fast asleep before attempting to sell his staff. However, Du Yi caught him and through some clever investigation discovered that he intended to sell it for train fare. Du-yi refused, not wanting him to sell precious belongings for his sake. If you have to sell your staff today, due to a lack of money one day, you'll also have to sell the necklace that Josie gave you. Du-yi was furious, not wanting him to suffer because he was from a noble family. But aside from selling the staff, the only alternative was to resort to underhanded methods. In Du-yi's eyes, that would destroy their team dynamic, so Du chose not to do it, believing it would cause rifts. In response, Du-yi argued that selling the staff would only anger Du-yi and further strain their relationship in dead end. Thus, he agreed to travel by legal means. Upon hearing this, Du-yi's face lightened as the issue seemed to be resolved. Suddenly, Du-yi noticed someone eavesdropping on their conversation. To his surprise, it was the older man he had saved the other day. The old man introduced himself as Grus and had come to repay his debt. Just as they entered the tavern, Alina was already captivated. The arms of those tall, muscular men were imposing, and yet they seemed to forget their mission searching for Pao's family. Looking at Alina's legs, Josie couldn't help but compare herself to her. Alina had an attack-ready chest and a defensive rear, not to mention her radiant, rosy skin. In contrast, Josie felt flat-chested and dry-skinned. She was too disheartened to even speak. Suddenly, a C-rank team invited Josie to join them, but she declined after all she already had her own team. She was a water mage and an A-rank adventurer, making her quite the catch. Seeing her high status, the C-rank team retreated to seek other missions. Watching them leave together reminded Josie of the joyful moments spent with her old teammates at the tavern. She asked what they thought of Pao, and they replied he was a scoundrel they never wanted to encounter again. Despite that, her teammates still helped her search for him. After a night of heavy drinking, the trio scattered to gather clues about Pao's family. Josie wandered the town, eavesdropping on rumours. Elena went to the narrow alley with her brothers, while Talion hit the tavern to gossip and make friends trying to learn news about Pao from locals. By nightfall, all three returned to their inn and shared the information they'd collected. Josie overheard that the notorious Dead End team was infamous for cruelty across the Demon Continent. Especially dangerous was a member of the Super Clan. Just one look into his eyes meant certain death. Alina, however, only cared about how to get the tall, handsome, big-stick guy into bed. She cared nothing for the other news. After scouting the town, Talion learned the Dead End team had 3 members first: a hot-tempered red-haired fighter named Egget, next a kid-loving, justice-hating beast tamer named Rudy, and finally, the ruthless leader Du-yi, who'd do any evil deed. Egget, fiery red-haired and hot-tempered; Du-yi, a dog guardian who loves children and despises evil; and Du-yi's master, a ruthless man ready for any cruelty. These facts made Rosie anxious, prompting her to warn others against entangling with them. After a brief warm-up, they dove into the main topic. Josie asked if they'd heard news about people from the Fighter A region. Both shook their heads, oblivious. Now they needed to find Zenit, Lilia AA, and Jude. Zenit, an S-rank adventurer, could find his way home alone, but Rudius's grim expression suggested he was still alive. In short, their mission was to locate Lilia and AA. While wandering the beach, Josie spotted Egget and Dewey's sword training, instantly recognizing the legendary Dead End team. When Du-yi noticed Josie, she panicked, fleeing rapidly to her inn-room. Upon arrival, Alina gifted her a free movie ticket, moving Josie to tears as she unleashed a torrent of emotion, smashing the inn-room. After this chaos, they were evicted and Rosie was left penniless, forced to pay damages. Josie couldn't understand why this woman enjoyed being oppressed by dark-skinned men when all she wanted was a dream romance with a tall, brave man who could weather any storm. In another storyline, G. Rut coerced Du-yi into smuggling goods safely to JP. The next day, Du-yi and Egget boarded a ship openly, but calm seas are a myth. They would soon face pirates and monsters. Before long, a monster attacked, sinking the ship and leaving the male and female leads stranded on Hwang Island. Initially, Egget disliked Rudy, but after a rescue from Mien, her feelings shifted. That night, their eyes locked with sparks of passion, and they began sharing daily moments by the beach. Yet life isn't a fairy tale. Just as they boarded, Egget was seasick, forcing Rudy into the reluctant role of healer. Crushed by a monstrous beast throwing both our male and female leads onto a deserted island. At first, Egget can't stand Rudy, but after she's saved by him, her heart begins to thaw. When their eyes meet that night, sparks fly, raw, unspoken passion igniting. From that moment, they share everything. Rice meals, laughter on the sun-kissed shore. Yet life isn't a fairy tale, just as they boarded Egget Falls, seasick, forcing Rudy to play the reluctant doctor. Her delicate figure is revealed, sending Rudy running desperately to the outhouse, proof that even the strongest hearts can be undone by a pretty face. Days later, the ship docks at JP, but Egget's fear of the sea hasn't faded. She refuses to sail again, but duty calls a voyage from the Millet continent to the central continent awaits. So once more, Egget must rely on Rudy's seasickness cure. He agrees, but only if she promises him a taste of her grapefruit slices. Egget reluctantly accepts. En route, Rudy is buzzing with excitement as he tracks down the smuggler's hideout. A mysterious man leads him down into a hidden tunnel, a grim gathering place for criminals and their hoarded goods. Rudy spots children being abused and hears their desperate cries for help, but he's powerless to intervene. Moments later, he reunites with Jiang Long, freeing him from his bonds. Jiang Long whispers urgently 6 Beast Tribe children are imprisoned here, one, crying pitifully, sent to a grim fate, salted away. Jiang Long plans to wipe out the guards and rescue the kids, but Rudy hesitates. He doesn't want to get involved yet. He can't abandon Jiang Long to face this alone. Just as Rudy rises to confront a guard, Jiang Long stops him, insisting Rudy's hands are meant to protect Egget, not get dirty with villains. Then Jiang Long reveals his true identity, unveiling his face and brandishing a spear that promises retribution for the guard's cruelty. Rudy immediately locks the prison, freeing the children. They grow cautious when they see Rudy wielding the spear, growling defensively. Rudy wisely drops the spear, easing their fears as he approaches gently. Suddenly, footsteps echo nearby. The children freeze, terrified. But it's Jiang Long who has wiped out the remaining scum. Meanwhile, Rudy completes the treatment for the kids. Yet the dead cannot be revived, and Jiang Long kneels in sorrow, offering apologies and heartfelt mourning for the fallen. Seeing the defensive stance, Du put down his staff, easing the children's guard as he stepped closer to Sister Thuong. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, spooking the kids, who feared enemies. But it was Du Yz who had already wiped out the swarm of pests. Meanwhile, Du also finished healing the children. Yet some were beyond saving. Du Yz could only kneel in sorrow, apologizing and mourning those lost. Moved by the plight of the children, Du led them toward the nearest town. On the way, a child suddenly shouted, realizing they'd lost their little dog. Hearing this, Du turned back to find the pup, while Du Yz took the kids ahead to safety. Returning, Du broke the seal, imprisoning Snow White, then began playing around with the dog, only to be caught red-handed by a strange older man. Without hesitation, the man slammed Du with a shockwave, knocking him out cold. Mistaking Rudy for a smuggler, the man took him to his village. The village elder vowed to hunt down the human traffickers to save the children. No sooner had Rudy arrived at the new place than he launched into a hilarious review of the infamous apartment complex, trending online a supposedly free home with cozy wooden rooms, beds, and bathrooms included. The catch: the beds were crawling with bugs, and the bathrooms open-air cesspools buzzing with flies and mosquitoes. Rudy's hygiene concerns skyrocketed. But rent was free, so he reluctantly accepted. On the bright side, daily free food deliveries arrived each meal, an unpredictable adventure that often sent him straight to the latrine. Security was top-notch, with high-tech anti-theft locks and sturdy barriers enough to challenge any thief daring to break in. This was the prison-like home of the Beast Tribe. Unaware of how peaceful the tribe's world really was, Du watched as villagers hunted and dried their catch together, painting a wild yet warm picture for visiting travelers. Du considered using magic to pick the lock and escape, but that plan quickly fell apart because even if he ran, he'd only get lost in the vast forest. Desperate for a way out, a Beast Tribe girl appeared. Du pleaded for rescue, seeking justice, but all he got was a cold splash of water, a harsh slap of reality. Stripped bare and scolded, it felt like even Buddha couldn't save him. By day 2, after watching the villagers, Du gave up escape plans, waiting for Du and Exit to come to his aid. Just then, the girl reappeared, splashing water at Ri, again, her face shadowed with suspicion. By day 3, his teammates still hadn't arrived, and G's nerves frayed in worry. What if something had happened? But no, those two were wild cards, so patience was the only refuge. On day 4, Judy's cell welcomed a new member. Seeing Judy naked as a newborn, he felt a glimmer of hope, like a beacon shining through darkness. He couldn't understand, confused G questions, how someone could act so tough while being completely exposed. Lin, seemingly disdainful, decides to teach him a lesson. After some back and forth, Judy discovers that this man was thrown into prison for illegal gambling. Hearing this, G expresses his frustration, lamenting, "I only petted a dog and ended up here." Now he begins to suspect who the true troublemaker in this realm really is. After exchanging names and ages, G asks if he has seen a red-haired girl with a shaved head nearby. "Sorry, can't help you there, buddy." At night, G finds solace in a massage from a fellow inmate who may look unassuming, but his skills in relaxation are impressive. "What, I can do anything," G boasts, puffing out his chest. "Well, if you're so skilled, catching a dragon or herding 100 sheep should be a piece of cake for you," the inmate teases. G shrugs. "Well, I might struggle with the dragon part, honestly." As they chat, the topic shifts to escaping, but G is adamant he would rather face death than attempt to break out. Judy, desperate to escape, pleads with him to help her find a way out. "If you're innocent, you'll eventually be released," he counters, but their hopes are dashed as they remain locked away. In a moment of desperation, Judy decides to take a guard hostage, forcing him to lead her back to the city. However, G intervenes, trying to stop her. Just then, they spot smoke rising. The village is ablaze. Without hesitation, Judy swiftly transforms a rock into a key, unlocking their cell and making a break for it. Outside, chaos reigns as smugglers wreak havoc, rounding up beast children to sell for profit. Despite her lingering resentment, Judy chooses to set aside her grievances and help. G admires her bravery and joins forces to eliminate the enemy, granting Judy the space she needs to cast her spells. With her staff raised high, she calls forth rain and winds, extinguishing the flames, threatening the village. This draws the smugglers' attention, who quickly turn their aggression towards her. Old allies came to aid them. Jess admired Duyi's coolness and teamed up to eliminate enemies, giving Rudy space to unleash magic. Rudy raised his staff, summoning storms to extinguish village fires. This caught smugglers' eyes, who immediately turned to attack Ree. Just then, a wolfman sliced through 2 foes and asked Duyi for help rescuing the children. Without hesitation, Duyi nodded. As traffickers loaded children onto escape vehicles, Rudy struck with earth magic to block their path. Then the wolfman and G charged forward, cutting down villains. Just when they thought rescue was assured, the merciless Garrot appeared, holding hostages and questioning why Duyi sided with enemies. Now Duyi had to fight alongside the wild dog and the guardian wolf to protect the beast tribe's honor. Garrot cunningly used Duyi as bait, luring the beast tribe's army away, then kidnapped the children. Though Duyi was framed and imprisoned, Garrot sweet-talked him to join his side, promising wealth beyond dreams by serving nobles who traded beast tribe slaves. But Duyi rejected the tempting offer outright. Infuriated, Garrot raised his sword to strike a hostage, but the beast tribe warriors surged forward, blocking him. Garrot threw the hostage to Giz, unleashing deadly sword strikes that felled Giz and his comrades. Duyi instantly recognized Garrot as a dark deity faction member, the dreaded dark deity himself. Facing such a foe, Duyi hesitated, unsure whether to flee or stand his ground. After all, he wasn't Duyi and had no deep love for these children to risk his life. Suddenly, a girl's pained scream broke through, freezing Duyi's resolve. At that moment, a divine beast lunged, biting Garrot's hand. Seizing the chance, Duyi unleashed a furious attack, driving Garrot into madness. The fierce battle raged on, with Duyi firing relentless drill strikes. But Garrot's agility was otherworldly. Even dancing disco-style, he dodged Rudy's attacks with ease. Even as the divine beast charged toward him, Garrot managed to dodge its bite. Duyi had no choice but to leap back to avoid Garrot's deadly strike. Even with his divine eyes that could foresee Garrot's moves, he couldn't evade the dagger throw, taking a hit. Lying there helpless, Duyi could only accept his fate. Fortunately, the divine beast swooped in just in time to block Garrot's sharp blade. Seizing the moment, Jis threw mud to obscure Garrot's vision, and finally, Duyi unleashed a powerful shot that finished him off. After that final blow, Duyi collapsed, losing consciousness on the spot. When he awoke, he found himself in the chief's home, surrounded by the grateful villagers who admired him for defeating the divine faction's champion. Jeez fervently bowed, apologizing for the trouble and asking to be punished instead. Meanwhile, the chief expressed his heartfelt thanks to Dewey for saving their village. At this moment, Dewey turned to ask why Gis and Dewey had arrived late. Gis explained that they first encountered Chief Gustav and had a misunderstanding before teaming up to track down the slave traders. Despite the dramatic tale, Gis had stayed behind, escorting the children to safety, instead of joining the battle. Meanwhile, Lord Fito was being judged for his failure to implement timely measures against the Mana disaster. He was stripped of his title and executed right there in front of the Greyrat clan. Saza was sent to the afterlife, while Aegis and Gis's two daughters were joyfully bathing in the spring, unaware that Dewey was watching them. As he admired the blossoming young maidens, the divine beast and Gis arrived to stir up trouble. Dewey quickly explained that he was merely enjoying the scenery, but the thin veil of his excuse did little to fool Gis. Knowing the boy had ulterior motives, he warned Dewey that if he laid a finger on his daughters, there would be consequences. As the rainy season returned, the beast village once again found itself submerged in water, forcing them to stay until the flood receded. All three enjoyed the tranquil life. Their Aegis practiced swordplay, with the children bringing them joy. Dewey made new friends and went hunting in the woods, while Dewey displayed his skills in sculpture. Garrett remained imprisoned, facing strict surveillance. Gis had to return to prison to serve his time for playing cards. That evening, Dewey's team, along with the chief and villagers, shared a meal together. After dinner, Dewey played with the boss monster, while Aegis taught the children the human language, feeling joyful to see his daughter studying diligently. Suddenly, Gis's attention was drawn to a ring on Aegis's hand. When he asked where she got it, her response revealed that it belonged to Gillen. Gis immediately changed, recalling that Gillen once had the mission to protect the Great Forest and the divine beasts of the Beast tribe. But she abandoned that duty, leaving the village a slap in the face to the chief, and Gis felt deep resentment. As soon as she finished speaking, Gis dragged his daughter Tonna home, isolating her from Aegis. This outburst made Gillen furious, and she jumped up to chase after him. To Aegis, Gillen was a revered mentor, strong and deeply caring. Whenever Aegis was in need, Gillen was right there. Seeing Aegis so moved, Dewey stepped in to comfort her. Aegis's words astonished Gis. He couldn't believe his younger sibling had grown into such a good person. After their conversation, everyone returned home. Aegis lay sprawled on his bed, gazing at the ring and remembering the day of the disaster when Gillen sacrificed herself to save him Tonna and Disa. The two girls came to ask Aegis what Gillen was like. He described her as an incredibly powerful but kind-hearted sword teacher, a stark contrast to Gis's harsh words about Gillen, who always urged his children to train diligently and strengthen their hearts, warning them against laziness just like Tonna, who avoided sword practice. This mirrored Aegis' own aversion to studying. However, thanks to Gillen's enlightenment on the path of the sword, Aegis could now wield it like a master. Hearing this, Tonna eagerly asked Aegis to teach her Gillen's sword techniques, and he eagerly agreed, determined to mold her into a skilled warrior. From that day forward, Tonna diligently practiced swordplay with Aegis, while Dewey and Gis watched from afar. Even now, Gis couldn't believe his sister had become a sword instructor, let alone a sword queen who also learned magic from Dewey. She could even read, write, and calculate, truly a ridiculous turn of events. Though reluctant, Gis had to accept that this was reality. After days of relentless training, Tonna's swordsmanship improved significantly. She not only managed to block Aegis's attacks, but also posed a challenge to his defences. After their training sessions, the three of them happily feasted to regain their strength. Suddenly, Dewey realised that the rainy season was drawing to a close, meaning Aegis would be heading to the next city. Upon hearing this, Tonna whimpered and began to cry. Dewey, who was joyfully playing with the boss monster, suddenly found himself interrupted by a girl who announced that when the world was in peril, the divine beasts would come forth to grow and stand alongside the heroes to save the world. So she questioned, wasn't it a bit off to have Dewey merely playing with the divine beast? Dewey, feeling helpless, thought about how they had only been playing a bit, yet her imagination had soared far beyond reality. Just then, Disa arrived with news that Aegis and Tonna were in a scuffle. Seeing the two girls exchanging playful slaps, Dewey and Gis rushed in to separate them. Disa explained that Tonna had become upset because she wanted Aegis to stay forever, reacting fiercely when her mentor mentioned leaving after this battle. As they all parted ways, seeing his sister in the wrong, Disa encouraged her to apologize to Aegis, yet Tonna stubbornly refused. At that moment, Gis entered, announcing that the next day, Dewey would depart. Noticing his daughter's lack of remorse, he took a moment to talk with her. He asked how she viewed Aegis. Tonna replied that Aegis was a good teacher, straightforward and unique. She was sure Gillen was also a good mentor to have shaped Aegis into who he was. Then a girl spoke up saying, when the world is on the brink, a sacred beast awakens and grows to fight alongside heroes in salvation. So pinning down the divine beast to build bricks wasn't such a great idea. Ree felt powerless. What could he do? The girl was just playing, but her imagination soared far beyond. Right then, Disa arrived to report that Exit and Tona were fighting. Seeing these two girls exchanging sharp slaps and caresses, Judy and Jiz rushed to separate them. Disa explained that Tona's fury came from wanting Exit to stay forever angry, that their master planned to leave after the battle, each returning home. Seeing her sister's mistake, Disa urged Tona to apologize to Exit, but Tona stubbornly refused. Just then, Gis announced Rudy's group would leave tomorrow. Noticing Tona's guilt, he shared a heartfelt chat, asking how she saw Exit. Tona answered that Exit was a good teacher, strict yet charismatic. She was sure Gillen was a great master to have trained Exit. Jiz then shared how Gillen once refused sword training, was brash and broke things recklessly. One day, a swordmaster took her away. Gis was tired of younger siblings' antics, but deep down wanted to understand and help Gillen heal, though it seemed too late. Perhaps she wouldn't return. Gis asked if Tona was ready to part ways with Exit just like that. Rudy informed Exit their group would leave the village tomorrow, heading straight to the Millet continent to await Du Yi. Hearing Tona's voice, the sacred beast departed with him to give the two girls space to talk. Tona and Disa had barely stepped inside when Exit's sharp ears caught them. Tona bowed, apologizing and begging for forgiveness for her selfishness. With no other choice, Exit forgave her. After reconciliation, Tona and Disa brought a figurine of Exit and Ree for their master to play with. The trio of desperate comrades then left the Beast Tribe village. The village chief, Gustav, representing his people, thanked Du Yi for protecting them. Then he turned to Ji, thanking him for saving the children, urging him to visit any time. Elsewhere, Exit and Ji's children wept, hugging tightly in a final farewell. Suddenly, Gis stepped forward, asking Exit to show her Gillen's swordsmanship. Exit eagerly agreed, and the two warriors charged, swords blazing in a fierce clash. "Thank you, Du, for protecting our village all this time," he said, turning to Ji next. "I'm grateful for your bravery in saving the children. If you ever find the chance, do visit us again." Meanwhile, Egget was with the children of Gis, who were tearfully hugging each other for a final goodbye. Suddenly, Gis approached, requesting Egget to showcase the swordsmanship of Galen. Egget immediately agreed, and the two warriors, swords in hand, charged fiercely into a decisive duel. No one could tell who would emerge victorious. They only saw Gis shake Egget's hand, asking her to send his regards to Gen. As the farewell came to an end, the three of them climbed onto the cart, continuing their journey. Out of nowhere, Jay jumped onto their vehicle, seeking a ride to Millis after escaping from prison. While on the cart, Jay recounted tales of Millis's legendary ancestors, revealing how they wielded swords that could cleave mountains. Idjit, intrigued by such power, expressed her desire to become as strong as them. As they passed a stone tablet, Rhea asked what was inscribed on it. According to Jis, it bore the names of the 7 great heroes, the mightiest warriors in the world. Young Du Yiz aspired to join their ranks, training hard yet still falling short. Hearing of their strength, Idjit wished to meet them, only to learn from Jis that the 4 strongest were unaccounted for, having vanished for years. Jis had never encountered them, despite being an adventurer for so long. Du Yiz gazed at the tablet, reminding himself that curiosity could lead to dangerous encounters with someone far stronger. It was wiser to remain cautious and avoid trouble. On the road to Millis, the group enjoyed a final peaceful respite after their long journey. They arrived at the capital, Millet, of the Holy Kingdom of Millis. Before entering the city, Jay decided to take a different path. Egget called out, asking him to teach her cooking next time, casting a knowing glance at Rudy. Before disappearing from sight, Jay reminded them not to forget to visit the Adventurers Guild headquarters. The 3 of them then ventured into the beautiful land of Millet. That evening, Du held yet another strategy meeting for Team Dead End, their first after a year and a half of wandering in the Demon Continent. They had finally reached human territory, and the team would stay in Millet to earn money given the high pay here. Suddenly, Du proposed a strategy to restore his reputation. After aiding others, they would reveal the truth about Du presenting a statue of him as a good luck charm. With this approach, any lingering grievances against the Sioux tribe would vanish swiftly. After the meeting, Du planned to write a letter to his family to check in, while Eggert intended to eliminate the threat around them. Du wanted to stop her, but Du-ai convinced him to let her step into the world. Du-ai agreed on the surface, but inside he felt like a fire was raging, signaling Du to protect Eggert. The sky was clear and the wind blew gently, yet Ree struggled to write even a single word in her letter. While contemplating how to start thoughts of joining the Sabay tribe or receiving the Demon Emperor's gift of the Demon Eye flickered through her mind when suddenly a figure raced past. Someone had been kidnapped. Du-ai wanted nothing to do with this, but seeing the children in peril was against Team Dead End's code. Without hesitation, he grabbed his staff and dashed after the kidnappers. You follow the footprints to a long-abandoned castle. Sneaking inside, you observe the kidnappers, realizing they're numerous, leaving you unsure of their strength. Cautiously, you inspect their cargo only to suddenly touch a soft, familiar fabric. Curiosity piqued you. Lift it, revealing a golden triangle, a token of sisterhood. You shout in surprise, drawing the kidnappers' attention. Realizing you've been spotted, you quickly don a hero's mask and proclaim yourself as Du-ei from the Death End Squad, ready to confront them. Mistaking you for a mere child playing hero, they soon find themselves on the receiving end of your unexpected strength. As you approach to check on a younger boy, you recognize his familiar face, just as reinforcements arrive. The battle commences, dodging attacks while keeping your eyes fixed on your enemies. Suddenly, a girl hurls a water orb towards you, but with a deft move, you counter it. No matter how she tries, she can't land a hit on you. Just then, the leader of the kidnappers appears, stumbling towards you in a drunken rage, eager to challenge you. You unleash your drill attack, but it misses completely. Next, you turn him into mud to hinder his movement. Yet the leader charges forward, breaking through your defenses and even slicing through your disguise. When he sees your face, recognition dawns. It's your father. You stare back at him, shocked, as if you've encountered an otherworldly being. After realizing each other's identities, father and son retreat to a tavern to talk. He asks how you've been, and you recount the trials you've faced, from adventures with Tricky and Du-ai to your imprisonment by the Beast tribe. As you vividly share your journey, Pao's anger rises. He questions why you didn't seek information about those caught in the disaster while on the demon continent. You can only respond that you were too overwhelmed to think clearly. Pao scoffs, criticizing you for gallivanting with a pretty girl while neglecting your family at home. He's furious that while you're off playing hero in Million, your parents and sister are left in uncertainty. You defend yourself, stating you've faced numerous hardships too, but then you hear Pao mock you for not writing home, suggesting you are afraid of distractions. Your argument escalates into a heated debate, and in a moment of heated exchange, you remind him that he's been flirting with others besides your mother and Lilia. Before you can finish your thought, Pao delivers a swift punch to your jaw, demanding to know how you could have travelled through Jampo without any awareness. His probing questions ignite your frustration, leading you to strike back at him with a powerful air blast that knocks Pao to the ground. Seizing the moment of weakness, you unleash a flurry of punches, shouting about how hard you fought to be here only to be chastised. Suddenly, a girl appears, pushing you away from Pao. It's your little sister, standing defiantly to protect him from your wrath. Seeing the disdain in everyone's eyes, you rise, contemplating your next move. You had intended to wait for Aegis and Juiz to return before heading to Ashra. At this moment, Pao reveals that not only you, but the entire Buena village was caught up in the disaster. He left a message at the Adventurers Guild in JP, but your focus had been on girls instead of your family's plight. Realizing your negligence, you turn to ask your sister if she's all right, only to see Pao's rage boiling over as he realizes you've cared little for your mother. In his fury, Pao reveals that he thought you would search for your mother, but instead you chose to indulge in adventures with girls. Exhausted, you collapse onto your bed, recalling similar situations in the past, deciding to let Pao cool off before speaking again. Yet the judgmental gazes of others haunt you, twisting your stomach with anxiety and nausea. That evening, when Aegis arrives home, she gasps, asking, "Who made her honey look like this?" You merely reply that your father has come to the city. Aegis is already aware of the argument that ensued. Annoyed, she wants to confront Pao, but you stop her suggesting she should comfort you instead of fighting with him. Heeding your advice, Aegis tries her best to uplift your spirits, but her efforts seem in vain, so she boldly hugs you tightly, promising to stand by your side. Gradually, your mood begins to lighten. When Pao regains consciousness, he finds himself and his daughter alone in an empty field. Panic floods him, as just moments before, he was with family, now finding himself homeless. Could this be a result of the anomaly Pao and Non navigate the turbulent journey back to their home, posting flyers to locate missing loved ones? Along the way, they encounter a man who joins their search party, successfully rescuing many people each day. However, with each passing day, without news of his wife, his hope dwindles, yet with Non by his side, Pao manages to persevere. He indulges in a few beers when Jess arrives, calling him over for a drink and suggesting he come to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow, where a surprise reunion awaits him. Pao falls silent. Jess notices his somber demeanour and prompts him to share his story. After a heartfelt conversation, Jess learns that Pao has reunited with you and scolded you thoroughly. Jess questions whether Pao has placed too much hope in you. After all, even with innate magical talent, you're still just an 11-year-old boy. Pao reflects that if he had been transported to the demon continent at your age, he likely wouldn't have survived. Pao argues that having talent isn't a flaw. Why shouldn't he hope for greatness in you? Jez points out that because he's from the demon continent, he knows what lies before you. Outside the cities, it's nothing but desolate wasteland, scorching hot during the day and frigid at night. You're forced to hunt for food while battling monsters, and you might not even find water to drink. Baopa, come to the Adventurers Guild tomorrow. An unexpected reunion awaits, Jess said. Seeing Paul, Silent J asked why his friend looked so defeated, urging him to share his story. After a heartfelt talk, Jess learned Paul had reunited with Judy and harshly scolded his son. Jess questioned if Paul's high hopes for G were misplaced. Sure, G could use magic without incantations, but after all, he was just an 11-year-old kid. If Paul were teleported to the demon continent at 11, he'd be dead for sure. Paul believed G had talent, but was it wrong to expect greatness from such a gifted child? Of course, it was wrong, because being from the demon continent meant knowing the harsh reality. Outside the city, the land was desert, scorching by day, freezing by night. There Ree had to both hunt and fight monsters, often thirsty with no water in sight. He faced monsters like the wild viper beasts, creatures even novice adventurers like Paul had never encountered. This was Ree's first adventure, facing a super temperamental tribe. On top of that, he had to protect his cousin. No matter how gifted, even heroes sometimes fall. Paul wondered why, after all they'd been through, the storm rages, yet Judy shares the tale with eager eyes. Of course, it's because she worries for her broken, fragile father. I can't help but feel for Rudy, who's journeyed endlessly for a whole year just to see his dad, only to be struck down by the man's drunken fury without a single chance to explain. If it were me, I'd sever ties immediately. I wonder why Paul doesn't feel joy at this strong father-son reunion. Could it be that only broken souls find comfort in broken meetings? As the group settles and Non drifts to sleep, Paul returns home. He sits on the bed, cradling his daughter's hand, suddenly haunted by a memory, Do teasing his younger sister. Then comes the crushing image, men collapsing to the floor, blaming Paul, crying, "Why didn't Dad find me sooner so I wouldn't be this crippled?" Panic hits Paul like a cold bucket of water, jolting him awake. Tomorrow, he vows he will find his son and beg for forgiveness. The next morning, Judy dines with Aegis and Do when Paul suddenly appears. Aegis storms out furious, throwing punches at Paul, but Do pulls her away before it gets worse. Before leaving, Do reminds Paul not to scold the kids, but to cherish every moment with them. Rudy asks his father why he's come. Simply put, Paul is here to apologize for yesterday. Rudy admits he doesn't blame his father for the harsh words. They don't hurt as much as he thought. Pao inquired about Rudy's next plans. Rudy stated that he would first take Aegis back to Fito A territory. At that moment, Pao revealed that both the people and the city of Fito A had vanished. Nevertheless, Du insisted on returning Aegis there, before searching for their mother and Lilia. With that, he turned to leave. The owner brought over a glass of water for the father and son, oblivious to the argument that had just transpired. He advised Du to look up and face his father. When Du glanced up, he saw the expression on Paul's face, a mix of words left unspoken. Paul advises Rudy to lift his head and face him. When Rudy looks up, he sees that familiar look his father ready to argue. Memories flood back when Rudy was newly diagnosed with autism and had to quit school. A friend used to visit and play games with him every day, filling Rudy with joy. That friend even wished he was sick too, just to skip school. Enraged, Rudy struck him, leaving his lips split and his grin gone. By the time Rudy realized his mistake, the friend never came back. Many times Rudy longed to apologize, but lacked the courage. Now, seeing Paul swallow his pride to say sorry, Rudy decides to let go of the past mistakes his father made. He recognizes he's been shirking responsibility, blaming others instead of growing up. It's time for both to move forward, as if their bitter fights never happened. Rudy tells Paul to open his arms and kneel, and without hesitation he rushes into that embrace, confessing how much he's missed his father. Paul holds him tight, tears streaming down his face, whispering that he missed his son just as deeply. Paul had searched endlessly for his family, fearing he'd never find them again. But here they are, their reunion at last. Judy and Paul happily reminisce about old times. Just then, Aegis returns home sporting a black eye from trying to stop some trouble. Du, taking matters into her own hands, knocks Aegis out cold with a punch. Seeing the father and son reconcile, Aegis confronts Du yesterday. "You were all gloomy tears, what's with the sudden cheer?" Du replies, "Everyone's human and makes mistakes. Forgiveness is what keeps us alive." With hearts mended, Du calls a second strategy meeting at Milton. Paul hands Rudy travel money and a letter of introduction, making their journey from Milton to the central continent and finally Vito a smoother. Yet Aegis' homeland has vanished from Philip to Saro, not even a trace remains. Though prepared for this harsh truth, the team will set off at dawn tomorrow. The next day, at parting, Non refuses to say goodbye to Du. Seeing this, Du gently strokes her head and urges her to cherish her brother. Together, they share a final farewell and set off. Just then, Judy arrives to bid Paul goodbye before heading to Bazis. Not willing to lose, Paul tells V and S to prepare for a meeting to plan their next search areas. The Dead End team races onward toward the central continent, hearts burning with hope and determination. At the heart of the Mediterranean, an unexpected figure bursts onto the scene, a quirky guy named Rhoda, boldly claiming to be the true disciple of the northern god Khan. Challenging Dewey, he thought it would be a quick battle, but in just a minute, Dewey delivered a crushing blow that left Rhoda's pride shattered and his face red with defeat. After the fight, Dewey gifted Rhoda a statue of himself. Along the way, countless challengers crossed paths with Dewey, but no matter who they were, they all ended up humiliated by his unmatched skill. The crew of the Temden ship had barely set sail when a fierce storm engulfed them, tossing both Aegis and Dewey into waves of nausea. Amidst the chaos, they cried out for Sister Hugh. Yet standing firm against the tempest was only Dewey, undaunted by the raging sea and unshaken by the call for Hugh. Thanks to his steadiness, he was the only one who didn't succumb to seasickness, protecting the others from disaster. At this moment, the captain revealed their destination, a vast fertile region known for its abundant rice fields. If that's the case, Judy will feast on mountains of rice. Egget sighs in despair, wondering how there could be rice when they're in such a dire situation. Hylin offers to help with seasickness, but Du remains indifferent, turning his attention back to Judy. The roads on the central continent have been repaired, promising a smoother journey ahead. Now, Du prioritizes finding his family and restoring the superclan's honor. After their conversation, Du loses himself in thought. He still hasn't found any trace of his loved ones, but he holds on to hope that when they reach Vito, everyone will be safe and sound. They're headed to the central continent, then on to the Sis kingdom where Josie awaits. Meanwhile, in the magical continent, Josie reminisces with Noko about their past adventures, including their teammate Blaze, who met a grim fate at the hands of Red Cobb. Blaze was the loudmouth back in the day, always mocking others for their failures, while Ken would always whine whenever Josie and Noko argued. Their team was once filled with members, but now it's down to just the two of them barely hanging on. After years apart, Noko sees how much Josie has matured. Once Josie would go to great lengths to convince others she was grown up, but if anyone dared to treat her like a child, she'd explode with anger. In her youth, Josie struggled to understand her own worth, focused only on avoiding being seen as a child. Now, she has become a formidable water mage, standing in a position of power, and she no longer cares about those perceptions. However, she notices that Noko still bullies the weak for money just like old times. But that's ancient history. 2 years ago, he was humiliated in a fight by the DN team, and now only dares to pick on newbies. The mere mention of that name sends shivers down Josie's spine. When she hears the phrase, going home, she suddenly snaps back to reality. It's been ages since she last visited, as no one ever seemed happy to see her return. Noko is frustrated that Josie keeps running away from her issues, particularly her inability to use telepathy. Is it really that serious? He had a dark past too, but still managed to marry and have kids. Josie never imagined she would be lectured by someone as rough and greedy as Noko. He urges her to reconcile with her family, reminding her that they are her only kin. Awakening to this realization, Josie returns to her hometown, which has changed in some ways. Yet an eerie silence hangs over the place, as if sorrow never truly leaves. On her way, she encounters 2 girls who communicate through telepathy. Unable to understand them, they regard Josie as an outsider and quickly walk away. Since her birth, Josie has felt isolated, nurturing a deep-seated resentment towards the village. As she continues, she stumbles upon a group of children playing hopscotch, and her eyes land on a stone she used to draw on as a child. Suddenly, one of the kids falls. Josie rushes over to help. The boy, healed by her touch, tries to thank her through telepathy, but Josie hears nothing. Sensing someone approaching, she desperately tries to escape. Eventually, Josie finds her family's home and steps inside. As soon as he sees her, her father beams with joy, rushing to embrace her, but suddenly he halts, sadness washing over him. The townsfolk have already informed her parents of her return. They tell her she's welcome to stay as long as she likes and cheerfully prepare a feast with their prized plum wine. Just then, Josie speaks up, saying she must leave immediately. Hearing this, Joki pleads for her to stay, but Josie firmly decides she will never return again. In despair, Joki grabs her hand, reminding her to visit home every 20 years. Josie bargains, saying she might come back in 50. This makes Joki emotional, tears spilling down her cheeks. She had promised herself not to cry at her daughter's return, but she can't help it. Josie then notices an old plush doll and a little horse on the shelf. As a child, she loved hugging the doll, listening to her mother talk about the horse and the magical world beyond. One day, when Josie wanted to join the children playing hopscotch, she found they were communicating through telepathy, leaving her stranded, unable to hear anything except the sound of her own thoughts. At that moment, Joki appeared, embracing her to shield her from emotional harm. That night, Josie wept, questioning if she was so bad that no one wanted to talk to her. Joki, besides apologizing, felt helpless, unsure how to comfort her daughter. Even at a young age, Josie recognized that her misfortune stemmed from her own circumstances. Unable to use telepathy, she felt like an outcast, leading her to believe that without her presence, her parents would be happier. Witnessing her mother cry, Josie's own tears flowed freely. She hugged her mother tightly, apologizing for leaving without a word. In the end, the family embraced, reunited in happiness. The next day, Josie awoke to find her parents gathering firewood to prepare breakfast for her. In just a few short moments, she savoured a warm bowl of soup infused with the love of both her parents. Conveniently, she informed them of her departure to find her missing disciple. At that moment, her father recalled 2 years ago. A disciple named Du had come to the village along with a girl named Egget and a traveller from the Sioux clan. Upon hearing the name, Josie fainted on the spot. After their moment of reunion, the three had to part ways. Joki reminded Josie to bring Du back to the village next time. Joki half-jokingly implied she should marry him, which only made Josie more determined to keep Du away from her family. Josie wisely understood the rebellious nature of those who claimed to be dead-end. Only someone as daring as Du could pull off something like that. She figured that travelling with someone as powerful as Du would have made him quite formidable by now. Stepping back into her home, she found Alina riding a horse with the other boys, and without hesitation, Josie unleashed a flurry of magic to obliterate the inn. As usual, she ended up losing money due to Alina's extravagant taste. Now Josie must focus on finding her family, while Rudy will likely cross her path again someday. In a dream, Rudy sees himself returning to his former self and encountering the deity. He had always despised this guy and remained indifferent. The deity, sensing Rudy's coldness, started counting his blessings. Without his help, Rudy wouldn't have acquired the magical eye. After a heated argument with his father, he realized the deity had a point. In a fit of frustration, Rudy admitted his faults and thanked the deity for his assistance. He then seized the opportunity to ask for guidance in finding his family. However, the deity made it clear that if Rudy wanted his help, he must first promise something if the next piece of guidance leads. Wow, no sorry. When you reunite with family, you must trust them entirely. But he hesitated, knowing such blind faith could turn him into a puppet. The divine spirit explained that he merely wished for their encounters to be free of arguments. Yet each meeting felt like stepping back into a past filled with discord, making it difficult to avoid conflict. If only they could guide him properly this time. He would trust the old man's words, as the agreement had been sealed. The spirit conjured an image of a distant meeting, yet, when he met the girl, he had to adopt a fake name to learn the truth. He would then send a letter to a contact in the Season Kingdom, hoping to help both Lilia and Aaa escape the clutches of the Cyan Palace. In that moment, clarity struck him. He understood why he had been granted the mystic eye to glimpse the threads of fate ahead. Days later, their ship finally docked at the central continent. The turbulent waves had exhausted him, leaving him weary. Yet Duiz and he remained as charming and vibrant as ever. The crew continued their journey to Season, devoid of any more cries for Sister Hugh. Instead, they indulged in delicious rice balls, savouring the flavours of the countryside. With just one voyage, they had arrived at the capital of the Season Kingdom. As Rudy rode, he recalled the spirit's instruction to send a letter to his acquaintance Josie. He pondered why she hadn't recognised Lilia and her child to help them. Sharing with Aegis, he revealed that he had overheard that the former maid and her sister were imprisoned here. Thus, Rudy enlisted his friends to gather intel about them. Once they checked into their lodging, Rudy immediately penned a letter to Josie. He hired someone to deliver it to the palace. Now, Rudy needed to find a location resembling his dreams to meet AA. He wondered why soldiers had apprehended her when she was being held captive. Suddenly, he felt a presence trailing him. Quick-witted, he ducked into an alley and attempted to discern the identity of his follower. Could it be that even in this place he would encounter an old enemy? With that troubling thought, Rudy sped down another path, conjuring a wall of magic to shield himself from his pursuer. Suddenly, he recognized the familiar surroundings. Peering through the barrier, he saw AA being held by two men. They claimed to be soldiers of the kingdom there, to escort the lost girl back to the palace. Out of the blue, AA shouted, accusing the soldiers of stealing her letter. Rudy was puzzled. Why would soldiers steal a child's letter? As the soldiers became careless, AA seized the moment, snatching back her letter and hiding behind Rudy, pleading for his help. With a gentle smile, Rudy cast a spell, trapping the soldiers in mud. Yet, as someone unleashed a silent magic spell, a whistle echoed, summoning reinforcements. In an instant, countless soldiers surrounded them. Seeing this, Rudy employed earth magic, lifting himself and AA into the sky, safely returning to their lodging. Once there, she introduced herself as AA and expressed her gratitude for his aid. When she asked for his name, Rudy didn't reveal his true identity, instead calling himself Shadow Raider. Impressed by his cool demeanour, AA requested that Rudy inform her father that her mother was imprisoned in the castle. Through her words, Rudy recognised her as polite and well-mannered, a true little sister. He inquired how her mother managed to get help, to which AA eagerly replied that her mother said all she needed to do was bat her eyes and say she wanted to send a letter to her father. Oh, Lilia taught you well, Rudy thought. AA had been trying to sneak letters out, but the castle kept thwarting her efforts. Rudy asked if she had anyone else to rely on besides her father, and naturally, the answer was no. While AA had an older brother, she didn't expect much from home. She possessed a small, precious box, a keepsake from her brother, which her mother forbade her from touching. Yet overwhelmed by her desire to reach out, the struggle remained within her. Curiosity got the better of her, and she opened the box to find a pair of panties inside. AA speculated that this golden triangle belonged to a 14-year-old girl. This revelation sent Du into a frenzy. How could she be involved when she was just 6 years old? In a bid to validate her thoughts, Isa questioned her mother and learned that Ji had a reputation for spying on that girl during her baths. It even turned out he had a habit of peeking at Pao and Janet during their intimate moments. So Isa concluded that Ji was definitely a creep. Now Rudy understood why the divine spirit forbade him from revealing his true name. Meanwhile, AA continued to dig for his real name, but Rudy only claimed to be the Dog Master of Dead End. Stunned by his cool moniker, AA looked at Rudy with sparkling eyes, rendering him unable to refuse her plea to help save her mother. That night, Rudy relayed everything to his teammates and instructed them to refer to him as the Dog Master, fearing Isa might misunderstand his true nature. He intended to project a cool image to correct any misconceptions. Understanding the situation, Ejid and Du armed themselves to attack the palace. Immediately, Rudy urged them to wait for Josie's response before taking action. The following morning, while Rudy was blissfully asleep, he was visited by Jinga, a girl from Prince Sho's guard, who had come to escort him to the palace. Upon hearing this, Rudy meticulously packed his belongings, ready to meet his master. Du was worried about him going alone, citing the dangers, but Rudy, trained in martial arts, assured him that he could escape any peril. All they needed to do was take care of Isa. Hearing this, Rudy carefully packed his belongings, preparing to set off and meet his master. Duyi felt a pang of worry. Traveling alone could be dangerous. But knowing Rudy's mastery of lightness skills, he trusted that Rudy would sense danger and escape swiftly. All they needed to do was care for Isa without worrying about Rudy. Walking alongside Ginger, Duyi approached a grand and magnificent castle. To pass the time, Ginger chatted casually, sharing stories about Duyi's youthful talent, how he could wield magic without incantations. Proud, she spoke of having such an exceptional student. Ginger led him down a narrow, dim corridor until they stopped before a large door. She asked Duyi to hand over his luggage and staff for safekeeping. Overjoyed at the thought of reuniting with his master, he eagerly entrusted them to her. But when the door swung open instead of the awaited Josie, a twisted prince named P appeared, flanked by Lilia, who screamed for help. Rudy frantically searched for Josie's shadow, but the prince commanded the trapdoor to open, dropping Rudy into a dungeon. There he discovered he was sealed by a magic barrier. No spells could break its royal-level confinement. Prince P laughed cruelly, revealing that Josie was not there and that Rudy was bait to lure her in. What luck for P! Who would have guessed that Josie's beloved disciple would come poking around? Rudy protested, insisting their relationship was purely teacher and student, nothing romantic. This revelation secretly thrilled P. Now he could make Josie his bride and force her to bear his children. But first, he planned to torment Rudy, then present him before Josie to shatter her spirit and force her submission. Rudy couldn't believe the prince's madness. Josie had no idea he was imprisoned here. Without revealing his location, only a saint would know where he was held in the castle itself. Yet P naively believed Josie would somehow catch wind of Rudy's whereabouts. Satisfied, he sealed the dungeon and ordered his guards to find IR. If they failed, P threatened to annihilate the Tam clan. Hearing this, Ginger and her allies scattered in a frantic search for Josie. Meanwhile, Duyi reflected quietly. He had always followed the divine instructions, met IR and sent letters to Josie, yet still couldn't rescue his beloved. Could it be that the prince was deceiving him? That day, the Grey family witnessed a strange cloud in the sky, followed by a beam of light piercing through it, heading straight for their home. Sensing danger, the Lilia clutched her child tightly before everything was swallowed by darkness. When she awoke, she found herself submerged in a lake. Swimming to the surface, she desperately tried to wake Isa. Thankfully, the child survived, though exhausted and unconscious. Together, they braved a long journey to reach the gates of Sion City. There, Lilia went to the royal palace and begged the guards to inform Josie that she was safe. Prince P, upon hearing she was Josie's acquaintance, locked them both in a prison cell, flashing a wicked grin. After a day in the dungeon, Josie penned an article introducing a luxury royal apartment. No rent, no beds, no bathrooms, but impeccable security. Not even an S-rank mage could cast spells to escape. Now, Josie could only pray for Duyi and Aegis to come to her rescue. Suddenly, the cell's door opened and a young man stepped forward, introducing himself as the third Prince Sonoba. He pulled out Duyi's statue from his bag and asked where Dewey had gotten it. Zenoba had heard from Ginger that the statue was found among Dewey's belongings. Dewey, wary of the place and thinking it a talisman of a dark god, claimed he had simply picked it up by chance when passing through. Zenoba's excitement soared as he asked who crafted the statue. Dewey replied he bought it on impulse, caring little about the creator. Disappointed, Zenoba showed Josie's statue, explaining it was found on the black market last year. It resembled the royal magic tutor Rosie who once taught Prince P. Fed up with P's harassment, Josie had packed her bag and left. Returning to the main topic, Zenoba began to analyze the statue's details from the staff to the strong stance and dynamic arm movement, all strikingly lifelike. Moreover, the statue's semi-revealing attire accentuated its sensual beauty, igniting Zenoba's heart. As he removed the cloak, the figure of a young woman, clad only in lingerie, appeared. In front, her arm modestly covered her tender soul. Suddenly, Zenoba noticed the left arm holding the staff was missing. Curious, he checked the cloak again and found the arm was still present. It meant the statue had 3 arms, allowing it to keep the cloak and lingerie visible, simultaneously the pinnacle of sculptural art. Dewey was thrilled, feeling the years of dedication to sculpting had finally paid off. Then, he noticed a mole under the statue's armpit had disappeared and asked Zenoba about it. Zenoba admitted he had removed it, thinking it spoiled the aesthetic. Dewey frowned, explaining that the arm's position was meant to conceal the soul, not the mole. The mole was like a second nipple, enhancing Josie's shy expression when that spot wasn't covered. Understanding the depth of this symbolism, Zenoba felt so disappointed in himself that he foamed at the mouth. Seeing this, Dewey comforted him, saying, "Even a tiny mole can be fixed." Zenoba bowed deeply, accepting Dewey as his master. Since receiving this earthly masterpiece, Zenoba admired the statue daily, gradually uncovering its essence and growing to respect Dewey profoundly. When Zenoba tried to kiss him in gratitude, a magic barrier prevented it, leaving him frustrated and squirming like a moth drawn to a flame during a festival. Meanwhile, secret soldiers led Dewey and Aegis down to the dungeon. Upon arrival, Aegis asked about Josie's whereabouts and learned he was imprisoned beneath the palace. Aegis immediately wanted to rescue him but was stopped by the guards. Back on track, Zenoba began dissecting the statue from the staff to the powerful step and sweeping arm. Every detail felt strikingly lifelike. What's more, the sculpture's semi-revealing design highlighted a seductive beauty that set his heart ablaze. Removing the cloak revealed a young woman's figure, clad only in lingerie, her arms modestly shielding her tender soul. Suddenly, Zenoba noticed the statue's left arm holding the staff was missing. Puzzled, he checked the cloak and found the left arm still there. So the statue actually had 3 arms, cleverly maintaining the illusion of wearing both the cloak and lingerie at once, a masterpiece of sculpting. Zenoba was thrilled. All those years of painstaking work finally made sense. But then he noticed the mole under the armpit had vanished. He asked where it had gone. Zenoba confessed he'd shaved it off because it spoiled the aesthetics. Hearing this, Dew's face darkened as he urged Zenoba to reconsider the arm concealed the soul, not the breast. Judy had cleverly used the mole as a second nipple, making Josie's shy expression even more authentic. Realizing the depth of the detail, Zenoba was crushed with self-disappointment foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, Dew comforted him, saying even a tiny mole could be fixed. Zenoba kowtowed, accepting Dew as his master. Since receiving this earthly masterpiece, Zenoba admired it daily, each viewing deepening his appreciation and respect for Dew. He even wished to kiss Dew, but mysterious barriers blocked him, driving Zenoba into a frustrated frenzy. Dew watched this display, likening Zenoba's desperation to moths chasing a flame. Just as the festival began, secret soldiers led Judy and Aegis down into the dungeon. The moment they arrived, Aegis demanded news of Judy. They revealed he was imprisoned in the dungeon beneath the palace. Without hesitation, Aegis wanted to launch a rescue, but the soldiers held him back. A desperate soldier pleaded, begging everyone to save their families, held hostage by Prince P, who used them as pawns to control the troops. Though the soldiers wanted to rebel, the prince's power was a wall no one dared breach. Hearing this, Aegis agreed to rescue the hostages, but Dewey forbade it, insisting she stay behind to protect AA. Aegis nodded in understanding. After they reached an agreement, Dewey used his divine sight to search for their families. Meanwhile, Zenoba struggled to find a way to free Rudy, but failed. Rudy questioned why the prince had no guards left to maintain the barrier. Zenoba confessed he traded his last loyal follower for the statue of Josie, leaving him defenseless. Threatened by Rudy, Zenoba was told if he failed to save him, their teacher-student bond was over. Determined, Zenoba set off to confront Prince P. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the palace at night. According to AA's knowledge, when P causes trouble, the divine protector arrives, an awe-inspiring figure revered by the people and feared for his nightmare-like power. Zenoba sacrificed his last loyal subordinate to secure the statue of Josie, leaving him without any allies. Hearing this, Rudy threatened him if Zenoba couldn't save him, then he shouldn't even dream of a master-disciple bond. With that, Zenoba set out to find P and pluck him like a stubborn thorn. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the palace that night. According to AA's knowledge, when P causes trouble, the divine protector arrives to crush him. The divine protector is revered by the people and wields terrifying power. As you know, at the age of 5, he had once decapitated his younger brother, leaving him lifeless. Hearing this, Egit is thrilled at the prospect of facing the minister. Suddenly, P's screams echo throughout the space, as soldiers struggle to prevent Zenoba from disciplining his brother. Although Egit is puzzled by the chaos, the mention of the minister sends her racing to find him. Zenoba brings P before G and questions him, "Do you think I am worthy to be your disciple?" While Pex and the guards plead for him to be released, Zenoba grabs him and yanks him up. Realizing he's in danger, Pex cries out for Jinga to save him, threatening that if not, she would face repercussions. Egit immediately informs that Du Wai, belonging to the Super Clan, has gone to rescue their families, so they can proceed without worry. Hearing this, Jinga sheathes her sword and pledges her loyalty to Zenoba. As Pex continues to stall, Zenoba applies more force, dragging him out entirely. After enduring a beating, Pex reluctantly agrees to release Rudy. Seeing his brother surrender, Zenoba twists his arm, treating it as a gift of life. The rapid and perilous events leave Rudy bewildered. As dawn breaks, everyone gathers and Rudy finally understands everything. When he rescues AA, the soldiers recognize him as Josie's brother, and they plan to explain the situation and seek help for their families. However, Rudy is captured, threatening to derail their plan. Thankfully, Jinga hands the statue to Zenoba, allowing him to meet Rudy and save him. Had they spoken from the start, this could have been resolved long ago. Suddenly, Joba appears out of nowhere, sending Du Wai flying, leaving him wanting to kick this guy out of the dojo. After recovering, Rudy begins to gather belongings to head to Asua, when Lilia calls him back, offering him a treasure chest containing something very important. Rudy's attention is drawn to the necklace, a gift from Phi that was supposed to be delivered to him on his 10th birthday. However, that year was filled with monsters surrounding the village, preventing Pao from delivering it. Seeing Rudy's sadness, Lilia embraces him, grateful for his safety. Suddenly, Isafi arrives, requesting to accompany Rudy despite her mother's warning to serve her brother. Then the Divine Protector handed Judy a treasure chest containing something precious to him. Once Judy noticed the pendant inside, he realized it was a gift from Shin Fai, meant for his 10th birthday. But that year the village was swarmed with monsters, so Pao couldn't deliver it. Seeing Judy's sadness, Lilia embraced him warmly and thanked the heavens he was safe. Suddenly, Isafi appeared, pleading with Judy to let her accompany him immediately. Right before her mother's eyes, she was told to serve her brother faithfully, but she didn't want to be near that weirdo. This girl, raised with proper etiquette, was confident and alluring to all kinds of men, so Judy could rest assured she'd be by his side. Hearing this, Judy rapped his sister's head lightly and warned her not to say such things. After a moment, Judy gave AA his own pendant, saying it's the one thing he always carries. People feel safer when they hold something from someone they love. It seemed AA finally understood something deep. At last, they parted ways. Just as Judy's silhouette faded into the distance, the girl apologized for the weirdo incident. Judy smiled but didn't reply. Somehow, he felt exposed more quickly than expected. A few days later, P and Zenoba were sent abroad for studies as punishment for disrupting the palace. After a long journey, they arrived at a snow-covered village just one mountain range away from Asha. After asking around, they found a place to stay for the night. As the three enjoyed dinner together, a group of red dragons appeared. P, ever excited, wanted to capture one as a mount. While Judy cooked, Egget and Judy duelled fiercely with swords, Egget relentlessly attacking, forcing Judy to struggle to defend. But Judy calmed down and counterattacked with a razor-sharp spear. In the end, Judy grasped Egget's blade tightly and claimed victory. Despite losing, Egget was officially recognized by Judy as a warrior. Egget was stunned she clearly lost, but to Judy that wasn't the point. Now empowered as a warrior, Egget couldn't believe it was real. She even asked Judy to pinch her cheek to make sure she wasn't dreaming. But the cheek pinch didn't just pinch, it tugged at her soul, causing Egget to explode in frustration, her fist swelling with anger. With that face, it's definitely not the rain. Despite Egget being acknowledged for her strength, Duai advised her to stay humble and train hard. Together, they would traverse the treacherous path to Ashura. As they spotted the red dragons flying overhead, Egget excitedly invited Rudy to join her in the hunt. However, red dragons are fierce creatures, often living in packs, making them difficult to catch. Even the lower ranks of the 7 great warriors would scatter when faced with them. One dragon may be manageable, but a whole flock would send even the upper echelons of the 7 great warriors fleeing. As they journeyed on, both Rudy and Egget suddenly halted, fear etched across their faces, leaving Duai confused about what was happening. From a distance, a man and a woman appeared, and Rudy couldn't take his eyes off them, making the man pause. Hearing the commotion, Duai warned Egget and Rudy to remain calm. Unfortunately, the timid Rudy couldn't handle the pressure and dove straight into the abyss. Upon hearing Duai's voice, the man recognized him, and even knew Egget. The two were utterly surprised, as this was their first encounter with him. The man didn't provide any answers to the multitude of questions swirling in their minds and turned to leave. Suddenly, Duai called out to them, introducing himself and asking for the man's name and how he knew Egget and Duai. He introduced himself as Ostes and claimed he wasn't familiar with the two. This was a strange response. Ostes then inquired about Rudy, revealing he was the child of Pau. He found it odd because Pau only had 2 children, so where did this strange bird come from? Just then, Ostes noticed Rudy staring at him without a hint of fear, and he was curious to know why, but he let it go. In a moment, when Rudy turned away, Ostes asked if he knew the divine being. Rudy cheerfully replied that he had met him in a dream, but before he could finish, Ostes attempted to end his life. Thankfully, Egget arrived just in time to intercept his attack, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. They fought with incredible speed, reaching their limits when Ostes unleashed deadly strikes targeting Rudy's vital points. Overwhelmed, Duai couldn't defend himself and fell. Just as Rudy was defeated, the king passed away. Suddenly, Egget shouted courageously, launching her dagger at Ostes. However, with just 4 fingers, he blocked her strike and countered, sending Egget crashing against the rocks. Rudy, terrified, turned to see his future being snuffed out. Panic set in as he tried to shield himself, but Ostes didn't allow him a moment to react, striking his insides and causing Rudy to spit blood, collapsing on the spot. He instructed Rudy to tell the divine being that the dragon god Ostes would take his life. Egget desperately attempted to use magic against Ostes, but her strength was depleted, leaving her powerless. Rudy, refusing to give up, summoned every ounce of power to fire a spell at Ostes, but it only grazed his hand. He then prepared to unleash fire magic, but Ostes nullified it effortlessly. Undeterred, Rudy persisted, employing wind magic, yet Ostes countered once more. In a final surge of strength, Rudy concentrated a massive amount of magical energy in his hands and launched it at Ostes, forcing him to activate his Dragon Gate to defend against the overwhelming power. The energy was so immense it rivaled Lapras, causing cracks to appear in Ostes's Dragon Gate. He approached Rudy, ready to send him to the afterlife. As Rudy cried out for his family, desperate for rescue, he felt utterly helpless. After losing consciousness, he encountered the divine being, asking why Ostes had attacked him upon hearing his name. The divine being explained that he was a righteous being and the dragon god was simply envious of him. Rudy felt the gravity of the situation. The divine being wanted revenge on Ostes, but was unable to do so in the present or future due to a curse. Furthermore, Ostes was burdened with 3 other curses, making Duai and Egget struggle against him, a terrifying ordeal, as Ostes carried a curse that instilled fear throughout the world. Rudy questioned why he felt no fear. The divine being speculated it was perhaps due to Rudy being from another world. Previously, Duai had been affected by Lapres' curse, yet he remained close to the divine being. Hearing this, Rudy grew furious, feeling that if the curse couldn't be broken, then their efforts to restore the reputation of the superclan would be futile. The divine being reassured him that it was not as the curse was nearing its end due to Rudy's efforts and the fact that he had shaved his head. The superclan's bad reputation stemmed from the curse that Lepre had embedded in his spear. Over time, the curse was fading thanks to Rudy's good deeds, which accelerated its dissolution. They then shifted their focus back to Ostis, the dragon god, ranked second among the 7 great warriors, making it easier for Duai to manage. Ostis was virtually unbeatable even with countless curses, as even the head of the technicians would be forced to concede in battle against him. At that moment, Rudy found it strange that the divine being claimed not to see Ostis, yet seemed to know everything about him. Regardless, thanks to the divine being, Rudy was able to find Lilia and AA, so a little fib wouldn't hurt. After all, Rudy was on the brink of death, so he didn't want to argue. Rudy stood up to bid farewell to the divine being, who informed him that he still had not met his ancestors. Rudy awakened to find himself in Egget's embrace, confused about how he was still alive. Egget explained that a masked girl named Nanahosi, accompanying Ostis, had said something that compelled him to use magic to heal Rudy, thus saving him. Duai had merely been knocked unconscious, so Egget reassured him not to worry. Suddenly, Rudy hugged her tightly, causing Egget to break down in tears, relieved that everything was okay. Through hardships, they gathered happily, reminiscing about the ups and downs of recent days. Everything was going smoothly until the world wobbled, and blood spilled everywhere. Suddenly, everyone vanished, leaving Rudy alone. He turned back into the clueless kid he once was. Opening a door, Rudy saw his loved ones drifting away. He called out desperately, but Ostid's hand pierced his chest, jolting him awake from a nightmare. Looking around, he saw Duai holding a fire to warm both himself and Aegis. As Duai awoke, Aegis asked about the Divine Protector. After some back and forth, Duai recalled that the Divine Protector and the Dragon God were connected to the ancient 7 gods. Then Duai revealed a dark secret: the Super Tribe's curse was cast by Lapul onto a spear. Over time, this curse was fading thanks to Duai's act of cutting his hair. Whether the curse could be completely lifted depended on his efforts. Moved, Duai turned away and wept silently. Seeing this, Duai pretended to sleep so Aegis wouldn't feel awkward. The next day, Duai poured himself into mastering magic to nullify Ostid's servant, ensuring he had a fallback when facing him. After a long journey, Rudy finally returned home, nostalgic. This was the garden where he once trained swordplay with his father and practiced magic under the warm sunlight. He even helped Lilia hang laundry. Upon entering, he found his mother still waiting joyfully for his return, but that joy had vanished, replaced by the ruins of a broken home. Duai walked to the ancient tree he once visited with XV. Now those memories were just faded echoes amid the vast, desolate Buena grasslands. Duai safely escorted Judy and Aegis home, then said his goodbyes to return to the Demon Continent. Aegis thanked Duai, saying it was thanks to him that his journey was filled with joy, from forming the desperate team rescuing the Beast Tribe children to reuniting the Scion soldiers with their families. Though the Super Tribe had been shunned for 400 years, it was only through Duai's arrival that their revolution finally thrived. Then, Duai praised Aegis's talents, predicting she could surpass even himself if she honed them well. Looking up at the sky, he joked about treating the two like children, gently ruffling Judy and Aegis's heads like mischievous kids. Next, Duai returned the necklace to Judy, but Judy refused, wanting it to remain a talisman, protecting Duai. Understanding this, Duai put the necklace back on and turned away. Rudy had so much to say to his comrades, but words failed him, so he watched Duai's retreating figure. Every shared moment flashed through their minds, now cherished memories etched deeply in their hearts. Mounting their horses, the two resumed their journey, next stopping by a refugee camp. Passing through, Aegis suddenly recognized Guylaine, immediately dismounting to embrace her master. The steward came out to greet Aegis and Judy, but then asked Judy to step outside. Aegis refused, so the steward reluctantly led Judy indoors. Discussing politics, the steward informed them that Philip, Hida and Sarzo had died. Philip and Hida fell in battle in the war zone, while Sarzo was executed for failing to respond timely to a disaster that cost many lives. Shocked, Duai wanted to confront the officials, but was stopped by Aegis. The steward then announced that a high-ranking Lord Grat wished to take Aegis as a concubine. Furious Guilain opposed this, even though it was the only way to ensure peace for the Boris family and Fitoe territory. Next, Rudy tries to return the necklace to Judy, but Judy refuses, wanting it to become a talisman of peace for him. Understanding this, Rudy puts the necklace back on and turns away, walking off. Rudy has so much he wants to say to his comrade, yet words fail him. All he can do is watch her retreating figure as memories of every shared moment flash through their minds, now precious treasures etched into their hearts. Mounting his horse, he continues their journey. Their next stop is a refugee camp which they pass by. Suddenly, Egget notices something and immediately dismounts, rushing to embrace her master. The steward steps outside to greet Egget and Judy. Then, the steward asks Judy to step aside, but Egget refuses, so Aoni escorts Judy inside. Amid political talks, the steward announces that Philip Hyder and Sazo have all passed away. Philip and Hyder died on the battlefield, while Sazo was executed for failing to respond promptly during a disaster that cost many lives. Hearing this, Rudy panics and tries to confront the officials, but Egget stops him. The steward then reveals that Pon, a powerful figure from the Grat family, wants to take Egget as his concubine. Furious, Rudy vehemently opposes this plan. Even though this is the only way to bring peace to the Boris clan and the Fitoe territory, Rudy refuses to let Egget become a sacrifice. She urges her disciple to escape and find happiness. The two clash fiercely in a battle of wills, shaking the very ground beneath them. Egget, overwhelmed, commands silence and solitude. Witnessing this, everyone disperses, even Rudy, Egget's closest ally, is expelled. Together, Rudy and Egget review the list of missing persons. Suddenly, the name X-Phi jumps out at Judy, sending him into shock. Seeing this, Rudy urges him to search the refugee list thoroughly. Judy sets off frantically, and to their relief, finds no mention of X-Phi. She might still be alive, just lost somewhere unknown. Later that night, Rudy lies lost in thought when Egget visits, announcing she just turned 15. Judy, startled, apologizes for forgetting and asks what she wants for her birthday. Egget's wish is simple family. She longs for Rudy to become her family, and invites him to spend a passionate night together. Rudy, though tempted, holds back his conscience, forbids taking advantage of a girl in pain. Sensing his hesitation, Egget boldly presses her attack. Under her relentless advance, Rudy begins to give in. Then, whispering in his ear that she wants to be Rudy's little kitten, the last shred of his reason crumbles. Rudy pushes Egget down and starts to strategize, seizing control of her body and soul. Memories painful and joyful of their time together flood his mind, from the rebellious child she once was to the gentle young lady she's become. He recalled her 10th birthday, the disaster that had transported them to the demon continent, and their treacherous journey back home across the sea. Each step Egget took was accompanied by Rudy's unwavering support. The next morning, Rudy woke up with a bright smile, ready to greet the sun. No longer would he envy couples, for now he had Egget by his side. Gone were the gloomy days he once endured. However, when Rudy called out for Egget, he found the garden is empty. A lock of her hair lay on the ground, along with a letter on the table. In it, Egget wrote that she would be travelling with Guy. Rudy immediately sought out Ione to ask where Egget was. Ione revealed she had left for her journey, and Rudy felt like a lost child abandoned on the road, filled with questions that remained unanswered. As dawn broke, Egget was already awake, embarking on her adventure with Guy. Meanwhile, Rudy lay in bed, clutching the pain and bleak future that gripped him. After the disaster, everyone worked hard to reclaim the land and cultivate it anew. Yet Rudy found himself alone, weeping in his room, recalling how he used to be the useless kid. One day, as Rudy waited for food, some bullies cut in line. He attempted to stand up for himself, only to be dragged out and beaten. Despite the thrashing, Rudy stood his ground. After that, he locked himself away, even as his parents tried to comfort him and promised to deal with the bullies. But Rudy refused to come out and face the world. If only he had seen the encouraging note from his mother, perhaps his life wouldn't have spiraled into despair. At that moment, a phone came looking for Rudy, asking him to help dig a well for the villagers, since the distance made fetching water difficult. He explained that they were also working on transporting wood and rebuilding homes. Concerning Egget, a phone regrettably informed Rudy of her demise during the teleportation to a combat zone, and that he would need to postpone the announcement due to its impact on the reconstruction. Rudy questioned why a phone was concerned about their country, and not just sending him to work. A phone explained that Ijit had entrusted Rudy's rest to him for now. However, supplies were dwindling and food was scarce, so he hoped Rudy could assist instead of lying down, but Rudy merely closed his eyes and continued to wallow in his sorrow. Meanwhile, Dewey was being showered with gratitude from the villagers for helping them defeat monsters. After the thanks, he introduced himself as Dewey Yiz from the Dead End team and a member of the sub-tribe. Hearing this made them a bit anxious, since childhood tales warned them that if they didn't sleep, the sub would eat them. But meeting the friendly Dewey Yiz dispelled their fears, and they eagerly asked to see the gem. Seeing their excitement, Dewey Ez reluctantly revealed his eye, which thrilled everyone as they planned to go home and boast about it. Dewey Ez was surprised they weren't afraid of him, but how could they fear the one who saved them? Now their parents knew the rumours of the sub taking children away were just myths. The smiling faces of the villagers filled Dewey Yiz with satisfaction, knowing his efforts had been worthwhile. In another development, Ejit was out hunting monsters with Guy when she suddenly asked if it was all right. Ejit didn't answer, but instead began talking about Rudy. She mentioned how he was intelligent, strong, and had exceptional magical talent, yet he trained diligently. This made Ejit feel safe, but Rudy's death changed her perspective. If Ejit didn't grow strong enough to defeat the dragon and protect Rudy, she might lose him again. So, Ejit vowed to become powerful enough to defeat him in a snow-covered land. Zenoba gazed at the statue of Josie, tears streaming down his face, as he promised he would meet his master again soon. Meanwhile, Dewey was about to faint from dehydration, wishing Rudy was here to cast a spell to provide him water. Over with the Beast tribe, Talion was diligently honing his swordsmanship with his father. Disa, inspired, also trained, dreaming of becoming skilled. Cuck was out enjoying the beach with his team when suddenly a guy rushed up to them, asking how the Dead End team looked in real life. Hearing this, the two could only smile. Meanwhile, back at home, their mother called for her daughter to bring food to Rudy, but the lazy girl sent a maid instead. She wished her brother would recover soon, and her innocent words touched Rudy's fragile heart, almost bringing him to tears. Elsewhere, Josie was drinking with the Demon Lord Kay. After their raucous night, the victory belonged to the Demon Lord. Josie passed out on the branch of a tree only to wake up at night startled to find Kay embarrassed because he had boasted for the entire tavern yet now had no money to pay. Hearing this, the angry owner prepared to sell the Demon Lord, but Josie intervened, offering the last of her coins to cover Kay's tab because he had helped her. In return, Kishi granted Josie a wish. "Mum, we're already broke, and now I get a wish," she joked. Seeing her disbelief, Kishi introduced himself as the Demon Lord, assuring her he could do anything except create money. Josie then asked Kishi to help find the missing family of Rudy. In the blink of an eye, Kishi revealed the first image of Lilia, rushing to greet her two children with a tearful embrace, having not seen them for a long time. "Mum, we don't even have money, and now there's a reward. Are you joking?" Seeing her disbelief, Kishi introduces himself as the Great Demon Emperor. There's nothing this Demon Lord can't do except conjure money. Josie then asks Kishi to find her missing family. In the blink of an eye, Kishi glimpses the first image. Pao rushes down to greet mother and daughter, Lilia. It's been so long since they last met that Lilia bursts into tears. Seeing this, Antien embraces them both to comfort them. Just then, Non appears asking about his mother. Pao immediately stays by his daughter's side, promising his brother that he will find their mother soon. They all prepare to return. Kishi reports that the father maid and two daughters are safe in Millicent. As for the mother, the Demon Lord can't see clearly, but Kishi knows her location. In the bustling city of Maze, Japan, nestled on the continent of Pegasus, Rudy finds himself in the central lands battered and broken. He aids Josie and Song Ki, then bids them farewell, before vanishing. Josie returns to share with the team the place where Genis now lives. Elena wonders why Genis is alive yet remains silent to his family, but she shrugs it off, focused instead on Genis's handsome son. Josie knows Rudy is sinking into despair, but if anyone can rise from the ashes, it's him. Judy recalls his own days spent hiding in a corner, too weak to face life's storms. Back then, many reached out to help, but Rudy was trapped in fear, paralyzed within his safe bubble, haunted by illusions of being bullied. He thought if he pushed hard enough, he'd break free. But now it's too late. No hand extends for him anymore. People don't change easily, so he chooses to drift in dreams instead. As Janice embroiders quietly, the sharp clang of sword training outside catches her attention. Distracted, she pricks her hand, blood flowing freely. Watching the father and son argue fiercely over who's stronger, Genesis smiles warmly, happy to see their sweat and struggle. Lilia steps in with a towel offering comfort. Suddenly, Doody appears. Do you notice Jenna yawning exhausted, volunteering to do the chores so his mother could rest? His kindness melted Jenny's heart. She agreed immediately. Ju wiped the table and urged his father to clean the floor. That warm family scene, the laughter, the love moved Jeanette to whisper to Judy, "Mum loves you." In that moment, Judy awakened, leaving behind the useless, weak version of himself, to step into the light and search for his mother. As every night, Princess Ariel awoke from a nightmare. Standing by the window, she gazed at the stars, unaware of the misfortune looming over her. Xv opened her eyes, floating helplessly through space, hurtling toward the ground like a falling altar. She tried desperately to use magic to break her fall, but only succeeded in turning her hair from blue to white. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Princess Ariel enjoyed tea and pastries, not the pink-orange slices, but sakura-coloured cakes. She didn't care much about colours. To her, big and tasty was what mattered. Ariel's lack of aesthetic sense frustrated her guardian Derek, who reminded her that one day she might become queen. If she let rumours or fleeting desires sow hatred, it would only bring disaster. Yet Ariel, the second princess with 2 elder brothers and a sister above her, never planned to wear the crown. She was content sipping tea and living life on her own terms. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the calm as a wild boar burst through the trees and slammed into the pond. Derek dashed in front of Ariel, shielding her fiercely. He urged her to become queen and entrusted her to Luke during that life-or-death moment. Then, like a god descending from the heavens, Ekfi struck down the boar with a single blow. Ariel watched stunned. The boar was out cold, while Xfi collapsed fainting on the spot. When she awoke, Xfi found herself in a vast chamber, her hair as white as an elder's. She thought she must be dreaming, but no, she was in the Asura palace. Learning that Xfi had fallen from the sky and hailed from Buna village, Ariel revealed that the Phyto-A territory was wiped out, meaning Xfi's hometown was gone. Searching for her family would be almost impossible now. Xfi was punished for breaking into the palace, but Ariel offered a deal. If she wore glasses and followed her lead, Ariel would help find her family. To stay safe from noble gossip, Xfi had to change her name and appearance. From that day, she became Fit. No additional text here. Continuation merged with previous segment. No additional text here. Continuation merged with previous segment. Following the princess as her royal bodyguard, today's schedule was clear. After Ariel finished breakfast, she was to attend a social gathering in the Grand Hall. From noon until evening, she would meet with Lord Pilon. Although Pilon was the prince's son, he was known for his unwavering fairness and dedication as Ariel's trusted aide. As expected, Ariel arrived at the banquet in the Grand Hall, instantly catching the eyes of nobles, some eager to befriend her, others silently plotting as rivals. Spotting the Princess Pilon, stepped forward to greet her, reminding her not to forget their afternoon meeting. While Ariel chatted with Pilon, Prince Grabble suddenly stepped in, blocking the way. Curious about the secret matters they might discuss, he pressed for answers. Smirking, Ariel teased that she and Pilon were just planning the day's refreshments. Grabble, having heard rumours that Ariel was obsessed with a rare nut-coated pastry reserved only for true royal blood, like Ariel, scoffed. He implied that a mere son of a concubine like him had no right to taste such delicacies. Ariel quickly retorted that she was still too young for such luxury treats. Grabble then warned Pilon, now of age, to choose his allies wisely, because a wrong choice wouldn't just lose him his position, but could bring ruin to his entire family. Pilon Resolute promised to devote himself fully to supporting Grabble. Feeling reassured, Grabble cheekily asked Ariel to grace them with her angelic singing before leaving. But not missing a chance to jab, he teased her that stepping onto the stage was all she needed. No need to exhaust herself with political strife. Ariel's irritation was clear. Grabble's suspicious gaze lingered on Ariel, sensing something amiss. The sudden arrival of Vongon Fit only heightened his alertness. Seeing her stumble, he warned her to stay focused on protecting the princess. At that moment, meeting Lady Hems, he left his post to escort her to meet his father, leaving Fit alone to guard Ariel. While on watch, Fit endured cruel whispers from nobles baffled that the princess would entrust her safety to someone of obscure background like Fit. Their venomous words cut deep, causing Fit to falter. As Fit collapsed to the floor, a noble stepped forward to help, his hand gentle, as he praised Fit's delicate hands like those of a young maiden. Startled, Fit instinctively dodged, accidentally bumping into another gentleman and causing his wineglass to shatter on the floor. At that precise moment, Ariel's melodious voice rose, capturing everyone's attention. Her singing was a soothing balm, earning heartfelt applause from the nobles. Yet beneath the applause, Grabble's envy simmered fiercely. If Ariel hadn't begun her song swiftly, Fit might have been doomed, but Ariel saw Fit as her savior and was naturally inclined to help her. Those words melted Fit's heart like warm sunlight. Meanwhile, Pilon had already set the key pieces in place, preparing Ariel to face Grabble's political challenges. Truly, the princess was beloved by many, especially by her royal brother, but her economic and political power paled in comparison. She needed a solid foundation to launch her ascent to the throne. After completing the briefing, Pilon urged everyone to protect Ariel carefully before departing. Meanwhile, Fit diligently studied court etiquette to please Ariel, but found the nobles too cold and calculating. "I can't live just to please a pack of dogs," she declared boldly. Ariel reassured her not to mind the nasty rumours, reminding her that all that mattered was Ariel's own affection. Fit's thoughts drifted to her scattered family, whom she had yet to find despite her sadness. Grateful for Ariel's kindness, she felt a flicker of hope. Hearing of Fit's frequent nightmares, Ariel invited her to spend the night in her room to ease the fear. Fit hesitated, but obeyed the royal command, accepting the invitation. Meanwhile, Grabble and Darius watched a play while discussing politics. Darius caught wind of Ariel's secret alliances with both the knights and the royal guards, an unmistakable sign of rebellion brewing. Yet he doubted Ariel's survival if her plans were exposed. He suspected she merely sought to strengthen her forces quietly. The knights and guards, mostly commoners, were easier to manipulate. If unrest erupted in the capital, shadowy factions would use these troops to seize power. Should these forces side with Ariel, a coup would be inevitable. Darius knew that to protect Grabble's throne, he must eliminate Ariel before she could strike. That night, Fit followed the servant to Ariel's chamber. Though sharing a room, Ariel kept close to Fit, leaving her confused about the princess's intentions. When Ariel pushed Fit onto the bed, Fit thought a more intimate game was beginning, and closed her eyes only to discover Ariel was teasing. That startled, close-eyed moment delighted Ariel, who confessed she sometimes wished to devour Fit alive, though she promised they were just sleeping together. Ariel opened up about her own nightmares, visions of Derek being slain by a demon, and herself following him into darkness. These torments clung tightly to her spirit. At that moment, Ariel longed for someone to lean on, just as she hoped Fit could lean on her. Now the princess only wished to be close to the one who had saved her life. That alone would banish her nightmares. Hearing this, Fit vowed to protect Ariel both in dreams and reality. After their heartfelt talk, they turned off the lights and fell asleep, with Ariel clutching Fit's hand tightly comforted. Suddenly sensing danger, Fit opened her eyes to see an assassin striking. Swift as lightning, she dodged the blade and unleashed wind magic to repel the attacker. The assassin pressed again, but Fit's relentless gusts kept her at bay. When Fit faltered, the assassin hid, then seized an opening to throw a dagger toward Ariel. But Fit was faster. She intercepted the blow, shielding the princess, then blasted the attacker away with another gust of wind, banishing her from the castle. After rescuing Ariel, Fit collapsed unconscious from exhaustion, forcing the princess to summon the royal healer. The next day, Pilon revealed the assassin's identity, a notorious killer known as Night Owl, infamous for slaying many nobles. With enemies lurking within the palace, Pilon urged Ariel to study abroad for safety. Though reluctant, Ariel accepted planning to strengthen ties with vassals and await the right moment to rebel. Upon hearing this, Fit immediately requested to accompany the princess on her journey. Ariel then relieved Fit of her royal bodyguard duties, explaining that the princess had forced her to protect her under charges of illegal palace intrusion. Since Fit's family remained lost, Ariel didn't want to burden her further. But Fit, now considering Ariel a true friend, insisted that friends help each other through hardships. With fierce loyalty, she vowed to stand by Ariel's side and protect her on the road ahead. That recurring dream clings to the princess like a shadow tormenting her. Ariel yearns for someone to lean on, craving the comfort of a true companion. Though unaware of Fit's pain, Ariel wishes Fit would lean on her just as Ariel leans on Fit now. The princess, desperate for solace with her savior, believes that if only that day could last, the nightmares would cease. Hearing this, Fi vows to protect the princess both in dreams and reality. After their heartfelt talk, the lights go out, and Fit feels the princess's tight grip on her hand easing her worries. Suddenly, a dark premonition strikes. Fit opens her eyes to find an assassin lunging with a dagger aimed at Fi, but Fit's swift wind magic pushes the attacker back. The assassin strikes again, only to be repelled by more gusts of power from Fit. Seeing Fi struggle, the assassin hides in the shadows waiting for a chance. When an opening appears, she throws a blade toward the princess. Fi, faster than a striking hawk, intercepts it, shielding Ariel. With a burst of wind magic, she sends the assassin flying out of the Castle of Love. After the rescue, Fi collapses onto a nearby branch, forcing Ariel to summon the royal healer. The next day, Palmoncha uncovers the assassin's identity, a notorious killer known as Night Owl, responsible for countless noble deaths. With danger lurking in the palace, Lon-E fears enemies within and urges the princess to study abroad for safety. Though reluctant, Ariel agrees. During her studies, she plans to forge alliances and await the perfect moment to strike back. Hearing this, Lute immediately volunteers to escort the princess afar. Ariel confronts Fit, declaring she's relieved of the princess's protector duties. The princess had exploited Fit's illegal palace intrusion to force her protection, but failed to find Fit's family. Ariel doesn't want to trouble her anymore. Yet Fit, now friends with the princess, insists that true friends stand by each other in hardship, so she pledges to fight alongside Ariel in the trials ahead. With everyone's support, Ariel boldly announces her goal to become the Queen of Asura. From that moment, the three forge an unbreakable bond, braving the harshest roads together. After losing his beloved, Rudy journeys north to find his mother. Along the way, Sarah notices his heavy sighs and gently asks about his troubles. Rudy hesitates, reluctant to speak, stirring Sarah's curiosity about his perilous mission. The northern lands are treacherous, and Rudy doesn't look like a mere adventurer on a simple escort mission. Though he's still a fledgling mage, venturing into those tunnels is suicide. Yet Rudy refuses to explain, which frustrates Sarah. His attitude reminds her of Iji, and finally, he reveals he's searching for his mother. Sarah sees his loneliness and ignorance about his own past, deepening her concern. He explained that most northern kingdoms were mired in poverty, but 3 powerful nations known as the Magic Triad thrived with magical prowess: the Kingdom of Rano, famed for its magical teachings, the country of Neris, specializing in crafting magical artifacts, and the Duchy of Basan, a center for magical research. Sudan would be heading to Basan. These nations had allied to grow stronger together, weaving a complex tapestry of power and ambition. Upon reaching Basan, Sudan reunited with Sarah and their team, while Dewey ventured alone to find lodging. After a month, the landlord offered Dewey a small room on the 3rd floor. Before discussing rent, Kit suddenly flung a pile of coins at the landlord's face, silencing him instantly. Dewey sprawled on the bed, absent-mindedly stroking Iji's hair. Gathering his resolve, Dewey reminded himself this wasn't a vacation. It was a desperate quest to find Janet. After settling in Dewey, headed to the Adventurers Guild to accept a commission. The guild members eyed him with disdain, small, fragile, and weak-looking. At the reception desk, he demanded the disbanding of Sudan's team. Once the paperwork was done, Dewey accepted a super difficult mission, which the clerk hesitated to assign to him. Suddenly, a sharp chest pain hit Dewey, forcing him to clutch his talisman to regain composure. Sudan noticed Dewey's struggle and offered help. He learned Dewey needed money to find his missing mother, so despite the risk, Dewey took the daunting task. Sudan refused to let him face this hellish path alone, proposing they tackle the mission together. After all, they were both newcomers in this foreign land. Teamwork was their best bet for survival. Yet Dewey stubbornly declined Sudan's offer. Unfazed, Sudan pressed on with compelling reasons. Humans have limits, and only by fighting side by side can they increase their chances. Beneath the logical arguments, Sudan sensed it was compassion driving him. He just couldn't bear to see Dewey struggle alone. When Sudan asked about Dewey's abilities, Dewey revealed he was a support mage specializing in frontline aid. Sudan's team needed a mage to back them up, so they agreed to assign Dewey that role. Mission assignments were finalized, and they planned to meet at the northern gate the next morning. Everyone welcomed Dewey and his team warmly except Sarah, who openly disliked him. The tension simmered quietly beneath the surface. The next morning, Dewey arrived early to wait. At that moment, a few drunken men riding high on 70-degree spirits boasted loudly about their strength. They fancied themselves powerful enough to topple any monster classic overconfidence at its finest. Just then, Sudan and the team appeared, and Dewey introduced himself as a mage adept in the art of void magic. Sudan extended his hand, ready to welcome him into the fold. Dewey held out his hand, but Sarah only half-heartedly reached back. On the way, Sudan introduced himself as the vice leader of Team CT Arrow, the frontline force, while Timothy stood behind as their leader, wielding powerful offensive magic. The blue-haired guy, Mimir, was their healer, and the tall, muscular Parchis stood alongside Sudan at the front. Sarah took the middle line, expertly using her bow in battle. She warned Dewey that she wouldn't tolerate him in the team. If he caused trouble or losses, she wouldn't go easy on him. Hearing this, Sudan quickly stepped in to calm Sarah down, worried that if the two of them kept clashing, she'd have to find new teammates one day. If Sarah kept up that attitude, Sudan feared she'd end up with a swollen jaw. So, Sudan advised Sarah to learn how to connect with the team, or no one would want to fight alongside her. His words made Dewey realize he was just a pawn in their game, used to teach the stubborn girl a lesson. Watching Sarah walk beside Sudan, Dewey remembered a night camping in the mountain wilderness, where they planned their attack strategy. Laster monsters were blind at night, so their plan was a night assault. When the monsters spotted them from afar, Dewey would hold them back while Timothy unleashed his offensive magic to eliminate them. Sudan and Parchis would block the front lines covered by Sarah's archery. If the front line got injured, Mimir would heal them. Feeling restless, Dewey asked to switch to support, but Sarah refused, saying, as a mage, he'd tire out too quickly on the front lines. Dewey stubbornly insisted he'd weaken the monsters after holding them back, or even join the front lines later. Sarah snapped back that he wasn't part of the team and should just follow orders, leaving Dewey speechless. After the heated argument, Dewey stepped away to breathe, feeling stifled. Timothy approached to apologize for Sarah's harshness, saying she wasn't bad, just a bit arrogant, and hoped Dewey wouldn't take it to heart. Timothy admired Dewey's use of the void magic, something only his teacher could use. But for Dewey it felt useless, since it couldn't bring back his loved ones. Sarah noticed two Laster beasts asleep nearby and believed their team could quickly wipe them out. Sudan signaled the team to form up for their first attack. Timothy scorched the Laster with fire magic, while Dewey used earth magic to pin them down. Seeing each monster burn one by one, Dewey thought this would be an easy fight without the need for close combat. But reality had other plans. Moody pressed his ear to the ground, sensing something approaching. Suddenly, the Laster emerged, soaked in mud, to resist Timothy's fire magic, moving swiftly to attack. Seeing this, the leader ordered a retreat. You wanted to fight, but your body stiffened, frozen in place. Helpless, you could only stand and let the monsters tear into you. At that moment, Sudan rushed forward to block the beast before you shouting for everyone to run, but it was too late. Surrounded by monsters, no one could flee. So swords were drawn, bows, aimed, every weapon swung with fierce determination to defeat the horde. Strangely, you felt no fear or urge to escape, only a thrilling fire burning inside as you watched them fight for each other. In that moment, Rudy remembered why he once fought so fiercely. Grasping his staff, he conjured a massive fireball that swept through the monsters, wiping them away. As dawn broke, the team gathered Lucifer to claim their reward. Sudan thanked you for saving the Sem from a crushing defeat. Rudy also expressed gratitude for reigniting his fighting spirit. After being saved, Sarah's hatred toward Rudy faded. Together, the team returned to the Adventurers Guild to collect their prize. The locals, jealous of outsiders stealing their share, treated the Arrow team with disdain. To celebrate their arrival and success, Timothy threw a feast for the guild. Hearing this, everyone turned around cheering and congratulating them as if it were a grand victory. During the celebration, Sudan announced you would officially join their team from now on. Cheers erupted, filling you with joy. After the party, you returned home lighting a fire for warmth. Sitting down, you took out the treasured relic you had long revered. It struck you, Judy, you'd forgotten the will to live fully. You remembered the first time Josie led you into the outside world, patiently teaching you everything. How could you have forgotten all that? You had gained so much from this world, yet losing. Edgett made you feel as if you lost everything. But those losses were only pieces of a larger journey. Though you were alone now someday, you would find friends again. Holding a lock of Eggett's hair, you cast it into the fire, burning away both her hair and Rudy's pain. With renewed resolve, Judy trained diligently every day. The only odd thing was how you talked to your knees, giving them names and chatting as if they were old friends, making others wonder if you'd just escaped a mental hospital. Months passed, and your fame as an adventurer grew far and wide. Judy hoped that with enough renown, Janice would hear of you and come seeking. After training, you grabbed your relic and headed to the Adventurers Guild to find quests. There you saw the step leader boasting loudly about sealing Snow DZ monsters, rallying his people like a multi-level marketing guru. He told everyone to prepare drinks to celebrate his victory in advance. People say don't count your chickens before they hatch, but this guy was already popping champagne. You went to find a quest and bumped into acquaintances who thanked you deeply for your help. They promised to alert you if they heard anything about Judy's mother. Slowly your name spread across Baran, known by the nickname Swamp, a title both infamous and feared. Every city took months to build your reputation, but it was the only way to find your mother. After accepting a mission, you helped clear snow with the group, but manual work was slow. So you switched to magic, melting the snow quickly. Suddenly, a little girl slipped and fell. You rushed over to heal her. Once healed, she and her older brother thanked you and left. What you didn't know was that Sarah had been watching every move you made. Rudy ran to the Adventurers Guild to report the completed mission and saw Sarah's team about to take on a new quest. She invited you to join them. From then on, you partnered with the Arrow team several times, but to grow your fame, working too often with one team could slow your rise. After thinking it over, you still chose to join Cantor Arrow. Sarah was visibly angry at your decision. If you didn't want to join, rejection was fine, but volunteering to join under pressure was frustrating. Sarah hated this can't-say-no-to-anyone attitude and told you to drop it. Just then, Sudan appeared with a smile inviting you to join this mission. You happily agreed, sealing the deal. Together, you headed to the Gango Ruins, an ancient stronghold built during the first human-demon war by the demon tribe to fight humans. Before you, Sarah slipped and fell again, and you quickly caught her. But your clumsy hand accidentally brushed against her chest, turning her face bright red with embarrassment. The mission was to collect Snow DZ scales, dropped inside the ruins. The area housed Des monsters, so the group couldn't pass beyond the statue. If they encountered Des, it would be dangerous. They planned to hide when the monsters passed by. After observing, you noticed the statue resembled some goofy demon king you once met. Suddenly, a bad feeling crept in. Just then, the Des charged at the Arrow team. You quickly used earth magic to raise a wall to block them, but fire can't be stopped by paper-thin barriers they climbed over. You smashed a boulder down to slow them. After that, you checked on everyone, only to find they had already escaped. Out of nowhere, a Des attacked. Sarah fired an arrow to protect you. Timothy burned another demon with fire magic. Sudan and Patchy charged in, taking down the monsters one by one. The deputy leader realized the monsters weren't targeting them directly, so they attacked to force the front monsters to change targets. With everyone's help, you regained your fighting spirit to join the battle. Suddenly, a thunderous noise shattered the air as the step leader burst onto the scene, joining the fray to obliterate the chaos. The battle drew to a close, and Timothy stepped forward to thank Sun, only to be met with a sharp punch to the face. "Tem Arrow," he sneered. "Snatching my prey and now mocking me, a punch is well deserved." He had openly claimed this mission before everyone, so why was someone else trying to steal the prize now? Then G recalled he had been tasked to cleanse a large number of demons in the Imbron cave. Growing irritated, he wondered, which Imbron cave is this? This is the Gango Ruins. Realizing the misunderstanding between both sides, Timothy took the initiative to make peace and asked Sarah to lower her bow. The confusion stemmed from the Imbron cave's connection to the deepest part of the Gango Ruins. Upon understanding, Sun apologized to Timothy for his impulsive kiss on his face. However, Tem had done the hard work defeating the DZ demons, so Sun would claim all the spoils, but offer Tem one prize from Timothy. Now, Tem Arrow would bring a D-Wretch back home and throw a celebration at the guild. Speaking of which, Pates felt lucky that after fighting a horde of monsters, they all returned alive. Today, if Judy hadn't accompanied Tem Arrow, he would have surely been torn apart. Grateful Judy thanked Sarah, who immediately told Timothy and Sun not to mind her words. It was actually Sarah who had rushed out first to save Judy, but she was too shy to admit it. Hearing this, Sarah's face flushed red as she said she only wanted to repay Judy for saving her before. In the end, Tem's group returned with both their lives and treasure intact, and that was reason enough to be happy. Yet Sarah felt that if not for that annoying guy, this would have been a perfect mission. Honestly, she couldn't stand that arrogant smirk on his face. Rudy recalled how prideful he was, and wondered if Pow had been that clueless in his youth. Just then, that arrogant man appeared and stormed into Judy's table to apologize for his hot temper and rude behavior. But he confessed his disdain for Timothy's ever-smiling face. Even during battle, Timothy stayed silent, ate quietly, and slipped away without a fight. "That's no man's way," he grumbled. "If you get punched, at least fight back with words. Running away like that, no honor at all." Timothy, wanting to avoid trouble, just nodded and let Sun handle it. Afterward, the man turned his eye on Rudy, calling him worthless. He couldn't understand why Rudy always cared about other people's looks, smiling on the outside but harboring contempt in his heart. Combined with above for flow, so this is included. Continuation of above segment. What was with that face always projecting itself as the most unfortunate being on the planet? It irked Sun to no end. He didn't know what Dewey was trying to escape from, or what pain he had endured, but just looking at that face made Sun want to hit him. Hearing this, Dewey apologized for bothering Sun and promised to try harder not to catch his eye again. Rudy's attitude infuriated Sun, who grabbed him by the collar to vent his frustration. He believed that Dewey's face was just a mask to gain fame without any substance. A fake, worthless scum wouldn't understand the true value of money in life. Conrad, seeing his friend getting out of hand, pulled Sun away. Yet just before leaving, the guy cussed Dewey, saying if he couldn't live up to his potential, he might as well go to the underworld to get out of sight. Listening to those insults, Rudy only tightened his grip on his treasure and smiled, accepting his fate. On another day, Rudy encountered Sun again at the Adventurers Guild. Sun knew he was eyeing a request no one else wanted, the kind of task that felt half-hearted, which he absolutely despised. At that moment, Tem Arrow returned from a mission and notified Dewey that Mimia had been taken down by monsters. Sarah was missing. She planned to return to the forest after the blizzard passed to search for Sarah. Timothy felt regret for leaving the girl behind, but Sue believed they had no choice but to leave Sarah behind. They had encountered a fierce blizzard that reduced visibility, and they lost communication in the woods. Hearing this, Rudy went home to prepare his gear, and as he stepped outside, he played a little trick to make the blizzard disappear before heading into the forest. On his way, he remembered Sun's mocking words and questioned what the hell he was doing. Perhaps he was searching for Sarah just to satisfy himself, regardless of whether she was alive or dead. Edget had abandoned him, so Rudy didn't want anyone else to endure the pain he felt. Thus, he couldn't just let them go. Rudy found himself facing a monster and swiftly used his earth magic to take it down in an instant. The other beasts, like moths to a flame, charged at him, but their end was just as grim. Moving toward the creature, he discovered Mia's remains in its belly. He quickly gathered her remains and belongings, and during this process, Rudy found Sarah's earring. Perhaps she followed Mia to the River of the Dead as well. After finishing, he took the remains for cremation. Truth be told, Rudy wasn't that close to Sarah, but she had been easing off her nagging lately, so perhaps they had grown closer. Suddenly, strange hands attacked Rudy with enormous blocks of ice, but he managed to dodge just in time. He spotted Sarah being held captive by a ghostly tree, and braved the raging storm to rescue her. After successfully saving her, Rudy took Sarah to a cave to tend to her injuries. Sarah, feeling vulnerable without her clothes, panicked and ran off to get dressed. She turned back and asked why Rudy was at such a dangerous place. It was because he accidentally overheard news of her disappearance from Timo. The two quickly packed their things to leave this cursed place. Before they could exit, Sarah thanked Rudy for saving her. That gratitude felt like a key unlocking Rudy from the prison of guilt he had imprisoned himself in for so long. They returned to find Suen's team leaving the city to search for Sarah. The girl rushed into Suen's arms, exclaiming that Rudy was the one who saved her. Hearing this, Suen got furious, not understanding why Dewey risked his life to save someone. If something happened to him, she would regret it for a lifetime. Seeing her sister angry, Sarah stood up to defend Dewey. It was then that Suen realized she might have overreacted and apologized to him. Timothy approached with tears in his eyes, thanking him profusely. He felt indebted and didn't know how to repay Rudy, but since Rudy had saved Temaro before they called it even. After all the tears and gratitude, Rudy was seen off by Timothy and Patris. As they caught sight of Mina, Sarah called Rudy back to bid farewell. Now she no longer treated him with disdain. They had grown closer. Dewey was finally freed from his guilt and could finally sleep well after so many years. Since the incident of saving Sarah, Rudy had been actively working with Team Arrow, and his nickname, Swamp Duo, had become famous in nearby villages. Especially the distance between Dewey and Sarah had significantly shortened. She shared many stories about her family with Dewey. Her father was a hunter, so from a young age, Sarah had been exposed to bows. Growing up, she continued her father's archery tradition and became an adventurer. Rudy also opened up about his father being a swordsman, although he was terrible with swords. Thankfully, he had a talent for magic, or he would be utterly useless. After learning about his magic skills, Sarah's parents invited Josie to teach Rudy magic. When Sarah found out that Rudy's mentor was a girl, she lost interest and quickly changed the subject. Besides archery, Sarah also knew a little about swordsmanship. She had a sword that she occasionally took for repairs, but for some reason it seemed to get worse with each visit. So Sarah planned to buy a new sword and invited Rudy to go sword shopping with her. In a moment of realization, Rudy figured out that she was really asking him out on a date. The next day, the two of them strolled around town grabbing some snacks before heading to the sword shop. Upon entering, Sarah was overwhelmed by the impressive swords on display. She and Dewey quickly chose a sword they liked and took it home. After shopping, they stopped by a tavern for a few drinks to warm up. Sarah thought about taking her sword for repairs, but strangely, the more it was fixed, the worse it got. So she decided to buy a new sword altogether and invited Rudy to come along. In a fleeting moment, Judy realized the invitation was a date. The next day, the two strolled through town grabbing a bite before heading to the sword shop. The moment Sarah entered, she was dazzled by the arsenal of exquisite blades. She and Judy quickly chose the perfect sword and took it home right away. After their shopping spree, they stopped by a tavern to warm up with a few drinks. While Sarah wandered the town, she decided to buy a new breastplate because her old one was too tight. Rudy glanced at her choice and blushed, deeply typical of men who only dream of a woman's soul, not the armor. After a few sips of pink wine, Sarah grew tipsy, leaning on Rudy. Knowing she was giving him the green light, Rudy moved to wrap his arm around her. This was the perfect moment to cast aside the past and embark on a new journey together. Rudy drained his glass and offered to escort her home. Moments like these demanded he stay sharp and handsome to slowly win her heart. But Sarah wanted to linger a bit longer, with Rudy savouring the warmth of the night and the promise of what was to come. Judy willingly offers himself to Sarah. When she said she wanted to return to her room, he was deeply moved, like a cat with cream at his lips, unable to resist. So he gently took Sarah home and offered her a drink. But at this hour, Sarah didn't need water. What she truly craved was simply to be by Judy's side. Grateful for his rescue, she wanted to gift herself to him. With orders given, Judy dove into playfulness with Sarah like a cat chasing a mouse, slowly encroaching on her personal space. Yet at the crucial moment, his little bird refused to sing. Now Judy understood the source of his frustration. How could his spirit soar when Sarah, so sweet and ripe, was right there, but his heart remained silent? He couldn't fathom why his stubborn self wouldn't respond. Seeing Judy struggle with his own nature, Sarah, knowing his weakness in physiology, quietly left. Before departing, she clarified she held no romantic feelings. Her actions were simply gratitude. After burying this fleeting romance, Judy stormed into a tavern to drown his sorrows. Despite the barkeep's protests, Judy's resolve to drown his pain was unshakable. At that moment, Sun and his gang appeared. Sun read Judy's troubled expression instantly. He knew something was wrong. He accused Judy of being the type who masks pain with a smile, then runs away expecting comfort from others. This hit a raw nerve. Fueled by years of bottled-up anger, Judy rose and landed a perfect punch on Sun, venting his long-suppressed fury. He loathed people like Sun, those who mock, belittle, and flaunt their achievements. If Judy could live like Sun, he would have, but he feared being hated, so he wore a mask of cheerfulness. After unloading his heart, tears welled as Judy begged Sun to beat and insult him. Moved by this display, Sun urged himself not to bully a child. Seeing this, Sun took on all the blame and declared Judy the most unfortunate soul on earth, trying to comfort him. Their deep conversation revealed Sun's sadness over a recent heartbreak. According to Sun, in moments of despair, one must find the root cause and face it head-on. When Judy spoke formally to Sun, Sun told him to drop the formality they had just been exchanging punches moments ago. Relaxed, Judy shared his story from long ago. He once loved a girl, experienced intimacy for the first time, only to wake up the next morning to find she had left, to roam the world. Hearing this, Judy broke down in tears, leaving his friend helpless. Sun, drawing from experience, suggested maybe the girl left because Judy's prelude was lacking. If that was the case, a visit to the city's only brothel for some real-world lessons might be the cure. That night, Sun led Judy to Alina, the most skilled courtesan in town, to teach him practical lessons of adulthood. Alina had long heard of Judy's reputation, not from adventurers but from her sister, who injured herself cleaning snow that winter and was miraculously healed by Judy's spirit. If Alina were embraced by someone as wonderful as Judy, she would surely attract jealousy from her peers. After downing a glass, Judy and Alina began a teasing game of push and pull. She shed her cloak, revealing a supple figure that seemed to beckon him closer. When the moment came, both plunged into darkness, exploring uncharted territories of intimacy. Meanwhile, Sun chatted loudly with others downstairs. Judy descended the stairs heavy-hearted because despite Alina's many attempts, his stubborn elephant refused to awaken. Hearing this, Sun scratched his head, pondering what could possibly work. Alina suggested that maybe Judy feared women. If someone could help him overcome that fear and make him feel accepted, his problem might vanish instantly. Judy thought of Josie, but since they were master and disciple, he couldn't just defeat his teacher to fix things. Alina believed Judy had to slowly build trust and affection with someone so they wouldn't scare him anymore. If the cure didn't come today, then he could just drink himself into oblivion. So Judy and Sun drank till dawn before heading home. On the way back, Sun shared his experience fighting monsters in a labyrinth, how rushing in recklessly leads only to death because the monsters grow stronger and cooperate as one goes deeper. He advised Judy to take the same patient approach in matters of the heart, slowly approach Sarah and open his heart bit by bit. But Judy argued that wasn't necessary since Sarah said she was just fulfilling her duty. Sun, however, was sure Sarah harbored a burning love for Judy and urged him to try talking again. What if things improved? Judy insisted he knew better and told Sun not to meddle. Whether it worked or not didn't matter. To him, girls were like kids, he just wanted to avoid them. The labyrinth of the maze forced Sun to engage cautiously, because the deeper they went, the stronger the monsters grew, even coordinating attacks. Rushing in meant certain death. Just like in love, Sun advised Doogie to carefully approach Sarah and slowly open his heart. But Doogie thought that unnecessary, since Sarah said it was just her duty. Sun firmly believed Sarah held a burning love for Doogie and urged him to try talking to her again. Maybe things could improve. Doogie insisted he already knew and told Sun not to meddle. Whether it worked or not didn't matter. He just wanted to avoid girls entirely. Only a woman like Alina, bold and beautiful, would be worth his time. Sun tried to stop Doogie's foolish ranting, but Sarah overheard and, furious at his insults, slapped him hard. She declared she never wanted to see Doogie's face again, threw down her sword, then stormed off. At that moment, Doogie's rational thoughts shattered. He knelt, picking up his sword to end it all. Sun quickly stopped him, urging Doogie to get up and chase after her to make amends. But Doogie, overwhelmed by despair, refused to move. Seeing his pain, Sun suggested Doogie return to his hometown to heal his soul. Though far away in Malit, Doogie agreed to go with Sun, who, despite his cruel jokes, showed a kind heart beneath. At a tavern, Alina caught wind of the talented mage Doogie and his team's success hunting a stray dragon. She used a body-switching trick to extract information about Doogie's location. That night, she planned to make them pay. After some thought, the long-haired man confirmed Duji was in Paipin, the third city of Baran. Finally knowing where Paul's son was, Judy and Sun led their team through the forest toward the nearest duchy. Sun signaled the team to halt, so Duji could use earth magic to scout from above. Duji spotted about 10 Lasta beasts approaching quickly. They had detected them. Sun ordered everyone to scatter and prepare for battle. With Judy's help, Sun trapped the Lasta in a muddy pit. Taking advantage, Sun and the team picked them off swiftly. Suddenly, a crimson dragon appeared. The Lasta had fled at full speed to escape this legendary beast. Sun scolded Duji for not checking carefully, forcing them to face the powerful dragon. The dusty, snowy fog had hidden the beast from Duji's sight. The dragon's fierce wing beats scattered Sun's team. Immediately, Sun commanded a retreat. Duji drew his staff, conjured smoke, and covered their escape, then stayed behind to face the dragon alone. The crimson dragon hurled fireballs at Sun, but the battle had just begun. Spotting an opening, men raised his staff like a gun and fired ice shards at the beast. The crimson dragon was hit by a barrage of freezing shots and collapsed completely. Finally, Judy summoned the great ice pillar, striking the dragon's head to end its life. Seeing men single-handedly take down the crimson dragon, the team cheered him up to the heavens. After a long journey, their hearts finally reached the kingdom of Neris. The echoes of battle still lingered as teammates praised Judy's strength, truly worthy of the legendary Chudu of the Demon Continent. Yet Judy remained humble, chalking it up to luck, arriving just as the Crimson Dragon's lifespan was ending. Rudy, having fought alongside Sun's team for a while, wanted him to join their ranks. But Rudy's own goal was to build his name here for a time, then move to another land in search of his mother, so he declined. Returning to his room, Judy resumed his daily ritual, reverently praying before Josie's golden triangle, hoping she would guide his path. The next day, he continued training his body as Chairman Ho had instructed. Now Men had the muscular physique he had always dreamed of, strong and irresistibly attractive. At a local eatery, Judy overheard a man boasting about his dragon-slaying exploits. Expecting a heroic tale, the crowd was disappointed by the dull story. The main hero's right here, yet you all openly disrespect him, Judy thought. Just then, Alina appeared, pointing at Rudy and declaring, "Finally, I've found Duo Swamp." Men was confused while Judy tried to recall if he'd met this woman before. Alina kept staring at him, making men imagine she had fallen for him at first sight, perhaps drawn by his fit, youthful body. The crowd, seeing a girl with Duo Swamp, began eagerly watching the scene unfold. Alina introduced herself as a former member of Par's squad and Josie's teammate. Hearing this, Judy leapt up and asked where his master was. But Alina seemed less interested in that, leaning in to whisper if it was true Judy had slain the dragon. When she learned Judy had done it with his own hands, Alina understood why Josie was so proud of her disciple. Then Alina began teasing Judy, making him foolishly believe she liked him. Seizing the moment, Rudy stole a kiss from her. Just as the tension peaked, Alina's hand brushed the necklace resting on Judy's chest. After some questioning, Alina recognized it as a gift from a childhood elf friend of Judy's. She quickly pulled out her own necklace to compare, noting the striking similarity. "All right, no more playing around with you," she said. Alina had no intention of becoming Paul's daughter-in-law. Instead, she wanted to remain Josie's friend and quit the game for now. At that moment, Judy, text ends here, just asked why Alina came looking for me. She came to tell me Janet is currently in the labyrinth city of Japan, near the Begar continent. But to get there, Rudy would need a whole year. Plus, with snow about to fall, he'll stay here a while. Alina said Janet seems pretty relaxed exploring the labyrinth. Also, Josie and Talion have joined up with Paul to head to the Begar continent. Hearing that, Judy feels safe to stay behind. In the Neris Duchy training hard, while running, Rudy spots Alina exercising with some guy. He advises her to close the door, cold weather warning. After a week with Alina, Rudy's learned just how devilishly mischievous she is, hitting max level in troublemaking. Every night, Alina invites Dai over for wild board games, even flaunting her assets that leave everyone breathless. Truly sinful, amen. Yet Rudy doesn't judge. Actually, he wants to join in, but Rudy's dealing with impotence, so he quietly cries inside, lying still, while Alina practices spelling each night. Now Rudy's sworn off liking anyone, abandoning all that because when betrayal is inevitable, admiration from afar is enough. The next morning, Rudy's mind shatters, seeing his friend get devoured by Alina. Sun quickly says, "I'm not touching your woman," but before he finishes, Judy cuts in. Alina isn't his woman, and besides, Sun's little buddy isn't much of a threat. Hearing this, Sun laughs and apologizes to Rudy for hurting his feelings. He brags about last night being wild, causing Rudy heartache like a knife. Rudy warns Alina to handle the fallout, knowing full well she's already swept up Sun's entire crew. If she gets pregnant, who knows who the father is? Alina, and Sun's lovey-dovey antics make Rudy insanely jealous. He wonders what Alina plans to do to manage her huge harem. Before he can finish the thought, the answer hits. She's using those 2 ripped old coins to bribe other guys, getting pleasure and cash at once. Truly, the queen of all trades, worthy of any challenge. One snowy day, while Judy's training GM Alina brings him a letter. It's from Vice Principal Genus of Jan Noah Magic University. Lately, Judy's fame in the Duo Swamp has echoed all the way to the kingdom of G. Noah. Genus knows Judy is the disciple of the water mage Josie, so Genus invites him to Jan Noah as a special student. According to Alina, special students are exempt from classes and tuition-free to use all the library and research equipment. Judy wonders where this recommendation letter came from and decides to investigate. He knows Conrad studied there and goes to ask him about it. Conrad explains that G. Noah Magic University invites those with unusual magic or high mana capacity like Judy to boost the school's fame. Makes sense, Judy's use of no-meaning magic fits. Conrad notices Judy's strength and asks if he studied at a magic school. Judy says his family's rich, so he hired tutors instead of attending school. Being from the noble Gree family who rules Asura, Conrad wonders why Judy is risking it all as a lone adventurer. Talking about it tears well up in Judy's eyes. He remembers he took a tutoring job at the Edgett household to pay for entering Magic University with Sin Fee. But now, everyone is far away, and he prays his friend is safe. At that moment, Alina tries to charm Conrad. She says she wants to improve her magic, but he's a family man wanting to reunite with loved ones first. Alina says Paul's group will return to Asura, so a short trip will meet them. Hurry up. However, it's clear Alina hates Paul, so she pushes Judy to study. Though eager to level up her magic, Judy values family and declines the opportunity. That night, Judy reunites with the spirit god after 2 years. This elusive figure vanished when Judy needed him to find Jenny, but appears now when he doesn't. Basically, Judy has found his mother and doesn't want to bother the spirit god anymore. The spirit god's advice hits deep. If Judy goes to Bigar now, he'll regret it. Judy just wants to return home and heal his silent little buddy. Hearing this, the spirit god seriously advises Judy to enroll at Jan Noah Magic University, uncover the secrets behind the Faetua territory's shift and awaken his true manhood. Then the spirit god glows and ascends skyward. Even trying to ask more, Judy can't. He opens his eyes to see Alina happily playing with his baby elephant. His sister Molem, yet the little elephant refuses to raise its trunk, leaving them both restless. The next morning, Judy bids farewell to Sun and the team heading to Genoa Kingdom. He thanks Sun deeply for all his help. Sun thanks Judy too, saying thanks to him, he earned enough money for a lifetime. He promises that if they meet again on a beautiful day, he'll take Judy to the red light district for some fun. Judy happily agrees. After parting, Judy and Alina set off for Genoa, crossing long roads toward the academy that trains the greatest mages of all time. This time, he planned to travel to the continent of Bigar to meet Josie. The spirit god teased him, questioning whether he was ready to face his master in such a weakened state. His magic was still lacking, and although his sword skills had improved slightly, he remained unprepared for their meeting. Now was the moment for Dewey to hone his abilities at the Magic University. Dewey absorbed every new lesson like a sponge, understanding that these were divine words meant for him. The deity warned him to heed the advice. If he ventured to the Bigar continent, now he'd regret it. In truth, Dewey only wished to return home to heal his silent bird's wounds. The deity seriously advised Dewey to enroll at Jan Noah Magic University to understand the teleportation incident in the Faetua territory. Then, Judy would awaken his true manly spirit. As the deity's radiant light ascended to the heavens, Dewey reached out but could no longer grasp him. Opening his eyes, he saw Alina happily playing with her baby elephant, though the little elephant stubbornly refused to raise its trunk, leaving the playful siblings restless like ants. The next morning, Rudy bids a warm farewell to Sun and his comrades, setting off for the kingdom of G. Sun expresses deep gratitude to Rudy for all the help he's received lately. Sun, in return, thanks Rudy for enabling him to earn enough money to live comfortably for a lifetime, promising that if fate brings them together on a bright day, Sun will take Rudy on a wild night out in the red light district. Hearing this, Rudy happily agrees. With goodbyes done, Rudy and Alina begin their journey. Together, Rudy and Alina embark toward the kingdom of G. They traverse a long road to reach the academy famed for producing the most outstanding magicians of all time. Rudy plans to meet Genus immediately, so he lets Alina wander wherever she pleases. However, Alina, craving fresh young meat, decides to follow Rudy. Rudy quickly realizes that Alina is under some kind of curse. If she doesn't flirt with the right men, she might end up in trouble. Understanding her plight, he grows more sympathetic. Within minutes, they arrive at the Magic University and encounter Vice Principal Genus. He wonders why Rudy came so quickly, suspecting it's because Genus advised him to study here. Rudy, unbothered by the old man's grumbling, dares to drop formalities, making Genus scowl. On this business study trip, Rudy openly expresses his strong desire to learn and research at the school. But first, to enter the university, he must pass an entrance exam. The academy not only teaches magic, but also offers classes in many other fields, filling numerous buildings and lecture halls. Curious Rudy leans toward Genus and quietly asks if the school offers courses in mental health treatment. Genus responds that while they don't teach medicine, they do instruct in magical healing and detoxification. Seeing Rudy's question, Genus guesses Rudy must have his own ailments. Rudy jokes that he's researching treatments for his close comrades, not because he himself is sick. Genus then leads Rudy to the arena, where he will face a master of the mindless magic arts, Fit. Fit spots Rudy but hides her true identity, currently disguised as a young man named Fit, the school's magic prodigy. Rudy steps forward, introducing himself respectfully and seeking guidance from his senior. Nervous about losing and having to pay tuition, Rudy vows to give it his all. Anticipating Fit's attack, Rudy quickly casts Dist Magic to neutralize a water blast, then counters with a volley of sharp stones that knocks Fit to the ground. At the battle's end, Rudy offers Fit a free spirit ticket, healing her wounds. Realizing he struck his senior, Rudy helps her up and thanks her for the opportunity. Leaning close, he whispers a promise to repay Fit's kindness, causing her face to flush red. Thanks to his status as a special student, Rudy is allowed to stay in the Magic University dorms and enjoys a tuition waiver. Doody then offers Fit a free spirit healing ticket to mend his wounds. Feeling the sharp sting of his own blow, Doody rushes to support Fit, gratitude filling the moment. Leaning close, he promises to repay this kindness, causing Fit's cheeks to flush with a rare warmth. After that intense duel, Doody earns the privilege to live in the Magic University dorms, a special student exempt from tuition fees. Granted freedom to roam the campus and only required to attend a single homeroom session monthly, Doody's life seems set, yet any misstep outside school grounds means facing consequences alone. Just then, Alina appears, asking G if her outfit is sexy enough. Without missing a beat, he advises her to slit the leather dress for easier movement, adding that thigh-high stockings would amp up the allure. Alina, ever the playful spirit happily adopts the cheeky suggestion. To welcome newcomers, Ariel, the second princess of Ada and student council president, takes the stage. Surrounded by her loyal guards, she commands admiration from all. Even Alina's eyes sparkle with envy at Ariel's formidable entourage. Ariel's speech touches on keeping order and avoiding hatred, phrases so routine, yet somehow charged with the princess's magnetic presence. Her voice turns mundane words into a spellbinding call to unity. As Ariel's speech wraps, Doody catches Phi's intense gaze locked on him, panic rising. Could Phi be upset about Doody's earlier slight? The failure to properly acknowledge a senior, today's homeroom session, nudges Doody to the classroom, curious about what awaits. But fate throws a twist. A wild card named Zenoba bursts in, nearly hoisting Doody off the ground. Doody's alarmed screams fill the air, adding chaos to the scene. Linny, irritated by the ruckus, slams her fists on the desk, silencing Zenoba's antics. Zenoba nervously introduces Rudy, his often-mentioned master, but Linny barely listens. Instead, she beckons Doody over with a commanding wave. This high-class girl knows how to get what she wants effortlessly. Judy complies, caught in Linny's confident aura, a dance of power and charm unfolding in the classroom's charged atmosphere. Linny introduces herself as the daughter of Gis, leader of the warriors from the Didia village deep in the Great Forest. Rudy suddenly recalls Gis mentioning a daughter studying abroad, so this is her. Meanwhile, a girl named Perena draws Judy's attention. Her noble lineage matches Linny's, but her fiery, combative spirit makes her a constant rival, ignoring Judy's presence entirely. This young man Rudy is a prodigy magician, already mastered top-level magic in his second year, except for barriers which he's just beginning to master. At first, Judy thought Rudy was just a reckless show-off, but meeting him reveals a rare gem. Rudy not only wields magic, but swings a sword with precision. Wondering where Rudy got such info, Judy learns that Agid shared its stunning news that rattles her. Trying to steady herself, Judy asks Rudy where he met Agid, but is met with a cold brush-off. The last student in the class is the mysterious Silent, a noble lady so elusive that meeting her feels like reaching the heavens. Always buried in research, Silent skips classes and homerooms alike, her aloofness carving a path few dare to follow. And so the classroom's delicate balance of power and mystery unfolds, setting the stage for what's to come, skipping classes altogether. Silent only appears during crucial moments, so when that time comes, Judy will finally meet her. After school, he strolls around the campus and stops by the library, desperate to find a cure for his little brother. But first, Judy needs to understand the mysterious displacement incident in the Phyto territory. Yet clueless where to start, he wanders aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon a clue. After gathering a pile of books, he accidentally bumped into Fit. Seizing the moment, he apologized for having embarrassed him, but Fit didn't seem to mind. Noticing the heap of books in Rudy's hands, Fit asked what he was researching. Rudy eagerly replied that he wanted to learn about the teleportation event, since he had once lived in Phyto A, only to be swept away by that disaster to the Demon Continent. Hearing this, Fit felt a twinge of emotion and accidentally revealed his true identity. Rudy continued, sharing that it took him 3 years to return. Thankfully, during that time he found his family. Yet, only his childhood friend Rudy was lost, and he had no idea where she was. He felt guilty for not being honest about his true purpose. He was actually seeking a cure for impotence. But for now, he had to play along. Fit suggested he read the Exploration Chronicles to learn more about that incident. Wow! Fit was actually a good guy. Here he thought people held grudges against him. Ever since Zenoba met Ri, he had been like a shadow, following him to learn various techniques. Seeing Zenoba's enthusiasm, Rudy agreed to teach him, though they'd have to wait for the right moment. The two exchanged playful titles of master and disciple, smiling brightly, catching the attention of their peers. Just then, Ri rushed over to greet Zenoba and introduced herself. However, when she realized she had known about him through Fit's stories long ago, she remarked how quickly he seemed to forget. This left Rudy puzzled. What on earth had he forgotten? It was understandable, since someone as famous as Zenoba wouldn't remember every detail. When introducing himself, he mentioned he was of the Notos lineage within the Grey family, meaning he was a cousin of Judy's. As he departed, Zenoba revealed to Judy that he was an aristocrat from the Asura kingdom. Although a student, he was actually a bodyguard for Princess Ariel, who had come here as a student to escape after losing the claim to the throne. Alongside him was the silent but skilled mage Vongon, whose origins remained a mystery aside from being part of the Alpa clan. Escaping as a foreign student, Von Win also follows to protect the princess. He's a skilled magic user from the Alpa tribe, but no one truly knows his origins beyond that. After chatting with Zenoba, Judy heads to the library to read. On his way back to the dorm, he accidentally picks up a pair of panties someone dropped. Trying to return them, he's caught red-handed by a girl who screams, accusing Judy of stealing underwear, drawing a crowd of girls around him. Suddenly, a gorilla-like girl drops from above, shouting that Judy is a pervert. Terrified, he protests, "I didn't do anything." But the girls hold him tight, confused how the panties he's holding belong to the princess herself. Just when things look hopeless, Fee rushes over, claiming those panties were hers, accidentally dropped while drying. Judy was just a bystander trying to help. But the gorilla girl won't let it go, shouting about the strict dorm rules forbidding males from walking this path after sunset. Fee tries to smooth things over, explaining Judy is a new student unaware of the rules. When the gorilla girl still argues, Fee draws a weapon, scaring everyone off. Fee apologizes to Judy for the trouble she caused. Losing her panties almost cost him dearly. Yet Judy feels lucky Fee stepped in, or else his little bird would have flown away for good. Grateful that Fee took his side, Judy thanks her sincerely. Fee seems oddly touched by the gratitude, hinting at a secret, before walking away, making Judy blush. Could this be the silent bird effect, turning Judy's world through 3D? Since enrolling, his days follow a strict routine. Mornings start with vigorous wooden sword practice to break a sweat, then back to his room to train magic power. Recently, Zenoba asked him to learn how to carve effigies, so Judy practices that too, plus dealing with curing his little brother's condition. Lunchtime and afternoon meals are spent with Zenoba. Though the school lacks beautiful girls, the food hits the spot. Meanwhile, Elena's days are filled with playful fights by day and relaxed feasting by night, fighting non-stop yet never tired. Her lungs must be ironclad. Back to Judy, afternoons are reserved for learning healing and divine magic, along with barrier techniques. He thought he understood barriers from Josie's lessons, but here he's just a clumsy rookie. In free time, Judy hits the library, diving into scarce records on the forbidden displacement magic. The best account is an expedition diary Fee recommended. After settling into a fixed schedule, Judy finally has some free time. Yet despite all his efforts, no cure emerges for his brother. Nights find him helpless, lying on his bed, unable to trap the magical squirrel into a jar. The next day, Judy bumps into Fee at the library and invites him to sit. Noticing Fee's book on displacement, Judy asks why he's interested. Fee reveals he lost loved ones in that disaster, but now knows where they are, only he can't reach them. So, Fee teams up with Judy to uncover the truth behind the displacement tragedy. Yet when they shake hands, Judy blushes, suspecting his own orientation might be as curved as a parabola. Slowly, Judy grows closer to Fee, though the man remains a mystery. Noticing Fee's dark glasses, Judy curiously asks why he wears them. Fee just grunts. Removing them reveals his secrets. As the princess's bodyguard, Fee has special permission to stay in the female dormitory. Judy realizes Fee often tries to start conversations with him, contradicting the cold image people have. Turns out Fee fears strangers, but trusts Judy as a childhood friend, letting his guard down. Judy learns Fee was rescued by a master who taught him magic, but he can't meet this master himself because Judy is that master. Judy feels his heart skip a beat, wondering if this is fate's shadow playing tricks. After their talk, Fee leaves to meet Princess Ariel. Fee is a man wrapped in layers of secrets. Just helping Judy alone is mysterious enough. Following divine advice, Judy believes Fee might be the one to finally cure his brother's impotence after all these years. Zenoba, growing impatient, throws pride aside and begs Judy to teach him how to craft effigies. The man's addicted to otaku stuff, always pestering Judy daily. Remembering a past moment when he was excited to gift an effigy but met Zenoba practicing stick figure spells, Judy can't help but laugh. Zenoba is a bit of a joke, but since they're comrades, Judy agrees to teach him. Zenoba's skills are lacking. He can't even form a lump of earth, properly crushing Judy's hopes. If you don't have much magic power, just shape the earth with your hands, Judy suggests. This simple technique demands extreme dexterity, and the master makes it look easy. But when Zenoba tries, it's a total disaster, shattering all hope of success. Rudy is a young man wrapped in mystery. Just helping Judy alone is enough to raise questions. After all, Judy had followed the divine's advice, so maybe Rudy is the one destined to heal Judy's long-standing impotence. After years of waiting, Zenoba can't hold back any longer, and shamelessly begs Rudy to teach him how to craft mung bean and pennywort dolls. This guy's an otaku junkie. It reminds Rudy of the last time he was happily giving dolls to a student, only to run into Zenoba, who was busy practicing spelling with statues. Zenoba's salty humor is hard to ignore, but since he's a comrade, Rudy understands. Though Rudy has rejected Zenoba many times, he eventually agrees to teach him, because Zenoba shows up every day begging, and if Rudy says no, Zenoba might not survive long. Hearing this, Zenoba perks up, ready to absorb every bit of wisdom from his master. Unfortunately, his talent is only in his mouth. His actual skill leaves much to be desired. Like those pants he wore every day, but couldn't even shape a lump of earth, leaving him powerless. Sometimes defeat means trying a different trick. If Zenoba lacked ample mana, all he needed was to mold a lump of earth and carve it by hand. This is the most basic, yet toughest method, demanding hands as deft as a master craftsman. Janob Bar thought it looked as easy as candy, but reality hit hard. When he got to work, the earth shattered into pieces, crushing the last flicker of the little one's hope. Basically, this kid's power was so strong that a single squeeze broke the earth instantly. The next day, Dudi proudly shared the puppet crafting tale with Fee. Seeing Zenoba create a puppet with magic Fee gave it a shot, but failed. This wasn't child's play for an ordinary soul like Zenoba. So, Fee suggested Zenoba find a slave to do the work for him. That idea sounded clever, and Du decided to discuss it with Janob Bar before heading to the slave market. Fee, sensing the chance to tag along, hinted he might as well go too. After a moment, the little one caught on. Fee wanted to hit the market with him. Du invited Fee along and even treated him, which made Sanai really happy. When the break came, Du led Fee and Janob Bar to the slave market. At their first meeting, both sides exchanged polite greetings. But this grandson, riding on his father's reputation, puffed up his chest arrogantly. That forced Du to step in with a lesson. After all, Fee was the one who proposed helping Zenoba, so respect for his senior was a must. Hearing this, the kid immediately sobered up and greeted properly. Fee, sensing tension, advised him to tone it down because if his father caught wind, his head wouldn't stay on his shoulders. After greetings, the trio headed to the slave market. True, Teruma's slaves here were stripped bare. Fee's eyes went wide, seeing the size of a baby elephant. For the first time, it was overwhelming. Du thought Fee was eyeing a grapefruit, but quickly realized he was no rookie like Janob Bar. Zenoba noticed the two lingering by the warriors and reminded them to move along. Dudi immediately thought of the dwarf race known for their magic aptitude. But for teaching magic, Fee suggested choosing younger kids who hadn't started learning magic yet since they absorb void magic faster. Starting magic at the age of 5 exponentially increases one's mana. Theoretically, mana potential is decided at birth, but Fee's master had experimented and proved that belief wrong. After chatting, they sought out the market owner to find a dwarf child. After sorting through the list, the owner found a 6-year-old dwarf girl. Her family had fallen into slavery due to debts and she barely spoke the human tongue. Slightly malnourished, but feeding her would soon turn her plump and strong. The trio decided to meet her. Following the owner, they encountered the little girl who was roughly dragged out, leaving her injured. Fee rushed to heal her. With years of experience in slave stables, the owner warned against buying her, she'd be useless. But Dudi ignored this and approached the girl, trying to speak gently to her. The three of us decided to meet the girl and see for ourselves. Following the master, we encountered the little dwarf girl. The master forcefully pulled her out, causing her injury. In response, my teacher rushed forward to heal her. With years of experience in the slave trade, the master advised against purchasing her, insisting she would be of no use. Yet, I brushed aside his words and approached her. I attempted to communicate in the magic tongue, but she resolutely remained silent. Seeing her defiance, the master raised his hand to strike, but I commanded him to stop. In her eyes, I saw nothing but despair, a yearning for liberation from this world of suffering. I too had once felt like her, disillusioned with reality and wishing to abandon everything. Gently, I asked, "Do you want to meet the King of Hell?" A smile flickered on her lips, as if she understood. After all, if she wished to escape life forcing her into labour, she despised would hold no meaning. But then her eyes welled with tears as she softly replied, "I don't want to be covered in a shroud." This brought me joy, and I took her home with me. After being freed from the slave market, she devoured the feast laid out before her. When I asked her name, she replied she did not know, as children of her clan were only named at the age of 7. After some debate, we decided on the name July for her. Living with Zenoba, July would serve her master during the day and study language and magic, with me in the afternoons. In the evenings, she diligently practiced crafting puppets. Not just with me, but X-Fi also woke up early to exercise every morning. Every dawn she would rise at 5 like a bird ready to take flight and sprint through the magical city of Saria. By doing this, July would familiarize herself with the city's layout while also testing her own limits. She did this knowing that if her idol found themselves in a similar situation, they would do the same. Next, she would pack her books and head to school alongside the princess, diligently studying. However, much of this knowledge had already been imparted to her by me, so she enjoyed sitting with Ariel for fun. When faced with challenging topics, Ariel would turn to July for explanations. She wakes up early every day to exercise, riding at 5 sharp like clockwork. Then, she laces up her shoes and runs around Saria, the magic city. Doing this, Sinin Fi gets familiar with the city's layout and learns her own limits. She does this because if her idol ever faced such hardships, Ri would do the same. Afterward, she grabs her books and attends classes alongside the princess. Sinin Fi studies diligently, though the lessons were already taught by Ji. She just sits with Ariel for company. When the material gets tough, the princess turns to Sinin Fi for explanations. Seeing Ariel's dedication, Sinin Fi grows fond of her. Maybe because Sinin Fi admires Dudi so much, she also appreciates someone hard-working like him. The twilight calls for Sinin Fi to lead the princess exploring the narrow alleys of Saria. It turns out the city was built complexly to defend against invasions, helping citizens escape or ambush enemies. The young man listens attentively, only to admit it was his date with a girl that made him learn a bit. Typical Notos folk charming, but walking into backstabs someday. Hearing this, Sinin Fi immediately thinks of Dudi the ladies' man who still somehow manages to tie the knot. She figures he'll probably keep sneaking off for side flings. As they say, like father, like son, Charlie was already a ladies' man, so his son must be just as much. Smiling at the thought, Sinin Fi sighs. Her teammate teases her, and as night falls, she finds herself thinking about Ri. Could it be she's really fallen for him? What should she do? Over the past month, Ji has been teaching dry magic through practical experiments. Every morning, he lets the girl practice magic first thing. The training is intense, but promising, pushing Dry's mastery with a method that feels as fresh as dawn and as hopeful as the light breaking through the darkest nights. Watching her grow, one can't help but wonder sometimes, what we need isn't just power, but a guide who believes in us, even once. As this story unfolds, it whispers in a world that often feels cold and unforgiving. Even the smallest spark of kindness can ignite a blazing fire of hope. She mastered the spell with a single utterance, then focused her mind to unleash earth-shattering bullets using no mind technique. In just a month, not only did her magic improve, but Julie's language skills blossomed too. Her care for Zenoba became flawless, pleasing Ri immensely. Usually, slaves are branded to prevent escape, but Julie, as Judy's disciple and Zenoba's foster sister, was exempt. One day, to honour her beloved master Zenoba, introduced Julie to Judy's exquisite sculptures. Tonight's masterpiece was Jui's, a fierce warrior of the demon clan. The statue's unique aura was striking, though frozen in stillness, it radiated the imminent power to crush any foe. Curious Du asked where Josie's figurine was. The disciple nervously claimed it was in Sion, but a keen eye like Du's saw through the lie immediately. Zenoba, realizing he couldn't fool his teacher, trembled and presented the shattered treasure. Julie's most prized piece lay broken in fragments. Seeing this, Rudy erupted in rage, ready to punish his brother, while Zenoba hastily explained it was all due to school bullying. Back in freshman year, Linnea and Perina provoked Zenoba, sparking a fierce solo showdown. Loser must surrender their most precious possession. Zenoba lost miserably, and Josie's statue was reduced to dust. Witnessing his brother's tears, Du vowed to seek justice for Zenoba. Bullies like them who thrive on chaos must be taught a lesson, he declared. Du confronted Linnea and Perina with a sharp, unyielding tone. These two, as natural enemies, caught wind of trouble immediately. Linnea assumed Zenoba came for revenge over the broken statue. She cursed him as shameless for dragging a freshman into the fight. When she threatened to smash the remaining figurine, Zenoba's blood boiled, ready for a duel until Judy's mocking voice stopped him. Judy sneered at their pack mentality. One-on-one, they'd fall flat. Ignoring Judy's arrogant attitude, Linnea flew into a rage. If Zenoba didn't humble himself soon, she'd tear Du apart. But Linnea had grown past her rebellious phase and decided against escalating. "Go cool off," she spat. Rudy, provoked by the noise, mimicked animal sounds, mockingly driving Linnea mad. Linnea's patience snapped. "You're asking for a full strip down and a splash of cold water." She stormed toward Judy, who had already noticed her movement, and urged Zenoba to leave Penna to her. In just 3 strikes, Judy crushed the feisty cat. Next up was Penna one mud puddle, and a stone rendered her unconscious atop a kumquat branch. With the job done, Julie and Zenoba blindfolded and bound the troublemakers. Judy couldn't believe how quickly she tamed the chaos. It explained why Egget and Pow were such formidable foes. When the two sweet, juicy troublemakers woke, Rudy wasted no time grabbing Penna's prized fruit. Sensory overload, huh? Shame your brothers motionless. Time for the main event. Ju questioned if they understood their crime. Did I do anything wrong to you? One protested. Immediately, Du had Zenoba to show the shattered Josie figurine as evidence. Then, brandishing the sacred golden triangle of the goddess Ra, he flaunted shimmering blue underwear, dazzling the crowd and terrifying Linnea and Perena with the goddess's wrath. The crime-accusation battle began. Perena blamed Linnea for stepping on the figurine, while Linnea accused Perena of despising it and smashing it to bits, even kicking it away. Their bickering sounded like barking and meowing, driving Judy to deafness. Du judged them both guilty, but as Judy's newly formed goddess cult was uncertain how to punish Linnea, threatened to inform her father if Du did anything strange. Hearing this, Du was reminded of how he was once falsely accused by the god Gis for nonsense. Back then, Ri was stripped, splashed with water, and locked away. Doing the same to his sister would never erase old grudges. Fearful, the two begged for mercy. Don't make me ruin your futures with a scandal, they pleaded, but Du warned in the beast tribe offending the sacred beast means eternal ruin. Do you think I'll let you off that easily if we can't fix it? You pay the price. With that, Rudy set to reassemble Josie, rallying the gang. Zenoba doubted even Rudy's skill could fix it, but Men suddenly remembered his improved craftsmanship and said, "Piece of cake." Now the question was how to punish these two. When faced with a tough problem, Du decided to consult Phi. Upon hearing about the kidnapping of female students, Phi panicked if the school found out Du was doomed. Sensing Phi's imagination running wild, Du clarified he only locked them up briefly. Nothing more. The crafty king of escape artists relaxed. Returning to the main issue, Du asked Phi for a punishment that would satisfy him but not breed hatred. Phi, clever as ever, quickly devised a plan. That night, Du and Phi arrived to find an ammonia-soaked, soggy scene. "Nobody can hold it all day when drenched like this," Phi quipped. First-time kidnappers were still clumsy. The two had been locked up and starved all day, spirits crushed, powerless to resist. "Fine, we'll behave next time they begged." Now, the kidnapper was forced to serve as their laundry dude, drying the girls' lingerie. Linnea and Penna flaunted their assets shamelessly, yet the little brother showed no reaction. Boring Linnea was released, but warned Du that no touching or messing with her would be tolerated. "Baby mate. That's for dating and proper wedding ceremonies," she asserted, clearly overestimating herself. Starving since morning, the two blamed Du for their grumbling stomachs. Phi stepped up to scold the lying dog pack, but they snapped back with sass. Sophie pinned them down and doodled all over their faces with special ink. "If you dare disrespect Ri again, I'll curse these tattoos to stay forever." The girls nodded obediently, promising to carry these marks to class tomorrow. Curious, Linnea asked how Du could see her movements. Simple, his master was the Sword King, Gis, who had marked him. And, since Linnea was Gis's daughter, the mark was effectively hers too. After they left, Ri worried someone might learn the spell and ruin their faces for life. "That won't happen," Du assured confidently. "This world is layered with loyalty, justice, and the fierce protectiveness of bonds formed in fire." If you've ever felt powerless, like these characters, take a moment to reflect. Sometimes what we need isn't strength alone, but those who stand by us unwavering and true. Thanks for sharing this journey with me. It's just cheap ink used for drawing magic circles. Once you channel mana into it, the ink vanishes instantly, so no worries there. Suddenly Fit's attention sharpens on Dewey's treasure chest. He's about to open it, but Mien stops him. Yet Fit's eyes catch a glimpse of some underwear disaster. Well, if they can't explore that chest, they might as well tour your house. After some wandering, Fit, exhausted, collapses onto Judy's soft bed. You see the glasses on his face, and the itch to snatch them off is unbearable. Fit reads Judy's mind and lifts them off so she can see. But he's just a simple guy from Vietnam. His princess ordered him to hide his face. Who dares to show theirs? After the chat, Fit rushes off to meet the princess, while Dewey stays behind, lost in thought. Honestly, if you saw Fit's face, you might just faint on the spot. On Monday morning, all the good kids diligently read their books, revisiting old lessons. However, the troublemaker was still on his usual path, searching for Linnea's spring butterfly, only to get scratched on the face. Clip noticed the two noisy birds squabbling and lost his patience trying to quiet them down, but no one cared to listen. Linnea even boldly declared she would jump into a solo battle with Bleo, and thankfully, Clip managed to intervene just in time. Otherwise, someone would have ended up face down. On the way back, Clip, in his usual cluelessness, stumbled upon the charming silhouette of Alina and was struck by love at first sight. Meanwhile, Rudy was wandering around school when he spotted some bullies. Filled with heroism, he rushed in to stop them, but as soon as those kids saw him, they bolted like rabbits. Staying would mean a mouthful of trouble. He thought the victim was weak, but little did he know they were a talented spellcaster, Clip, who usually looked down on Doi, was now being pummeled by those little tykes. Clip, realizing he needed help, was about to lash out at Dewey, but he held back. Words are free, after all. He simply thanked Judy and left Dewey bewildered. Normally, Judy would be the one getting scolded. What had changed? From that day on, Clip quietly kept an eye on Judy and Alina. After some time had passed, the young man finally gathered the courage to pull Dewey aside and confess he had feelings for someone. Dewey, expecting his brother to be in love with a girl, was shocked to see him pointing at Alina. Dewey was taken aback. How had his brother fallen for such a magnificent girl? He described her beauty as stunning as the moon, and her diligence and bravery were unmatched. It was like he had lost all sense. Clip heard rumours spreading that Alina was the kind of girl who had one-night stands with students, so he stood up to defend her honour. If he had known those rumours were true, he might have fainted. In the end, Clip wanted Judy to introduce him to Alina. Upon hearing this, Judy decided it was time to consult a senior for relationship advice. Clip explained he had fallen for someone he already knew, so he needed help. Introducing the girl, she's a B-girl, and our guy doesn't know how to handle that. Rudy asks the right question because Fit is crushing on someone too, so he gets the feels. The moment Rudy hears this, his mind jumps straight to Princess Ariel. He even helped wash her underwear. But love isn't just about favours, right? Fit advises Rudy to properly introduce them, giving Clip a chance to confess to his muse. If anything goes wrong, well, that's on the two of them. Judy's advice sounds reasonable and fitting, so Rudy takes it to heart. He's like a love strategist, never been in love himself yet. His advice feels real. After their talk, Rudy brings Clip to meet Alina. Clip greets her like a true gentleman, instantly winning her favour. She asks why these two kids came looking for her. Quick on his feet, Clip declares he wants a serious relationship. Hearing this, Alina dashes off, pulling him to a quiet corner, asking how much money he wants from this deal. Clip is baffled. Why does she think he's some cheap sellout? When Alina learns this kid doesn't want money, she calls him a fool. She knows Rudy's caught by a curse, yet he still drags this innocent rookie here. It's a mess. Rudy quickly clears things up. Clip brought him to meet her, no tricks. Rudy even shows Josie's underwear as proof, convincing Alina to trust him, for now. Those fresh young guys chasing new thrills are easy for Alina to handle. But cursed as she is, how can she be faithful to a serious guy? The nephew expected his aunt to take him straight to a love hotel. But no, today she's playing the decent, compassionate role. Since Alina's cursed, Rudy advises her to spill everything honestly and politely refuse. Taking Judy's words, Alina talks to Clip and then shoos him away. The next morning, Dewey heads to class like any day, only to be hit by a shocking scene. Big sister Alina is embracing little brother Clip. Seeing Clip's genuine heart, she gives him her heart in return. Alina even withstands the curse for Clip's sake. Now that's true magical love. Moved, the little brother swears on a catfish in a pipe that he'll find a cure for her. Their eyes glitter and they share a kiss that leaves us all drowning in heartache. At this point, even Judy's speechless everyone around seems to be coupling up, while Judy's little bird won't sing, and no one can catch her eye. The mating season has arrived, and the opposite sex pairs battle to claim the throne of youth. The Beast Tribe chooses this way to propose to their beloved. Naturally, the two Beast Tribe princesses are the prize targets, receiving daily challenges from all corners. So, they've holed up in the dormitory, fortifying themselves. What's more, these two are no ordinary girls. Their presence alone is a storm of desire and challenge, making every suitor's heart race. The battlefield of love and rivalry is set, and the Beast Tribe's princesses stand as both prize and warrior. The tale of their struggle is just beginning. This maid even left a message for you asking Lord Du to handle it. Yet here you are, baffled. What chaos are these wild beasts about to unleash? On the way to the library, this little pup blocks your path, challenging you to a duel. Du, too cautious, shrugs it off. He's got all the finesse of a seasoned warrior, not interested in swordplay with a pup. Seeing you retreat, he cuts you off, declaring, "Penna said you're the alpha, so it's your duty to duel me." Faced with that, Judy surrenders. The dog-like challenger strikes fast, but Men counters with a sweet knockout punch, sending him crashing into the branches. Watching Rudy's frustration, he asks what trouble you've stirred up. You're a good boy, with no real mischief, just the wild beasts spreading rumours that anyone who defeats Du gets to marry 2 ladies. Damn those wild rumours, you're the dog master, not the dog tribe leader, so why all this fuss? Du shrugs off the wild rumours and heads to the grand dueling tournament, a gathering of towering, dark and smelly warriors with no pretty girls in sight. Hearing this, Fit claims there are girls sparking hope in the younger brother's eyes. But chasing after you, he stumbles upon a horrific scene, fierce beast commanders being slaughtered by a muscular, purple-skinned man. Spotting Du, they flee to warn him. At your side, they claim that the wild beasts told the purple giant to either line up or face defeat. Seizing the chance, he wipes them all out effortlessly. He's eager to face the owner of the legendary staff gifted by his wife. Introducing himself as Demon King, bar husband to the Demon Emperor Kisiri, he's come all this way for a duel with you. Although Rudy's confused, the invitation is accepted, waiting for your staff to be delivered before the showdown begins. Bar is surprised by your calm demeanour. Humans usually rush, but you face him with cool composure. No wonder your wife praises you. It's rare to see Bar excitedly talk about someone like you, so he's come to see for himself. Humble, you admit. You're just a small fry with slightly above average magic power. Laughing Bar invites you to sit and chat. According to Kisri, Judy is even more formidable than Laplace, so you can proudly claim to be among the world's top magic users. Rudy reveals he's only been training casually, yet already ranks top in a server. Must be some divine muscle power, unlike useless reincarnates like you. Speaking of divine beings, Rudy asks Bar if he knows Hitagami, also called the human god. Bar quickly clarifies he's no minion of that name, and hopes to avoid any trouble. The name Hitagami feels strange to Bar, who's never met him. Seeing Rudy's somber silence, Bar tries to cheer him up, making everyone wonder if these guys are on some heavy stuff. Just then, Fit arrives with your staff. Fit reminds you that losing is okay, just remember to stay alive. Following your senior's advice, Rudy prepares to duel Bar. If you lose, please spare this crippled soul. Amused, the Demon King finds your mix of overwhelming magic and fear intriguing, a rare sight indeed. Rudy explains it's because 2 years ago he nearly got skewered by a dragon god, so he took out insurance on his body just in case. Bar stops laughing and proposes a deal. Rudy can unleash his strongest move, and if it wounds Bar, Rudy wins. If not, Bar takes the victory. Sound fair, so Du agrees immediately. Grasping the staff, he channels his magic into creating the universe's most powerful drill. After gathering energy, Du strikes, blasting the Demon King far into the chicken coop, leaving everyone stunned, mouths agape. Everyone thought Bar was done for, but surprisingly, he instantly revives, chuckling heartily. "You almost killed me," Bar raises Du's hand in victory, acknowledging him as the winner. Yet the Demon King's pride stings, so he punches Rudy's face, swelling it up. Fit has to patch you up if this face shows up. Outside, the girls will punch you too. Exhausted from fighting, Fit heads home early so you can rest. What a day. First a marriage duel, then a showdown with the Demon King. Next time you meet those 2 wild beasts, make sure to squeeze their chests to ease your pain. Thanks to Ree, those 2 beasts peacefully survived their mating season, so Perna gifts you a free ticket to Linea's massage. Hearing this, Ree acts fast, startling you by slapping a demonic claw mark on your face. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupts as Lord Bar falls from the sky, making you and him both lose your spirits. Fit, walking with the princess, spots you playing with Penna, mistaking your feelings for affection. Fit turns into an overprotective iron wall, obsessively guarding day and night, accomplishing nothing. Men are such heartbreaks, while others suffer in thought he's just playing with girls. But Fit reveals he's actually ex-Fi, so Judy forgets everything. Hearing this, both Ariel and Luke are shocked. How come, after a whole year, besides someone they never introduced themselves, simple ex-Fi fears Ree won't remember him, so he's lost on what to do. Seeing his friend down Ariel lets him handle things his way, whether as Fit or ex-Fi, as long as he's happy. The more Du learns about teleportation mishaps, the more he sees similarities with summoning, but with one key difference: summoning can't bring humans, teleportation can. Du asks Fit if he knows any summoning experts. At their school, there's a special student named Silent, a summoning prodigy who also improves menus and repairs uniforms, just like in old Japanese worlds. Curious Jishi decides to meet Silent, only to find she's his long-time nightmare. Just seeing her mask makes Rudy cry and run away. Men tries to help him escape, but his legs turn to jelly, refusing to obey. Terrified as Silent approaches, Rudy faints. Awakening, he finds himself in Fisher's arms. Oh, it was just a dream, he thinks, but no, it's real. Silent sits calmly before him, making him panic. It's true, what they say sometimes: you raise a hornet's nest only to be stung by your own savior. Rudy nervously asks where Ostek is. Silent says he's busy with more important matters and isn't targeting Rudy for now. The old world pushed Ji-Shi to seek out Silent, only to discover she was the nightmare haunting him all these years. Just the sight of her mask made Rudy break down and run. The little one struggled to escape, but his legs turned to jelly, refusing to obey. When Silent approached, Rudy was so terrified he fainted. Awakening, he found himself cradled in Fisher's arms. Oh, what relief, just a dream. But no, Silent sat right before him, freezing him with fear. Sometimes the one you care for becomes your deepest dread. Silent sat there calmly, turning the knife with cold familiarity. Rudy trembled, asking Ostek's whereabouts. Silent said Ostek was busy with more important matters and wouldn't target Rudy for now. For now, but that could change any time, especially if Longshen shows up. Poor kid had already been pierced once by that god. Just hearing his name made him soil himself. Fee asked Silent if she knew Zenoba or had dealings with him, but Silent claimed no ties. Rudy only feared Ostek. Silent then sat down and demanded Rudy answer 3 questions truthfully. If not honest, he'd be the first to see naked chickens. First, she showed a paper with 2 Japanese names and asked if they rang a bell. Next, Silent spoke in Japanese, questioning if Rudy understood. Finally, she asked which of the 2 was Rudy. He said he didn't know either. Hearing him speak Japanese, she knew she'd found a kindred soul. She removed her mask and introduced herself as Nana Hoshi. That face sparked memories of a girl she once saved in a past accident. Though Nana didn't know where Rudy came from, finding a twin was already a huge step. Luckily, Ostek spared Rudy's life. Otherwise, he'd be lost. Nana asked his true name, but sensing Rudy's wariness, she backed off. After all, they were allies now. Nana wanted to team up with him and find a way back to the old world. But Rudy had no desire to return. Hearing this, Nana sulked and put her mask back on. She had no love for this world. She just wanted to go home and binge romantic dramas. Unlike Nana, Rudy had been reincarnated here with family and friends already waiting, so leaving wasn't on his mind. Nana was surprised. Turns out their situations were worlds apart. She was on a quest to return home, while Rudy had built a new life here. The gulf between their hearts stretched wide. Rudy has no desire to go back to that old world at all. Hearing this, Nana's spirit sinks. She slips her mask back on. She's lost all interest in this world, craving only to return home and binge romantic dramas. Unlike Nana, Rudy was reincarnated here. In this world, he already has family and friends, ties he's unwilling to sever. Nana is stunned, realizing their situations couldn't be more different. She was just a student on her way home when fate threw her into this realm, while Rudy's rebirth came after a tragic accident. After that accident, Nana was cast into the kingdom of Asura and guarded by the dragon god for 2 long years. Not knowing the language, she painstakingly learned to read and write. Then, the dragon god guided her to explore the world. Along their journey, they clashed with foes countless times. But it was only the battle with Judy that felt different, so much so she asked Osted to resurrect him. Neither Nana nor Osted truly knows the deep grudge between the dragon god and the human god, but just hearing their names sparks fatal hostility. Returning to the main thread, Nana spent a year traversing the world searching for those two using ancient teleportation magic. These spells were relics from the Great War between humans and demons, scattered across ruins. Yet Nana was silenced, unable to reveal this to Rudy. Though she found no clues about the magic, someone whispered that she was summoned here by someone mysterious, and Nana can't disclose who. In this world, such beings are anomalies. Even the slightest change risks erasing history itself. So, Nana focuses only on what benefits herself, leaving the heavy burden of time travelers to others. After all, she's just a reincarnator. What could she possibly have to do with it? She studies teleportation magic to return home, but her magic power is 0, so she can't activate the spells. Moreover, Nana has lived here for 5 years without aging, a strange blessing perhaps. And, with that, Nana's story here reaches a pause, but only acted in her own interest. After all, why should she be concerned with the timeline? This guy here reincarnated with no connection to it. Nana studied magic circles to return to her old world, yet her magical power was non-existent, preventing her from activating the formation. Moreover, Nana had lived here for 5 years without aging, a fortunate situation indeed. But now, her story ends here, and she wanted to make a deal with him. Lacking magical power and combat strength, Nana despised this world and still had family and friends back home she wished to return to. Yet she harboured feelings for her old life, complicating her desire to go back. Despite their differing goals, both had something the other wanted, so she needed his cooperation. Since Nana had no magical power, she wanted him to participate in her teleportation experiment, in exchange for revealing what he wished to know. Hearing this, Rudy agreed. Nana knew he was investigating the teleportation incident and would provide him the information. In truth, she didn't fully grasp the principles behind the incident, but it coincided with her arrival in this world, leading her to suspect she might be the cause. Upon hearing this, Fit lunged at Nana, attacking her, but Nana had anticipated this, activating her magical rings to successfully shield herself. Fit could only scream in frustration, unable to harm her. Rudy rushed in to separate them, assuring that it was all a misunderstanding. Nana too was a victim, who had unfortunately been brought here. Upon hearing this, Fit calmed down. "Why did you guys keep speaking in Japanese? I only understood a few words," he admitted, and once the misunderstanding was cleared, both sides apologized to each other. In truth, Nana wasn't sure how the incident unfolded. She didn't know why that individual caused such devastation. Even Osted had never encountered anything like it before. She feared her connection to the catastrophe might surface, so she preemptively mentioned that she might be the cause, just in case it turned out to be true. However, she also discerned the incident's root. All she needed to do was study teleportation magic to uncover the truth. For that, she required Rudy's assistance. "Okay, girl," on the way back to the dorm, Fit asked Rudy what he thought of Nana. While he didn't particularly like her, he acknowledged Nana's credibility, so he tentatively trusted her. Hearing this, Fit felt relieved. "That's good, but I don't understand what's good about it. Poor thing, always having to live in fear, especially since the moment their relationship became public. Fit was constantly entangled with Alina the princess and was surprised by the longevity of this couple. Every time he saw Rudy, 100 questions flooded his mind. Why was Rudy, who seemed so enamored with girls, so indifferent to them? All because he felt like a caged bird that couldn't sing. Since befriending Nana, Rudy had been visiting her daily, leaving Fit feeling lonely as he watched their growing closeness, reminiscent of how he was with G in the past. It felt like he would soon lose Rudy to her, but he lacked the courage to reclaim him. This year, Rudy turned 16 and had been at the Magic University for about a year practicing swordsmanship daily. However, this time he had to train under strict supervision from B. If he slacked off, he'd face the consequences. Suddenly B asked, "After getting stronger, what do you plan to do?" Rudy couldn't answer. Hearing this, B began philosophizing, concluding, "Just find your way home." Thinking of home made him feel down, and he wondered if B knew how to treat impotence. But I'm the Demon Lord, not a doctor. Since Rudy defeated B, the Beastmen had been wary of him. The 2 Beast Princesses, however, remained unaffected. Rudy had climbed to the top of the challenge arena, leading the sisters to vie for the title of his second disciple, neither willing to yield. Seeing this, Rudy had to step in, stating, "Isn't it enough? just calm down. After defeating Fit, Rudy became the top contender in the arena and felt confident, but he wasn't exactly the type to flaunt his personality. Since dating Alina, Fit had been pestering Rudy about the curse of love. Rudy explained that once Lapul had infused the curse into the spear of the Subi clan, turning them into battle maniacs who would kill anyone, even their loved ones. This revelation shocked Fit, causing him to rethink everything. Thanks to Rudy, Fit realized something significant and expressed his gratitude. During lunch, Rudy dined with Zenoba and Julie. Since Rudy defeated the special students and he had become quite the celebrity at school. Everyone admired and respected him, so he hid in a corner to avoid drawing attention. Yet, as the Demon Lord B approached, the atmosphere grew lively. Julie and Zenoba saw him drinking beer and eagerly asked to try it. B generously poured beer for them, and after just a few sips, they were hooked, craving more but refraining since they had classes in the afternoon. After class, Rudy returned to Nana's lab to conduct the summoning magic experiment. While it sounded grand, he was merely channeling his magical power into the magic circle Nana had drawn. She had tirelessly tested and improved the formation, impressing Rudy. This time, Rudy could only summon a feather, marking a failure. Curious, he asked Nana what her experiment was about. Her goal was to summon a human from her world and reverse the process. The process, hoping to open a portal back home. However, Rudy worried this could lead to another catastrophe. In truth, Nana didn't wish to cause trouble, but if she succeeded, she would uncover the reason behind the disaster. Even if she failed 100 times, she would continue to try, as failure is the mother of success. Rudy found summoning magic intriguing and wanted to learn, but Nana dismissed him, saying, "Not now. Go read up on it first. You can't just expect results without effort." Nana tirelessly experiments refining the magical teleportation arrays she's drawn, impressing Rudy deeply. This time, Rudy only managed to revive a single feather, so a failure. Curious, he asks Nana what she's experimenting on. Her goal, to summon a person from her own world, then reverse the process to open a portal home. But Rudy fears this could trigger another catastrophe. Truthfully, Nana doesn't want disaster either, but if she succeeds, she'll uncover the cause behind the last calamity. Fail 100 times, she'll still try, because failure is the mother of success. Seeing Nana's summoning magic piques Rudy's interest, he wants to learn it too. But Nana's not here to babysit. She's got better things to do. She clearly promised to share what Rudy seeks, but now seems to dodge the topic. Though she won't teach him summoning magic, Nana agrees to answer one question and hands over all her experimental results. Be patient, kid. Nana tosses him a book, telling him to study it in his free time. No. Magic for free, no. Free lunch. After dinner, Nana plans to teach magic and construct golems for Judy. Meanwhile, the girl's earth manipulation skills have improved remarkably. As for sculpting, Rudy only recently started learning, so he's still a bit clumsy. Ever since meeting Nana, Rudy's visits to the library have become rare, which means fewer encounters with Fit. Then, one day, he receives a letter from Sun, the godly figure inviting him to Saria, for a clan meeting and casually asking him out to eat. The feeling of reuniting with an old friend after so many days apart is simply wonderful. Sun, long unseen, looks at Rudy and thinks, he may be older, but that kid still has a goofy, youthful spark. Sun shifts his attention to Alina, surprised that such a carefree spirit isn't afraid of a little rain and actually has a boyfriend. Well, she just hasn't found someone who truly loves her yet, Sun jokes, but now that her pilot's here, she's ready to give him her whole heart. Just then, Sun's comrade calls him away on urgent business. Though reunited just briefly, they part ways again, Sun clasping hands with Rudy and promising to drink together another day. Alina takes this chance to give Rudy a quick rundown on the basics of being an adventurer, then asks if he wants to join her. Rudy protests, "No thanks, I'm just here to be a lamppost stuffed from dinner like a dog." So Rudy asks permission to return to school before heading out. Before leaving, Doi warns them to avoid dangerous places, but Rudy brushes it off. Not everyone's out here slaying dragons, don't be so paranoid. While wandering the market, Dewey spots two figures nearby with completely different attitudes like night and day. This makes him suspicious. He guesses Ariel disguised herself as Fit to get around more easily, since family rules forbid him from speaking to others to maintain the act. But all she really wants is to avoid being hated. Hearing this, Fit is surprised and insists he could never hate Ariel. Seeing Fit smile, Rudy feels his heart melting. That night, Rudy sculpts Fit's likeness, but somehow ends up giving him breasts, which leaves Rudy utterly defeated. He doesn't understand why Fit's tender gestures and shy smile are etched so deeply in his mind. Oh, no, the kid's fallen in love, he thinks. The irony, his brother not only failed to teach him better, but now he's fallen for a guy. From then on, Dewey just watches Fit from afar, too nervous to confirm if Fit is really a man. As he tries to strike up a conversation, Luke abruptly steps in, blocking him. Rudy's mind races. Are they dating? Could it be that these two are secretly forming a love company together? But this is an open world, so what does it matter as long as they're happy? When Rudy persists in trying to talk to Fit, Luke steps forward to clarify. While guarding the princess, Fit isn't allowed to chat, so why not go play somewhere else, kid? Bad luck seems to follow Rudy today as he feels like he's been struck by a devastating blow. Fit is avoiding him like a deep wound piercing his heart. Despite all his thoughts, Rudy can't understand why Fit is keeping his distance. Now Zenoba has gone to the Mage Association to study relics, and if Linnea and Perenna hear about his troubles, they'll surely mock him. Nana is busy too, so he won't have anyone to vent to. Life is truly disheartening, and when he needs a listening ear, none are around. So he turns to books for solace, unaware that Fit is also in the library, happily asking about him. I'm here sulking because of you, and you're just sitting here calmly reading, Rudy remarks. He asks why Fit has been ignoring him lately. Fit in his silence explains that while guarding the princess, he's not allowed to speak. His voice sounds remarkably youthful. If he spoke, it wouldn't carry much weight, and it's why the princess forbids him from talking. But Rudy wonders, where is Ariel anyway? She's shopping nearby, Fit replies, but their contrasting attitudes raise Rudy's suspicions. He suspects that Ariel must have disguised herself as Fit to go out comfortably, hence the silence rule to make the act easier. As long as she doesn't end up on Fit's bad side, everything should be fine. Hearing this, Fit is taken aback, insisting he can't dislike Rudy. When Rudy sees that smile on Fit's face, his heart melts. That evening, Rudy imagines Fit in various forms, feeling utterly powerless, as every gentle gesture and shy smile of Fit embeds itself into his mind. Uh-oh, it seems this kid is in love now. Determined, Dewey visits the vice principal to inquire about Fit's gender. The teacher confirms that Fit is indeed a real guy, which disappoints Dewey. Returning to the library lost in thought, he wonders if he should confess if Fit were a girl, or if Fit is a guy, maybe challenge him to a dress-up duel. Lost in these daydreams, Fit suddenly appears, making Dewey flustered as they tumble together. In this close moment, Rudy senses Fit might actually be a girl. Fit nervously denies it and runs off. Just then, Dewey's younger brother wakes up, bringing tears of relief to Dewey's eyes. He realizes that following the advice of the god to investigate the shifting anomaly might be the cure his brother needs. Truly, the god is unbeatable. But Dewey senses Fit is hiding something, so he'll have to slowly uncover the truth. If Fit wants to be treated like a boy, then so be it. The key to curing his brother's paralysis, Dewey believes lies with Fit, so he must carefully win her over. Lately, Dewey's mind is preoccupied with the miracle of his brother awakening after a 1,000-year slumber, and Fit so he barely sleeps. Walking a few steps, he encounters Judy and discusses Fit. When probed, Dewey honestly admits he doesn't know who Fit really is, nor does he want to become rivals. When Dewey removes Fit's glasses, the truth unfolds. Now he understands why his senior cares so much for him. Fit is actually the cross-dressing ex-Fee. Upon recognizing Dewey, Fee embraces him tightly. Known for being a bit of a crybaby, ex-Fee hasn't changed. After 10 years, these two young hearts reunite. Seizing the moment, ex-Fee confesses she's liked Rudy for a long time and hopes he'll stay by her side forever. Rudy is stunned. How did he not realize his wife had been by his side all along? Maybe because their personas are so different. Ex-Fi is the clingy tender kid who follows him everywhere, while Fit is mature and cares deeply for others, especially with a radiant smile that keeps Rudy's eyes glued to her. Determined not to lose her again, Rudy confesses he loves Ex-Fi too. Overjoyed, she bursts into tears and they share a passionate kiss. Right then, Rudy tries to take things further, but Ex-Fi teases, "Where's the bird's song? How can you expect me to surrender so easily?" So Rudy fails, and Ex-Fi can only wrap herself in a blanket, holding onto him tightly. Xfi explained that 5 years ago she fell ill losing her bird song, her voice. Feeling guilty, Rudy kneels apologizing for not fulfilling his duty as a man, but XV insists he's done nothing wrong and urges him to act like his old self. Immediately, Rudy obeys, sitting down to chat and thanking her for the birthday necklace she gave him. She worries Judy might not have received it, but Ma Lilia delivered it safely. Judy wonders why XV disguises herself as a boy. XV recounts how after seeing her grandson taken away, she was furious and fought Pow, but was quickly defeated due to lack of skill. Since then, she trained diligently in magic and etiquette, preparing herself to marry Rudy properly one day. Judy was surprised by Rudy's compliance and asked why he was acting this way. Simply put, Judy didn't want to get involved in politics, especially with the terrifying Notos and Boris. Rudy confirmed he didn't want to get involved with Fit either, even though inside he was boiling with jealousy. Meanwhile, Fit was meeting Princess Ariel, who had heard rumours about her. A few days prior, while shopping, Judy had greeted Fit and became suspicious of her actions. The news of Fit being dethroned alongside Rudy and declaring himself a boy reached the princess as well. Since they were close, Judy was aware of her identity, but out of loyalty, she chose not to spread rumours. Now, Ariel was curious about what Fit planned to do next. While bringing Fit into her ranks could be done leisurely, if she continued to make no progress in 6 months, Ariel would not be pleased. The princess was tired of the indecisiveness and urged Fit to lay all cards on the table. To Ariel, Fit wasn't just a subordinate, but a close friend, and she hoped Fit would do what needed to be done without worrying about her. Hearing this, Fit was moved, expressing her desire to always be by Rudy's side. However, she feared he wouldn't remember her, which would break her heart. But aside from confessing, what other choice did she have? Feeling shy. Fit couldn't directly say she was Fit, so the group devised a plan for her to share memories of their time together. There were many memories to recount, like the first time when Fit was bullied, Rudy stood up for her. Then there was the time they trained in magic during a downpour with Judy, still thinking she was a boy and bringing her home to shower, insisting she strip. After that, Fit got too shy to continue the story. After hearing Fit's tales, Ariel's mind sparked with a perfect plan. She just didn't know what Fit's wish to be together forever truly meant. Hearing this, Fit blushed and confessed she wanted to sleep in the same bed with Rudy. The princess, taken aback, exclaimed that this mission was crucial, and she couldn't afford to mess it up. If Fit didn't dare confess to Rudy, she would be banned from seeing him from now on. Feeling the pressure, Fit agreed, and Ariel began executing the plan. During lunch, Fit rushed to the canteen to pull Rudy outside for a favour. Without knowing what it was, he eagerly accepted. If there was something Fit needed, this brother would wholeheartedly assist. Fit mentioned a noble boasting about his guard to the princess, which annoyed her. He claimed his team had ventured deep into the rainforest to gather an ice flower that only grew there, and the princess's guards could do that too. So Fit had to take on this task. Thinking it wouldn't be hard, Rudy thought he could just ask some of his adventurer friends to sell the flowers cheaply. But that wouldn't work because if it got out, the princess would be embarrassed. So Rudy shifted to plan B, gathering the best talents from his team to go along for a quicker find. He then plainly stated he only wanted to accompany Fit. Anything else? Sure, I'm in. They both packed their things and headed into the forest. Fit intended to reward Rudy, but he insisted he didn't need it, saying he was worth a lot more than money could buy. Fit thought about using money to charm Rudy, which thrilled her. Since Judy had magical power wherever she went, snow melted, making it incredibly convenient. On their way, noticing they were both a bit solemn, Fit struck up a conversation with Judy. She admired Rudy's staff, which was top-notch and had to belong to someone from the royal palace. Curious about how Rudy got it, he shared it was a birthday gift from a student when he turned 10. Hearing this, Fit asked to try holding the staff. Whoa, this staff is huge! Rudy guessed it was intended for him to use when he grew up. But now that he was an adult, he no longer had his childhood crush by his side. After snagging the staff, Fit began wielding it, commanding the weather. Rudy planned to use magic to clear the skies, but since Fit held his staff, she channeled her magic into it, causing the rain to fall faster. Seeing the rain, Rudy suggested they take cover in a nearby cave. He found Fit's behaviour rather odd. The clouds moved rapidly, and the rain intensified, making him suspect someone was using magic. Noticing Fit looked worried, because her clothes were soaked, Rudy used wind magic to dry her clothes, but As for her underwear, he thought it could wait until they got home. He felt too shy to have her strip in front of him. Seeing her curled up, clutching her clothes, he approached her, recalling a time he met an elf girl who had to hide her skin from other races. So Rudy decided to turn around so she could dry her clothes comfortably. However, Fit remained still and cold, making him anxious. "If you want, I can create a room for you to change, or if you need me to step outside." Rudy advised Fit to change because he feared she might catch a cold and suffer from hypothermia, but she couldn't undress herself and asked Rudy to help her. After hesitating for a moment, he began the awkward game of helping her take off her clothes layer by layer. As Rudy removed her outer garments, everything became clearer. Now he understood why his senior had been so kind and protective toward him. Fit was actually ex-Fi. Realizing this, she embraced Rudy tightly, and tears streamed down her face. After 10 years, the two friends had reunited. Seizing the moment, Fit confessed her feelings for him. Ex-Fi's layers of clothing come off, revealing everything. Dewey now understands why his senior has been so caring. She's the mysterious ex-Fi. Upon recognizing Dewey, ex-Fi clings to him tightly. Ever the crybaby, she hasn't changed. Finally, reunited after 10 years, the young lovers share a moment. Ex-Fi boldly confesses her long-held feelings for Rudy, wishing to be by his side forever. Rudy is stunned, having never recognized his wife, despite her constant presence. Perhaps their contrasting images caused the oversight. Ex-Fi is clingy and tender, while Fit is mature and nurturing, especially with a smile that dazzles like sunshine. Rudy can't take his eyes off her. Determined not to lose her again, he confesses his love. Hearing this, Ex-Fi bursts into tears, and they share a fierce kiss. Then Rudy tries to take the next step, but Ex-Fi jokes, "How can you expect me to surrender when the bird hasn't even sung yet?" Rudy fails, so Ex-Fi wraps herself in a blanket, holding onto him tightly. Ex-Fi reveals she lost her bird's song 5 years ago due to a mental illness which silenced her voice. Feeling guilty, Rudy kneels, apologizing for not fulfilling his role as a man. But Ex-Fi tells him he's not at fault and urges him to be himself again. Rudy immediately complies, sitting down to talk and thanking her for the birthday necklace. She worries Judy might not have received it, but Ma Lilia ensured it reached him. Judy wonders why Ex-Fi pretends to be a boy. Ex-Fi explains that after witnessing her grandson taken away, she was furious and fought Pow, but was quickly defeated due to lack of skill. From then on, she trained hard in magic and learned the arts of being a wife and etiquette, preparing to marry Rudy properly. In recent times, Rudy has behaved well, avoiding girls, which must be true love because a sweet and charming Ex-Fi doesn't rush in. When Fit understood why Dewey showed so much insecurity, he empathized with him, a lonely young man, seeking hope to save his brother. Ariel, hearing this, is stunned and apologizes for his harsh words. After resolving the princess's issue, Ariel asks Ex-Fi if she wants to heal Dewey's illness. Naturally, she agrees, especially if it means she gets to eat sausages. No matter what hardships Dewey must endure, Ex-Fi is determined to heal him. While gathering medicine, Ariel offers Ex-Fi 1,000 plans to help the little bird sing again. The first step, get her drunk, then warm her with hot charcoal, loosen her clothes and whisper some romantic lines. Right away, she's caught his charm hits her like a thunderbolt. At a loss, the princess wonders why she's teaching these cheesy romance tricks to this innocent bird. With her figure X, Fi can't exactly use seduction tactics. Under a serene sky, hand in hand, the young couple returned to school. Sin-Fi recounted her journey through the chaos of her teleportation to Rudy, revealing how she was swept away to the Asura kingdom, where she met Ariel. As the political intrigue among their families escalated, all three were forced to seek refuge at the Magic Academy. When Sin-Fi spotted Rudy's name on the list of new students, joy surged within her, for he was alive. However, initially Rudy acted aloof, which saddened her deeply. Had Sin-Fi revealed her identity sooner, perhaps they would have been together by now. Rudy apologized for not recognizing his wife all this time, and in that moment the ethereal smile of his muse captured his heart. He shyly leaned in and kissed her cheek, causing Sin-Fi's face to flush with warmth. Now the little bird in his cage stirred, signaling that healing was on the horizon. Together they leaned against each other peacefully, watching the sunset. As twilight descended, they reached the town where Sin-Fi had to meet the princess, bidding farewell to Rudy. Watching him walk away, she wished for a remedy to cure Rudy's affliction. The following day, when meeting the Princess Sin Fi, found herself playfully teased about her plan to feign weakness, pretending she couldn't undress to elicit sympathy from others. Little did she know, Rudy had fallen right into the trap, proving to be surprisingly naive. Even the princess couldn't believe how easily he'd been deceived. It seemed like the god was back again, to address Rudy's impotence. Ariel, witnessing the princess's sharp tongue, took it upon herself to lecture her. After all, boys too can face moments of helplessness. Moreover, Rudy had been exceptionally well behaved lately, not flirting with girls, which hinted at his sincerity. As Sinfi understood why Rudy wore that self-doubting expression, she felt a wave of empathy for him, a boy lost yearning for hope. Over time, Rudy had been good no flirtations with girls, so this had to be true. Sweet and tender, like Fee, who didn't rush to sip until he understood why Rudy wore that self-doubting mask. Then sympathy washed over him for the lonely boy, with nowhere to cling, who arrived seeking his last hope. Oh, how touching. Ariel froze at the words and apologized for speaking too harshly. After settling things with the princess, he turned to ask Fee if he'd treat Dudi's illness. Of course, Fee wanted to enjoy some sausages. No matter how hard Du suffered, Fee vowed to heal him. While fetching medicine, Ariel gifted Fee 1,000 plans to help the little bird sing its first song. The opening move whine, a warm fire and tugging on the collar to bare a shoulder, followed by some sweet talk. Boom. Instant win. The princess's brain must have short-circuited teaching romantic drama moves to a fledgling bird. With that figure, Fee was useless at seduction. Hearing this, her fragile heart broke. Since she hailed from the Grat clan, she knew their weakness, big chests. But Fee was flat as a shrimp, so no spark there. However, this aphrodisiac would solve her problem. It was once made in Fito's territory, but the recipe and workshop were lost in the dimensional shift, driving prices sky high. The potion held immense value, so Fee planned to sell it if finances got tight. But seeing friends in trouble, he gave it for free. Oh, the magic of friendship. Yet men who use this will burn with passion all night, so Fee had to use it to keep pace with his lover's rhythm. After taking it, she'd face the harsh reality of her first spring night. So Fee urged her to think carefully. She'd do anything for Rudy, even endure pain. Moved by this, Fee made up his mind. He descended to the basement to investigate, but found no spirits. He told the others to return and brace for a ghostly attack, suspecting it lurked nearby, waiting for them to sleep. The 3 brothers had to stay alert. Suddenly, Dudi spotted a strange hand reaching through a hole in the ceiling. Out sprang a grotesque monster attacking him. Du created a drill to pierce the beast, but failed. Just when he thought it was over, Zenoba appeared, blocking the blow. Confident as the god's son, Zenoba shrugged off 3 stabs like nothing. Seeing his comrade under attack, Janub chanted a spell summoning a brilliant light. The so-called genius wasn't as fierce as rumoured. He just illuminated the room, then vanished. Now calm and sharper than ever, Janub prepared to strike back with new resolve. She planned to drink it later, but after the gift exchange, Princess Ariel handed Fi 20 gold coins so she could buy wine and food. With spirits this high, missing the right moment would be a disaster. That night, Fi came fully prepared, refreshments, new lingerie, chosen by the princess herself, and in her jacket pocket a mysterious tonic, said to double the power of friendship. Tonight, success was a must. A few knocks later, Judy opened the door, welcoming Fi inside. He noticed how hard she'd worked all day, but still came to visit. Fi didn't beat around the bush. She was here for an overnight stay, which caught him off guard. He secretly wondered if Duong was out of commission, leaving him to pick up the pieces. Suddenly, Fi caught sight of a wooden sculpture Judy had carved, and a genuine smile lit her face. Reunited, the two shared a moment of warmth. Fi had prepared wine and snacks for a little celebration with Judy. Hearing this, he handed them both cups. Fi toasted to their reunion, while the ever-charming Judy flirted with hopeful words about their future, making Fi blush deeply. The wine was strong. One sip had Fi choking. Seeing this, Judy poured some of her drink into his cup and added warm water to Fi's, saving her from another cough fit. This tender scene reminded Fi of their childhood when Duong, seeing her covered in mud, rushed to fetch warm water to help her clean up. Warm water, then warm water. Now a nostalgic echo. Back then, they spent endless hours under the ancient tree, where Judy taught Fi the art of mindless magic. Just reminiscing about those innocent days brought a rare joy to both of them. Fi pulled out the tonic, declaring it a cure for Judy's paralyzed Duong, urging him to drink. Judy took a swig without hesitation. Fi quickly shed her jacket, teasing that once the potion took effect they should celebrate properly, and snagged more tonic for herself, downing it with a fiery gulp. Seeing Fi so prepared, Judy grinned and carried her to bed, ready to go all night long. The next morning, Duong woke to find Fi gone. Gazing out the window, he suddenly remembered the drink from last night was that miraculous tonic. Climbing into bed, he touched the bloodstain there, his heart aching. Memories of abandonment flooded in. He had once been left alone like this too. He steadied himself, telling his heart that Fi probably left just to protect the princess and would return soon. Right on cue, Fi came back, sparking joy in Duong's chest. She met the princess, and grateful for the previous night, promised that next time she'd bring Duong along to meet them. Suddenly, Judy embraced her tightly. Finally, the one he loved hadn't left him. No longer alone, Judy found solace with Fi by his side. More importantly, after countless days searching for a cure, Judy's little bird had finally sung. The following day, Judy went to meet Princess Ariel. For some reason, the legendary duos, the unbeatable force at their school, was the first to seek him out. Judy announced he'd been healed by Fi, the princess's close confidant, who helped complete this mission. He thanked her deeply and vowed that if the princess needed help, he'd give his all. But when he learned Judy wanted no part in the power struggle for Asura's throne, he was stunned. How could you turn your back now? But this was the old Judy. Now, with a wife to protect, he had to stand by her side. Besides, he needed to find his mother after the teleportation disaster, so he couldn't rush to Asura. The princess understood and told Duong to settle his personal matters first before joining her cause. But if Duong ever planned to abandon Fi to chase his family, she was ready to give him a swift reality check. Upon hearing this, Dewey, trembling with fear, urged Sunan to quickly bring Ishvi back home, which made her overjoyed. The princess immediately called her ex-Figra, startling her. At that moment, the old man even pushed Ishvi towards Judy, not knowing how much she liked him. Since Ishvi was already Judy's wife, she no longer needed to disguise herself as a boy. In exchange, Ariel would borrow Judy's name for political matters. Hearing this, men agreed right away. Thus, after 10 years, Ishvi finally took off her disguise to return to her true self. Ishvi approached Rudy, and together with her husband, they expressed their gratitude to Luke and the princess. After Little Ku was healed, Dewey confidently showed off his personality. He transformed into a scanner machine, causing the ladies to panic. You could see it in Judy's slight eyes, clearly hungry for a girl's scent. The glances from Judy made the younger women uneasy and eager to catch his attention. But Clip shot a glance and realized how much Dewey had lacked confidence, until now suddenly so strange and bold, like a bird finally stretching its wings to fly freely. However, when Dewey claimed he could cure paralysis, the others laughed mockingly, so he had to backtrack and say he only recovered from a deadly cold. Only then did Mio and Gigi understand why Judy wouldn't share her affection with them. Zenoba and Clip joined in, congratulating Rudy for escaping his fate. To cure that illness, Phi sacrificed something precious for him, so Dewey vowed to treat her well forever. That intoxicating aura radiated so strongly, it frightened the two ladies, knowing the romantic drama at this school would be snatched away. But come on, these are true men, faithful husbands with many wives, not running around like usual. Dewey headed to Nana's lab to help her. Suddenly he asked if she had a lover and what she wished for in a partner. Nana flushed, snapped back. I just want to get home quickly, not waste time on love nonsense. You better shut up and work so I can go home to my parents lonely as ever. Actually, Nana once had a boyfriend, but they fought fiercely and broke up. The argument happened on the street right before an accident she was talking with her ex. Hearing this, Dewey apologized and promised to stop talking about love. Nana, seeing his sincerity, gave him a simple piece of advice. When two people love each other, peace is enough. After finishing their research, men sent a letter to BC Da. These two often exchanged letters now. With Dewey healed, he would prioritize family reunion above all else. At that moment, Phi greeted him, reminding Dewey he had to prepare for the century's biggest wedding event. So men arranged a meeting with comrades to get their opinions. According to Clip, Dewey should prepare a home before marriage, as it would be the couple's sanctuary. Otherwise, marriage would be meaningless. Rudy suddenly remembered that, after marrying Pao, moved to live in Buena Village. Clip continued saying if one partner already has a good home, there's no worry. But if neither has a house, the man must provide one. People say men build houses, women build homes. Hearing this, Dewey planned to visit the city the next day to look at houses. Clip was curious about who men intended to marry, but Dewey, fearing SHV's identity would be exposed, only said it was someone who healed him. Clip was delighted and offered to pray for them if his wife followed the Millet faith. The next day, Dewey went into the city to check housing plans. Though he appeared serious, he barely knew what he was doing. SHV, being the princess's bodyguard, would likely visit often, and Rudy wondered who would tolerate the cramped house. Maybe he should take SHV along to see the house. But this was Dewey's chance to prove his manhood, so Rudy had to pick personally. Flipping through pages, he found a house both spacious and affordable, just his style. The next morning, Dewey dragged his brothers to inspect it. On the outside, the house looked decent, but Clip guessed it was cursed, which explained the suspiciously low price. Rudy heard rumors of eerie noises at night and that all residents were slaughtered the next day. Since then, adventurers and the Magic Guild ignored this place. So Dewey brought his allies along for courage. The house was so dilapidated that Zenoba barely needed to push for the door to collapse. As experts, they decided to check every corner of the first floor. First, if monsters appeared, they'd fight without fear. True, A-rank adventurers showing elite skill. They explored every room without finding a single monster. So the three had to stay overnight, knowing the beast usually appeared only at night. Dewey hoped the monster inside was weak so he could finish it quickly and return to his wife and friends. He then announced his upcoming marriage. After buying the house, which made Zenoba excited, he wanted to speed up the wedding to feast. Clip also volunteered to celebrate the housewarming and wedding party. That night, while everyone slept peacefully, Clip heard strange noises and immediately woke Dewey and Zenoba to hunt the monster. Rudy quietly opened the door but saw nothing, so they searched every corner. After checking the first and second floors with no sign of anything, they headed to the basement. However, no monster appeared there either. Dewey told them to return to their rooms and prepare for the monster's possible attack once they fell asleep, so they must stay alert. Suddenly, Dewey's magic detected a strange hand reaching through a hole in the ceiling. Out sprang a hideous monster attacking him. Dewey unleashed a drill-like magic piercing the creature, but it didn't work. Just when he thought he was done for, Zenoba appeared to block the attack. Confident as a royal subject, Zenoba took the hits without flinching. Clip, seeing his friend struck, cast a spell, but it only illuminated the room before he fled. Calm and fierce Rudy created thousands of drills to finish the beast, but Zenoba stopped him. After a tense struggle, Zenoba subdued the monster. Together, he and Dewey dragged the wounded beast back to their room. Meanwhile, old Clip cowered in a corner, claiming fear of hindering them was why he hid. "I'm not blind," someone retorted. Rudy also feared Sunan's tentacles, so he didn't blame Clip. Judy turned to Zenoba, thanking him for helping defeat the immortal Demon King. But before finishing, they were shocked by a walking humanoid figure. This excited Zenoba greatly. This type of automatic robot fascinated Judy as well. Clearly, a disciple of Judy known for special humanoids. Here, a moving humanoid meant that by understanding the design and replacing wood with silicon, they could create an amazing robot. Just thinking about it thrilled Rudy. Suddenly, Clip stuck his head in, telling everyone to stop chatting. This wasn't the time for that. Hearing this, Zenoba furiously charged at Clip and squeezed his face while the young ones prepared to fight. It looked like a brawl was about to break out between the two, but at this moment the night was alive with tension, the house once again revealing its dark secrets. They unleashed thousands of drills to finish it off, but Zenoba wouldn't allow it. After a tense struggle, Zenoba finally subdued that cursed thing. He and Dewey carried the battered weapon back to the room. Meanwhile, Grandpa Clip was so terrified he curled up in a corner, making excuses about being afraid of getting in the way. "I'm not blind," they said, "just cautious." Rudy, also shaken by Soon's threat, couldn't blame the old man. Judy turned to thank Zenoba, saying it was thanks to him they defeated the immortal Demon King. But before she could finish, they were startled by the terrifying sight of a walking puppet. Zenoba's excitement soared. An auto-robot like this was a rare treasure. Judy, ever the curious disciple, was equally fascinated. Just one look told her this puppet was special. Here, with a moving puppet, understanding its structure and replacing wooden parts with silicone could create a perfect robot. The thought alone had Rudy buzzing with excitement. Suddenly, Clip stuck his nose in, telling everyone to stop. "This is no time for chatter." Hearing this, Zenoba's temper flared. He stormed over and squeezed Clip's face until it was a mess. "What do a few kids know about our grand ideals?" "Keep quiet," seeing his two disciples about to fight. Dewey stepped in to stop them. This puppet was likely the evil spirit that had slain those who once visited this house. There might be more puppets, so they needed to search immediately, hoping to find the blueprint that created it. After a thorough search, they reached a secret room, where Dewey found a detailed study book on puppets. The diagrams revealed the puppet was controlled by a magical formation. Recently, Clip had studied dark magic, and the formation matched the drawings in the book. It seemed the late master entrusted this puppet with guarding the house, attacking anyone who dared approach. This explained the rumors of the haunted house. With the mystery solved, all that remained was for Rudy to repaint the room and welcome the lady home. Clip curiously asked Rudy what his plans were next. The next chapter of their journey had begun. If she pursued complex, multi-layered magic formations, Nana would surely find a way home. To celebrate their research breakthrough, Nana treated everyone to a round of drinks, a heartfelt thank you. Cheers erupted for her initial success. Seeing this, Nana stood up, expressing deep gratitude for everyone's support. In her past life, she hated crowds, so Rudy rarely joined such gatherings. But when helped in tough times, a party of thanks was only natural. Life's a roller coaster, so why not enjoy the ride? The underground chamber, but he hasn't touched it yet. In a hurry, he intends to borrow a laboratory somewhere to research the puppet first. Hearing this, Zenoba immediately asks Judy for permission to independently study the puppet. With limited magical power and clumsy hands, plus already assisting Master and Jolly with the Red Dragon puppet, Zenoba wants to prove his worth by researching this puppet alone. Clip asks what Zenoba would do if the puppet goes berserk during his research. Zenoba, a divine disciple, says how could the three puppets be a match for him? Rest assured he can handle them all. Zenoba doesn't want to be a useless spender anymore, so he earnestly begs Dewey to let him study the puppet. Seeing Zenoba's sincere plea, Dewey agrees, but warns him to be careful. This has been a secret research topic for a long time. If this leaks and causes chaos at the academy, he's doomed. The next day, Dewey takes X-Fi to see the house, but he doesn't tell her beforehand what it really is, which leaves X-Fi eagerly anticipating. When she sees the house, she's stunned. The roof matches her childhood hair color, and the spaciousness shows how amazing her husband truly is. Then Judy guides his wife on a tour of the house. The thoughtful decoration and room arrangement make X-Fi very happy. Finally, he leads her to the bedroom with a grand bed, clearly a calculated choice to impress her. After the tour, the two sit down to chat. Though Dewey says he plans to marry X-Fi, aside from buying the house, he still doesn't know what else to do. So Dewey wants to discuss many matters with X-Fi. Hearing this, her mind immediately jumps to having several kids, but X-Fi is still serving as the princess's bodyguard. How could she possibly get pregnant? For now, she will stay here and study for 2 more years, and even after graduating, she won't return to Asura immediately, but will stay for a while longer. Although X-Fi really wishes to live at home with Dewey, it's impossible. To Dewey, X-Fi is not just the healer. She's the one who saved his life. She gave him her most precious gift, yet that night he was bold and daring. X-Fi might have been scared, but instead she smiled at him. This smile healed Dewey's heart. If X-Fi weren't his wife, then who else could be? Dewey takes her hand and says, "Marry me." Moved, X-Fi nods in agreement. From now on, he wants her to be herself and to share any problems honestly with him. Hearing this, X-Fi holds his hand tightly and says, "Please don't ever leave me." After a tender moment full of affection, they kiss and gaze at each other in pure happiness. A week after moving into their new home, Dewey and X-Fi start planning their wedding. Dewey compiles a long list of acquaintances from both their circles to invite to the celebration, even considering inviting Pear, but since he's far away, they decide against it. Instead, they focus on those nearby, eager to share this joyous moment. Their journey together is just beginning, and this home symbolizes the hope, love, and new beginnings that await them. In a world full of shadows, they've found their light, each other. Rudy sent a letter to his father announcing his marriage, but Zinfi discovered Rudy had forgotten to include Nana on the guest list. Rudy thought she wouldn't come, so he didn't bother inviting her. However, since his wife reminded him, he added her anyway. After all, it's better to have a few extra guests than none. Still, Rudy worried that preparing such a grand feast with few attendees would be disheartening. Zinfi reassured him, saying at least the princess and Zenoba would attend. It's highly likely the two Beast Tribe ladies will come too, since the Beast Clan never refuses invitations from higher-ranking individuals. Zinfi also insisted he invite Clip to the wedding. She would definitely show up. Zinfi wanted to meet Clip to discuss some matters, which surprised Rudy because they rarely spoke. The next day, they headed to town to shop for wedding supplies. But Zinfi wanted Rudy to buy a new outfit first, even though he was still sentimental about the clothes his ex-lover had given him. They were old and worn out anyway. So they turned towards a clothing shop where Zinfi took charge of styling Rudy. She asked the shop owner if they had cloaks suitable for water and fire magic users. Hearing this, the owner brought out two options, a refined gentleman's cloak and a soldier's uniform. One was too plain and the other too flashy with floral patterns, so Rudy picked the latter. After some thought, Zinfi chose a sleek grey cloak for him. The owner explained it was made from the leather of the lucky rat, a creature native to the demon continent, known for its resistance to poison and acid. It was a premium item with a steep price, making Rudy hesitate and consider other options. The owner then asked Rudy's name, and upon learning he was Rudius Gratia, he offered him a special discount. Because Rudy was a distinguished guest who had previously visited the demon continent, the owner gave him a 20% discount as a favour to Rudy's cousin. After buying the cloak, the two happily wandered the town picking out food. As evening fell, they returned home laden with supplies. The food was plentiful, but the house was so spacious that Rudy wasn't sure what else to buy to fill the empty spaces. They needed many things, but Rudy's funds were tight. He planned to take on adventurer jobs to earn money, but feared that if he died on a quest, it would be a lifetime regret. Rudy was stuck unsure how to proceed. Zinfi noticed his sigh and sensed his worries about money. She reassured him that over the years she had saved her salary and bonuses from the princess's service, so finances weren't an issue. Moreover, Zinfi had learned cooking from Janet and Lily, promising to take good care of him. With a wife like Zinfi cooking for him, even dark fried chicken would taste amazing, Rudy thought. Zinfi was the perfect wife, and Rudy feared he didn't deserve her. To Zinfi, Rudy was the ideal husband. She whispered, "I love you," and kissed his cheek, awakening the beast within him. Rudy immediately scooped her up and playfully threatened to devour her, leaving Zinfi helpless. A few days later, the wedding took place. Some people didn't attend. Teacher Janat was shy and Sun was busy grinding quests for money. Surprisingly, the Demon King, who was thought to be too busy, joined the celebration. Nana also came though. Rudy had assumed she'd be busy with experiments. She insisted on attending, saying it was important to maintain connections. Now, only the Demon Lord Bar hadn't appeared. Having lived thousands of years, he didn't care much about time. Alina guessed he would arrive around the Mid-Autumn Festival. So, everyone ate first to avoid cold food. Rudy officially announced his marriage to Zinfi, but before he could finish, Bar suddenly appeared, causing a stir. His clan had a custom. The Demon King must appear at gatherings unexpectedly, as if to bless the occasion with his presence. "Only those blessed across lifetimes get to witness a marriage like this," he declared, making it clear it was a moment to cherish. After the Demon King's grand entrance, Du continued with his lengthy wedding speech, only to realize it sounded overly formal, making everyone uncomfortable. Seeing this, the Demon King told Du to skip the formalities. "If you two love each other and want everyone to witness it, just say it plainly. No need for all the fluff." Hearing this, Du spoke in a more familiar tone, announcing that he would be sharing a home with Zinfi. If any challenges arose, he hoped everyone would lend their support to the newlyweds. After this heartfelt declaration, everyone congratulated the couple and the feasting commenced. Perena, tucking into a juicy leg, noticed a piece of meat in Linea's hand that looked too good to resist and snatched it right away. Immediately, the cat-like Perena began crying for her meat, back turning their meal into a chaotic food fight. The sight of them squabbling over food caught the eye of the princess, making both girls blush with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Nana was busy stuffing chips into her mouth, leaving Clip gaping at her ravenous appetite. The Demon King, along with Joba and Jolly, challenged each other to see who could handle more drinks. Surprisingly, Jolly, despite her small frame, could hold her liquor quite well. As the banquet drew to a close, the princess and her attendants bid farewell to Shin-Fi. Before departing, Ariel took a moment to chat with Shin-Fi, asking if the prince and their new home lived up to her dreams. "This place and Dewey are even more than I imagined," Shin-Fi replied. Ariel, thrilled for her friend, granted her a year of leave to spend with her husband. However, Shin-Fi declined, wanting to save her time off for when she might start a family. She then shook hands with Dewey, apologizing for initially mistaking him for a giant. Next came Zenoba and Julie, who bid farewell to their master. Zenoba had mistakenly thought Shin-Fi was a boy and humbly asked for her forgiveness for his blindness. Du, with a keen sense for romance, couldn't help but tease that he was just a little too slow to catch on. As everyone mingled after the party, Porina and Linnea criticized the humans' eating etiquette. Eating and talking at the same time. "Is that considered good manners?" they exclaimed. The two were shocked to learn of the marriage between Fit and his partner, as Penna caught the scent of Fit's significant other. "I thought she was a girl ages ago but didn't say anything. Today is a celebration after all." Penna and Linnea wished them a lifetime of happiness, hoping they'd grow old together with children of their own. It was odd these two, usually so chatty, were surprisingly well behaved today. As Nana said her goodbyes to the young couple, Shin-Fi called her back to ask about something. Previously, Nana mentioned they shared a hometown with Judy, and Shin-Fi wanted to clarify. Nana quietly explained that she understood the language of her homeland, which led to the misunderstanding. After Nana left, they proceeded to offer blessings for Judy and Shin-Fi to remain together forever. Alina, being a friend of Judy's, felt delighted to see her recover. "If only you had told me earlier," Alina sighed. "I could have prepared or checked things properly." She truly didn't want to become Paul's daughter-in-law, so Rudy needn't worry. She came to bless Rudy, and Zinfi moved to tears, even collapsing to the ground. Noticing Alina's strange behaviour, Zinfi asked if she was his grandmother. Zinfi had heard from her father that his grandmother was part of Paul's team, but Alina denied it, saying, "How could Zinfi's grandmother be as wild as me?" Because of Alina's curse. Zinfi's father, Lo, was expelled from the Great Forest and opposed marrying Shinfi's mother. The stories Alina told resembled those of Zinfi's father, leading Zinfi to guess Alina was indeed her grandmother. Rudy finally understood why their pendants looked so similar. Seeing Alina so emotional, Rudy gently took her upstairs to rest, telling Zinfi to let her calm down before talking. Alina feared that if Rudy was cursed, her descendants might be reckless like her. She confided this to Rudy, but Zinfi reassured her that Rudy was perfectly normal. Rudy understood and promised not to abandon Zinfi over this. Alina worried more about becoming in-laws with Rudy, but upon hearing his joking reply, she relaxed and went upstairs with Clip. Later, a few friends said their goodbyes and left, leaving only the princess and the couple, Alina and Clip, behind. Zinfi went to Alina's room, asking for a private talk. Clip and Rudy stepped outside to give them space. The princess and her guards started to leave, but she was busy talking with Alina and couldn't see them off. This suited Rudy just fine, as Ariel suggested they have a friendly duel of swordsmanship. Ariel promised it would be a light sparring match, so Rudy shouldn't worry. But since Rudy had just married, he was worried about getting injured early on and asked to skip the fight. Ariel refused. Though Rudy didn't understand why he had to participate, he prepared to face two swordsmen in the biting winter cold. Their eyes flashed with burning passion. At Ariel's signal, the duel began. Both lunged like arrows shot from a bow. With a single stroke, Rudy disarmed his opponent. As he reached to pick up the sword and continue, Ariel called a halt, directing a healer to tend to him. Accepting defeat, Rudy expressed hope to protect Zinfi from now on. Ariel explained she staged the duel to test Rudy's strength because she didn't want to entrust Zinfi to a weak husband. Seeing Rudy's power in action eased Ariel's worries. Sooner or later, the princess would return to the Asura kingdom, where she faced two paths: to be king or to be a rebel. Victory meant ruling, defeat meant exile. Thus, Ariel had to be sure her husband could protect her. Though Sinfi was Ariel's protector, the princess didn't want to drag her into the power struggles. From now on, Ariel would no longer rely on Zinfi, but walk her own path. Ariel believed that when Zinfi had children, she might not follow her anymore. But if Zinfi insisted on staying, Ariel hoped Rudy would hold on tight. Hearing this, Rudy felt even more determined to stand by and support the noble princess. Ariel's final words were a warning. If Rudy didn't cherish Zinfi, don't blame her for snatching the princess away. After the council, Ariel and her guards departed. The duel between Rudy and Ariel had ended just as Zinfi was about to. After the ordeal with Alina, the two finally acknowledged each other as grandmother and grandchild. Alina bore the curse of the village's fallen woman, so when she gave birth, she cared for her children only until they reached adulthood, then cut ties to protect her reputation from affecting them. When she saw Shinfi, Elena recognized him as her grandchild, but dared not admit it. But seeing Shinfi's happiness, Alina couldn't hold back her tears, and that's how the incident with Nu unfolded. There had never been a farewell like this before. One might expect that after this Shinfi would be shocked and want to break up with Alina. But no, he saw her vulnerability and thoughtful heart, deciding to break the curse that had haunted Alina for so long. That's love for you. Even the toughest guys get knocked down by it. Rudy was surprised by Shinfi's attitude and asked, "Aren't you disillusioned?" Shinfi replied, "Disillusioned? No way. I follow the Millis faith. No matter what happens, I will make the one I love happy." Shinfi's words were like a beacon lighting Judy's soul. She vowed to do everything to help him fulfill his mission. After their heartfelt conversation, the couple joined in bidding farewell to their future grandparents. Looking into the distance, Shinfi said he would grow his hair long because Alina wanted her husband to love her more. Hearing this, Judy was moved beyond words. Taking his hand, he led his wife inside, silently promising to treat her with the kindness she deserves. On his way home, Dewey was handed a letter. It was from Pao announcing that he was on his way to Begar. The whole team was currently at export because Begar was as harsh as the demon continent. So Pao sent AA and Non to Ree's place for the kids' care. But letting children travel alone was dangerous, so Pao decided to escort the two little ones. However, just as he was deciding, he turned back upon meeting an acquaintance who promised to accompany the kids to Dewey. Pao thought Dewey would be surprised to meet this person. About the two kids, AA is clever and skillful, very fond of Ree. Non is the opposite, dislikes men, and doesn't like strangers either. Pao hoped Judy would step up as the big brother and take care of them. Through the letter, Pao showed absolute trust in Judy, so he expected him to do his best for the children to repay that faith. Sinfi was cooking when Ree arrived, announcing that his father had sent a letter saying he would bring the two younger siblings here. Sinfi was overjoyed at the thought of finally reuniting with the kids. The plump Bibo and Dewey felt lucky too, especially since Dewey had just bought a big house for family to live in. Maybe G would live with them someday. That useless kid had finally grown into a responsible person. That night, Dewey sat down to dinner with his wife. There's nothing better than sharing a meal with the one you love. He asked Shinfi if she wanted him to teach her anything. She asked him to teach the Disop magic that he used to defeat her before, promising to teach healing magic in return, since Shinfi had reached the advanced rank. After the meal, they took turns teaching each other magic. But Shinfi struggled to teach Rudy, who couldn't grasp the concept, probably because he couldn't feel the spirit's magic power. With offensive magic, Rudy could sense energy flowing inside, but with spirit magic, he just couldn't connect. He tried hard, but to no avail. Next, it was Ree's turn to teach Shinfi how to use Disop magic. Ree created a water sphere for her to break, but no matter how hard Shinfi strained, she couldn't destroy the water spell. Watching Shinfi dispel the magic, Rudy blurted out, "Our child must be a magic prodigy." Hearing this, Shinfi blushed and shook her hips, teasing, "You're too smooth. How would you know before we even have a child?" But with her strong elf bloodline, she worried she might struggle to bear children, so she asked Shinfi for advice. Rudy kept telling me to just power up and have kids like a machine. But Rudy is the good boy who loves only me, so he refuses to take another woman. Watch your mouth, or karma will come back to bite you. The next day, Du went back to Nana's place to test the magic circle they had poured their hearts into for a whole month. Turning to Nana, Du asked, "What's this magic circle for?" Nana explained, "It would summon items from another world without causing any disastrous teleportation." According to Nana's experiments, summoning something huge requires an enormous amount of mana, so with Rudy's mana alone, no catastrophe would happen. After hearing Nana's explanation, Rudy began channeling energy into the magic circle. His mana surged in, tearing a part of the drawing once again. Nana's heart sank. Another failure. She quietly slumped into a chair, defeated, and told Du to go home. He listened and quietly shut the door behind him. Nana had poured her soul into this magic circle design, only to face failure again. She must have been devastated. But Du saw Nana's inner strength. She would accept the defeat and rise again. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the lab. Du rushed back to see Nana furious, smashing everything inside, yelling that she couldn't go home. Du had to step in and stop her. Eventually, she collapsed in a corner, broken. Sensing Nana's fragile state, Du carried her to the infirmary. Janoba spotted his master and helped carry Nana inside. There, Du poured out everything about Nana's research to Janoba. Only then did he realize she wasn't researching out of curiosity, but because she longed to return home to her family. Julie was silent. Watching Rudy's face, Janoba noticed his expression was grim. "You look terrible," he said. Rudy joked, "I'm ugly, so my face looks like this." Seeing Nana alone and vulnerable, Janoba insisted on taking care of her at his place. On the way, Julie was trailing behind, slowly following. Janoba picked her up and asked Rudy, "Is the prince treating her well?" Julie beamed. "He feeds me a lot, but her grammar was off, so Du had to correct her." Watching Julie happy, Du wondered if Nana was eating well. Sometimes just sharing a favorite meal with someone is healing. Yet despite sharing the same bloodline, Rudy realized he knew nothing about Nana. After Sin Fi healed her with magic, Nana fell into a deep sleep. While changing her clothes, Sin Fi noticed the sword of the Thang Dan and handed it to Rudy. The sight of the sword jolted Rudy, dredging up painful memories. Not wanting Nana to worry, he smiled and said he'd keep it safe for now. Janoba noticed Rudy's face and asked if he was okay. Rudy said it was just painful memories resurfacing, nothing more. Janoba worried Rudy's expression mirrored Nana's troubled soul. Rudy had once been helpless, locking himself away just like Nana now. Maybe if he were in her shoes, he'd have fallen apart too. But he had disciples ready to comfort and support him, so he was no longer so easy to break. When Nana woke, Du visited her, determined to do whatever she wanted, be it snacks or a warm bath to soothe her spirit. Yet Nana didn't respond to his kindness, leaving Du helpless and forced to leave. Just then, Nana spoke. She thought she'd found the key. She combined different circuits to create a teleportation magic circle, but the circuits still couldn't connect, causing failure. Now, there was no way to help Nana get home. She lay like a lifeless shell, unwilling to try anymore. The next day, Du gathered everyone to help revise Nana's summoning magic circle. Each had their expertise, but Janoba doubted they'd be much help. Rudy believed the more the merrier. Even if they couldn't solve the problem, at least it'd be fun. First, Rudy showed everyone where the mana flow was broken and asked if anyone had ideas on how to channel mana through that gap. After a long analysis, no solution surfaced until Janoba had a spark of inspiration to stack magic circles atop each other. The puppet he studied used multiple overlapping circles to create powerful effects. Hearing this, Du was eager to see that magic circle. After examining it, he admitted the creator was a genius. He'd never seen so many stacked magic circles before. Even when the puppet was shattered, it still worked. That was impressive. During research, Janoba only knew those circles controlled the puppet's arms, but he didn't know how to draw or operate them. Alina saw her beloved on the verge of losing it due to his own shortcomings, so she embraced and comforted him. A genius like Du would understand soon enough, she said. Du asked Janoba if using the puppet's magic circle techniques could solve Nana's problem. Janoba wasn't sure, but thought it was likely. So Du let everyone piece together different magic circle drawings to see if it worked for Nana. She saw the stacked designs and her eyes lit up. It was so simple. Why hadn't she thought of just layering circles to create a massive one? Overjoyed, she started drawing with Du's genius help. After days of heated debates and relentless effort, Nana and her friends completed a massive magic circle. Du infused it with mana and succeeded in summoning a plastic bottle. Nana had passed the first milestone and moved to the next phase. If she continued pursuing multi-layered magic circles, she'd eventually find a way home. To celebrate their success, Nana treated everyone to drinks as thanks. Everyone congratulated her on the breakthrough. Nana stood and thanked everyone for their help. In her past life, she hated crowds and never joined parties, but when struggling, she knew a thank you party was only right. Life's ups and downs, when rain falls, you just gotta enjoy the coolness and party. The next morning, Do carried Sinfi home and saw two little ones causing chaos outside. When they saw their big brother, they ran joyfully to hug him. Do's face surprised Rudy. The two shared a heartfelt conversation after 2 years apart. Do thanked Rudy for escorting the kids safely. There was no one more reliable than Do. Curious about his life over the past 2 years, Do told Rudy he first went to the dense southern forest, then Eastport, where he met Judy's father, Paul. Paul asked him and Jinger to bring the children to Rudy's place. The project had moved into a new phase. If she pursued layered magic formations, Nana would eventually find her way home. Celebrating their research success, Nana threw a beer party to thank everyone. Cheers filled the air as they congratulated her on this milestone. Seeing this, Nana stood to express her heartfelt thanks for all the help she'd received. Rudy, who disliked crowds, seldom attended such parties. Yet when facing hardships and receiving help, a celebration was only right. Life's ups and downs meant sometimes rain cooled the heat, so why not party? The next morning, Dewey carried Shinfi home, only to find their two younger siblings causing chaos at the door. Upon seeing their big brother, they rushed over joyfully, throwing their arms around him. At that moment, Dew's expression shocked Judy deeply. Judy and Dew shared a heartfelt conversation after 2 years apart. "Thank you for escorting the kids to me," Judy said. Truly, no one was more trustworthy than Dew. Curious about his life over the past 2 years, Judy listened as Dew recounted travelling through the southern jungle, then to Eastport where he met Judy's father, Paul. Paul had entrusted Dew and Jinger with bringing the kids safely to him. Now Judy had sought out Prince Zenoba. Dew also met Josie. Upon seeing the eye on his forehead, she fled in terror, which was understandable. Josie had passed down a secret ritual about the Triple Tribe's affliction to Dew. On the way here, Dew encountered AA, a resourceful girl who suggested travelling with a merchant caravan for protection speeding their journey. However, despite all help, Dewey had been busy helping the caravan and was feeling tired when suddenly he asked about Egit, causing Rudy to fall into deep thought. Rudy revealed that Egit had left him because she believed he wasn't worthy of her. Hearing this, Dewey thought Judy was just misunderstanding Egit didn't hate Rudy. But even if it was a misunderstanding, the pain she caused Judy for 3 years was unforgivable. And the one who saved Dewey from that pain was Phi. After pondering, Dewey decided there was no use dwelling on it. Conveniently, he informed Dewey that he would leave the next morning to avoid troubling Dewey's family. Seeing Dewey looking downcast, he comforted him, promising to come again another time and not to worry. Dewey noticed Egit wasn't good with words and often caused misunderstandings. He advised that if Dewey met her again, he should ask clearly to avoid future regrets. The next morning, just as Dewey was about to wake his wife, he heard a strange noise. He hurried downstairs to find Y and B looking tense. Sensing the tension, reapproached to assess the situation. After a talk with the Demon King, they seemed to understand something and left. Y and B were warriors in the human-demon war, so Ree guessed they knew each other from that battlefield. Seeing Ree worried, Y assured him not to fight with Bardi. He just hadn't expected to run into the Demon King here. Hearing this, Ree revealed Bardi had come looking for him, classic Demon King behaviour. As Y prepared to leave, men invited him to stay for breakfast with the family. Y enjoyed the meal before setting off again, continuing his mission to clear the Sioux clan's name. AA quickly stepped up to thank Y for protecting her, and Y gently reminded her to behave and stop clinging to Ree. Seeing Y about to depart, Non begged to follow, but Y refused. He told her to rely on Ree going forward, but how could she trust a guy who'd beaten his own father and changed girlfriends like outfits? The unpredictable world was harsh, yet Y knew men wasn't a bad person, so she should trust him. Before leaving, Y entrusted the 2 kids and Ree to Shifi's care. The Gree siblings hadn't reunited in a long time, so Rudy hoped they'd live harmoniously. Shifi was shocked to hear her brother was marrying Shifi, but Non wasn't surprised she didn't even remember who Shifi was. At that moment, Asa recalled Pa's request to deliver a chest full of gold and jewels, along with a letter for men. Pa reminded them to send the 2 kids to school, but AA resisted, feeling there was nothing left to learn at school, and preferring to take care of her brother at home. She took off the bracelet Rudy had given her, reminding Duwai of their past promises had he forgotten Duwai told AA to take the Magic University entrance exam. If she scored well, he'd grant her wishes. Reluctantly, AA agreed to try. With AA dealt with, Ri turned to Non, urging her to take the exam, though she feared failing. Duwai reassured Non she had nothing to worry about. Money could even buy her the school principal's position. This hit Non's pride, making her snap that she didn't need anyone's help. Sifi scolded her for disrespecting her brother and causing trouble instead of studying. Annoyed, Non promised to take the exam just to silence them both. Kids these days mouthy and rude to adults, Asa grumbled. Seeing Asa being harsh, Duwai warned Non not to talk back to her sister like that again. Asa defended herself, saying Non's refusal to study was the real problem, but that was just her perspective. Even Non was trying to learn in her own way, but hearing that Isa obediently promised to watch her words next time. That night, Rudy confided in his wife that AA didn't want to go to school, preferring to stay home as a maid. So he asked Shinfi for her opinion. Actually, she was busy guarding the princess and couldn't fully manage the household. Having AA help was a blessing. However, Rudy thought differently after all they were adults, and he wanted AA to go to school to unlock her potential. Sinfai saw that AA was exceptional, so maybe she'd be fine, even if she didn't go to school like her peers. She advised Rudy to let Isa follow her own will. The real problem was Non. After leaving Sao, Rudy noticed Non slipping into depression, so they had to watch over her closely. With such a trustworthy wife, Rudy figured he'd have to cultivate patience for 10 lifetimes to deserve her, though he still didn't quite understand that. The psychology of girls, so he will continue to rely on his wife's help. They are a couple faced with hardships together, so supporting each other is only natural. One winter day, AA joyfully boasts about scoring a perfect score on her entrance exam for the Magic Academy. With this result, she won't have to go to school anymore, allowing her to help Fi at home. As for Non, her performance was slightly below average, but she is still young and can improve. Du steps forward and asks Non which department she wants to join, as there are many interesting classes. He encourages her to explore and let him know what she decides. Suddenly, Non expresses her desire to live in the dormitory, leaving Du in deep thought. Hearing this, Isa disagrees, claiming their father instructed them to live together. A simple no was enough for her, but this was a brave request from Non, so Du must think carefully to make the right decision. Perhaps some distance from the person she once disliked would do her good, so Du agrees to let her stay in the dormitory. Upon hearing this, Isa protests, not understanding why someone with lower grades like Non can easily get permission to live separately, while she has to struggle for perfect scores just to stay home. Du explains that he believes Non will make new friends and thrive there, which is why he agreed. However, Isa thinks of herself as the stepchild, feeling she doesn't get the same favoritism as her sister. She believes she shares only half the blood with Du, which is why he treats her this way. Hearing this, Du quickly clarifies that he has never viewed Lilia as their father's stepchild. He sees both girls as his sisters, and his decision is meant for their mutual benefit. With that, AA calms down and doesn't cause any more trouble. From that day on, AA happily helps out with household chores for Fi, while Non prepares her belongings for the Magic Academy dormitory. Before she leaves, Du reminds her that dorms have their own rules. From then on, AA happily and diligently helps Shinfi around the house. Meanwhile, Non prepared to move into the dormitory of the Magic University. Before she left, Rudy reminded her that the dorm had its own rules to follow. She had to study hard and cherish her friends. If Non didn't obey, Rudy promised to drag her back home. And if she faced any trouble, she could always turn to her brother or sister-in-law. Also, she had to visit home at least once every 10 days, or Rudy would worry sick. The next day at school, Rudy saw Non and wanted to greet her. But when he noticed her shrinking back walking alone, he stopped mid-wave. A month in, and she still had no friends, which made Rudy uneasy. Linnea and Pina saw him sigh and gave him a gift. When Rudy tried to open it, they warned him to wait until he was home, or in private, or it might spoil everything. Despite their suspicious words, Rudy accepted their kindness. Later, Rudy spotted Judd with a bag and called him over, leading him to the student council room. Everyone was tense, and Rudy overheard the princess mention recent dorm troubles. Some cute petite girls were being forced to give up their panties. Linnea and Pena hearing this made Rudy's skin crawl, recalling their smug faces. According to Ariel's investigation, these girls believed this would please their young master and stuffed the underwear into a bag. Rudy panicked, holding up the bag and revealing it was given to him that morning. Though unopened, he knew the panties were inside. He kept insisting he was innocent and never ordered such things. Newly married, how could he be so deprived? Ariel saw Rudy's honesty and believed him. The truth came out, and Shinfi sighed in relief, fearing she couldn't satisfy her husband. Even Ariel found it strange that after such an intense night he still noticed other girls. Hearing this, Rudy freaked out and scolded his wife, questioning why she'd share such stories. Rudy worried, "If Non is going through hell like that, I'll take down anyone who hurts her." Despite her dislike for him, they were still family, and he'd fight for justice on her behalf. Rudy barged into the classroom, asking the teacher for a moment to speak. He cut straight to the chase. "Who dared hurt my sister so badly? She's afraid to show her face at school." Silence followed, no one stepping forward. Rudy said he only wanted to know who hurt her, not to assign blame. But inside, he was ready to annihilate whoever it was. "Shinfi didn't say anything," she replied. "It's just the princess testing your marriage to see if it's fulfilling." Back to the mystery at hand, Rudy would confront the two pets, warning them not to repeat their mischief. He handed the bag to the princess and asked her to return it to the victims. After Ariel confirmed it contained the items they needed, she released Rudy to go home. On his way, he unexpectedly encountered Non and stopped to check on her, but she remained silent. Only when she saw Ariel did she speak up, saying she was searching for practice room number 3. Hearing this, the princess ordered them to lead Non there immediately. That afternoon, Rudy summoned Linnea and Perina for a serious talk. Suddenly, the two pets noticed Non staring at them intently and thought of teaching her a lesson. However, upon hearing Rudy say she was his sister, they quickly reversed course, complimenting her on being cute and lively. Rudy threatened that if they dared to bully his sister behind his back, they would end up imprisoned again. Watching Non's silhouette fade away, Rudy promised himself he would build a closer relationship with her over time. The next day, classes proceeded as usual, but Non was hiding in the dorm, refusing to go to school. Upon hearing that she had locked herself away, Rudy rushed to her room. Having experienced bullying himself, he knew that if Non was enduring a similar hell, he would make each perpetrator pay. No matter how much she disliked Rudy, they were still family, and he would ensure justice for her. He pushed the door open and asked the teacher for a moment of her time. He went straight to the point, demanding to know who had hurt his sister, to the extent that she couldn't show her face at school. Just then, a girl raised her hand but was silenced by Rudy's fierce glare. She admitted she'd talked to Non before and accidentally said that Rudy was talented, but his sister was ordinary, implying she was different from him. This made Non furious. The teacher remembered a similar incident, assigning homework to Non, but being interrupted by Rudy, who accused her of making Non stand naked in the office for not finishing tasks. The teacher clarified she only wanted Non to follow her brother's example, but Non looked close to tears, promising to try harder. At that moment, Rudy realized the source of Non's pain was his own, comparing her to Isa all along and dragging in the disliked brother for good measure. Seeing this, Shinfi told Rudy it wasn't his fault, so he shouldn't blame himself. Hearing this, Rudy snapped back to reality and thanked Linnea and Pena for the heads up. When asked what the master planned next, Rudy shrugged, saying maybe he'd just leave Non be. But Pena advised Rudy to pull her out of her shell. Staying inside would only make her dull. Rudy understood it was tough because he'd been there too, stuck in that same place. Non didn't want to go out and dragging her wouldn't help. But he couldn't just leave her alone. Sooner or later she'd regret it. Rudy jumped up, determined to do something for Non, yet unsure what. Seeing his struggle, the servants offered their help. That night, the female students came to the house to hear Princess Ariel's speech, leaving the dorm near deserted except for Non. Meanwhile, Rudy infiltrated the dorm to talk to his sister. Perina and Linnea helped him get to Non's room. Shinfi, seeing everyone working hard, felt guilty for not contributing. She also tried talking to Non, but Non refused to listen. Rudy felt helpless, so he decided to talk to Non himself. Using earth magic, he climbed to the second floor and hid in a laundry basket pushed by Linnea, while Pena spilled water to distract the dorm supervisor. Rudy knocked on Non's door and called her name, but there was no response. Non's situation mirrored Rudy's past loneliness, and he saw himself in her a useless kid once. He recalled how his older brother once came to his room, analysed right and wrong, and told Rudy not to run away. If he didn't want to go to school, at least join him outside to eat. But Rudy only gave him the cold shoulder, thinking his brother didn't understand him at all. Since then, the brother never came back to Rudy. Rudy didn't know what he felt back then, but now, if he walked away, Non might lock herself away forever, so he couldn't abandon her. Non looked at Rudy outside, wondering when she started hating him. At their first meeting, Rudy had beaten their father, whom Non deeply loved, and she couldn't accept that man was her brother. From then on, Non despised her brother even more, especially when she saw him drunk and happy with another woman, while their father struggled to find their mother. Feeling useless and guilty for not being able to help Duyi, had also gone to talk to Non, but she refused to listen. Feeling helpless, Duyi decided to try again. Using earth magic, he climbed to the second floor, then slipped into a laundry basket that Linnea pushed to Non's room. Meanwhile, Penna spilled water on the floor to distract the dorm manager. Duyi knocked on Non's door and called her, but there was no response inside. Non's situation now mirrored Duyi's past self, feeling like a worthless fool. He remembered how back then his older brother had entered his room, analysed right and wrong, and told Duyi not to run away. If Duyi didn't want to attend school, he could just eat outside with him. But Duyi had just given him butter and thought the brother didn't understand him at all. Since that day, the brother never sought Duyi out again. Duyi didn't know what the brother thought then, but now, if Non left her room, she probably wouldn't come back. Yet if she stayed locked away, she'd trap herself forever. So Duyi knew he couldn't abandon her. Looking at Rudy outside, Non wondered when she had started hating him. From their first meeting, Rudy had beaten Pao, the father Non loved dearly, making her furious and unable to accept that man as her own brother. From then, Non resented her older brother. When she saw Rudy drunk and happy with another woman, while their father struggled to find their mother, her hatred only deepened. But since she had to live at Rudy's house, she avoided angering him to prevent being kicked out. When Non suggested moving to the dorm to live, Rudy surprisingly agreed, much to her shock. She thought he would scold her for selfishness or ban her from the house. Believing he didn't care, she accepted the push away, but inside her heart tightened. On her first day at school, Non introduced herself as part of the Grat family. A classmate asked if she was Duyi's sister. She admitted it, and from then on, everyone sought Non to talk about her brother. Everyone assumed the younger sister of Duyi was also a magical prodigy, which made Non feel more insecure about herself. Friends approached her just because of Duyi. When she submitted homework, teachers mentioned her brother. Even her roommate didn't want to stop talking about him, making Non avoid anyone discussing Rudy. One day, Non accidentally saw Linnea and Penna folding underwear and then saw Rudy scolding them, which made her wonder why this boy was so respected. That night, the pain gripped Non so hard she could barely breathe. She remembered her father telling her to forgive her older brother, because Rudy had also suffered much. Back then, she was too young to understand, but now, she finally did. One day, Non accidentally saw Linnea and Perenna fixing their underwear, then watched Ree scold them. It made her wonder why this boy was so respected. That night, pain gripped Non again, stealing her breath away. She remembered her father's words telling her to forgive her older brother, because Ree had suffered so much to become this way. Back then, Non was too young to understand, but now it had all made sense. Still, Non didn't know how to make peace with Rudy. She spent the whole night silently crying, yearning to return to Pao. Duyi knew she hated her brother, but he told Non that Ree was nothing like she imagined. He was strong, smart, and a warrior worthy of respect. Duyi urged her to reconcile with Rudy because family is what matters. And so, Rudy stepped forward to apologize, saying everything had turned out this way because of him. Even as an adult, Rudy didn't know how to handle this. Hearing his heartfelt confession, Non pulled back the curtain and saw a reflection of Rudy, just like their father once was. Wanting to make amends for his mistakes, Rudy asked to stay with his sister. His sincerity moved Non. Deeply, she crawled into Rudy's arms and cried. From that day on, she became more obedient and even learned to greet her brother and sister-in-law. Though she hadn't spoken her feelings yet, Rudy knew she was healing. Maybe Non had managed her emotions better than Rudy ever did in a past life. Thinking this, he slapped himself awake after all the past can't be changed. But Duyi felt the tangled knots in his heart loosen. If Nana could return to her old world, Rudy planned to ask her to send a message to his brother. "I'm sorry, and thank you for what you did back then." After the incident where he locked himself away, Rudy became Non's tutor. He also planned to write a book about the history of the Super Clan so the whole world could learn the truth. But he wasn't sure whether to write it as a documentary or a diary. Plus, he wanted to make it a modest-sized work about the length of a manga volume, with character illustrations included. Non saw him lost in thought and asked what he was writing. Dai told her about his plan to write a book praising Dewey's achievements. Non had heard many old stories from Dewey, so she offered to help with the writing. Hearing this, Dewey agreed, but reminded her not to neglect her studies. Later, when AA was clearing the dining table, Dewey called her over and said, "If there's anything you want to say, just tell me. Like if you want me to pay more attention to you." AA thought for a moment and said she wanted a salary. The next day, she used her first paycheck to buy a flower pot. On the way, she noticed someone collecting flower seeds and decided to buy a pot to try planting. Then, she put on a cute act to persuade Dewey. How could the lolly boy resist such a charm? He even suggested she buy some soil too. But AA cleverly asked Judy to use magic to create soil for her. This plan was easy to pull off, and Rudy agreed at once. Suddenly, he saw a pair of blue jade earrings and wanted to buy them for his wife. Shinfei really was the happiest woman on earth. Seeing her brother showering his sister-in-law with love, Isa wanted to compete for his affection too. But when she tried, the old man warned Rudy he'd break his leg if he spoiled Isa like that. Off to the fabric shop they went, like a kind-hearted customer, bargaining down the price of fabric from 5 coins to just 1. Leaving the shop owner powerless, our young heroine, seeing she couldn't convince him outright, invoked the name of her older brother, none other than the very person Princess Ariel admires. At the mention of the princess, the owner immediately agreed. Truly, a queen in bargaining the destroyer of shops since childhood, Isa has always craved cute things like cheese sticks, but her mother never allowed it. So now, with her brother's permission, she can finally deck out Nana's laboratory with lavish pink curtains. Nana is in the middle of explaining the purpose of summoning various things one by one. After successfully summoning a plastic boy, Nana plans to bring organic matter from the old world here. Dewey studies the chart for a moment and asks if Nana needs to include any conditions with the summoning. Nana laughs off the idea of conditions. What if the summoned being ends up overseas? The grandfather chuckles. Finally, Nana decides to summon each item carefully, to return to Japan and study the necessary conditions fully. Looks like she'll have to seek out a summoner for this. At that moment, Nana generously hands Dewey a magic circle for summoning spirits, a glowing light that clings to the caster and disappears when time runs out. It's a limited edition. Even the Magic Association doesn't know about it. Hearing it's a rare treasure, Dewey quickly stashes it away. Nana calls it a small gift, promising that if her next experiment succeeds, she'll give him something truly special. So, Dewey better give it his all. After some time learning to make puppets, Zenoba creates a dragon and gifts it to July. Truly, those who succeed find their own unique path. After escorting the 2 children home, Jinga returned to serve Zenoba. Thanks to Jinga, Julie became proficient in human language and learned many social customs. Noticing Dewey staring at her, Jinga asked, "Is there something on my face? Just a little bit of self-importance, dear. I only wanted to know why you're so loyal to Zenoba." Hearing this, Jinga proudly recounted how Zenoba's mother entrusted her with his care. She's like a female version of Detective Chu, wholeheartedly assisting the prince. Remember the last time Zenoba joyfully mentioned how he traded his last subordinate for the Josie doll? That person must be Jinga. If so, this sister has quite the taste sticking around even after being used and discarded. After some research, Clip created a type of magical undergarment to secure Alina's spring butterfly. However, this artifact posed 2 issues. First, it was atrociously ugly. Despite Clip seeking help from Nana and Zenoba to improve it, it still didn't turn out well. The second issue was its excessive mana consumption. Clip exhausted all her mana for the experiment, only managing to sustain it for an hour. Thus, Clip sought to borrow mana from Judy to continue the experiment. The next morning, Dewey put on his shoes and went for a jog, then practiced swordsmanship. After sweating through his training, he returned home for breakfast and to play with his disciples. After class, he hurried from place to place, conducting experiments, then taught Julie how to make dolls and tutored Non. Finally, he returned home to his loved ones. Perhaps this was the happy life Jui never had in his previous life. After his training, Jui ran home to find his wife and sister, but this time he sensed something strange in the atmosphere. Shinfi shyly told her husband that she hadn't had her period for 2 months, and her health was unstable, so she visited a healer. To his surprise, she was officially pregnant with their first child. Hearing this, he knelt down gently to touch Shinfi's belly, and Isa reminded him to sweet-talk his wife. He looked at her reminiscing about all the joyful moments they shared from childhood to now. Jui was overwhelmed, words escaping him, and all he could utter was, "Thank you." He closed his eyes and pressed a passionate kiss to Shinfi. Seeing this, Isa had to intervene, reminding him that his wife was pregnant, and he shouldn't be reckless. That evening, when Non learned her sister-in-law was expecting, she was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Ariel also heard the news of Shinfi's pregnancy and granted her 2 years of maternity leave. During this time, Alina would take on the role of protector in her stead. Additionally, others would come to congratulate Shinfi and Jui whenever possible. Rudy guessed that if Pa and Janet learned about his child, they would be utterly surprised. Pa, being a doting grandfather, would be overjoyed, just as he was when Non and AA were born. The image of his entire family reuniting filled Jui's mind, and if everything went smoothly like a dream, how wonderful that would be. But life isn't a dream. The next morning, Jui received news that Jez wanted him at the hospital because the rescue mission for Janet was at a stalemate. That night, Jui met the god of fate again, who was furious, reminding him that he once said if he travelled to the continent of Begar, he would regret it. Now, whether he went or not, regret was inevitable. Truly, a century-old trick. Hearing this, the god of fate questioned him. Until yesterday, hadn't he made Jui regret it? Jui had met many people and grown immensely. Even the paralysis afflicting his brother had been cured. Now, Jui had a happy family and was about to have a child. Yet he still wanted more. However, the god of fate still tricked him into not going to Begar, leaving Jui so angry he felt like spitting blood. He wanted to know what he would regret about going there, but the god of fate couldn't disclose that. Plus, having so many people help him and still resisting was confusing. Sensing Jui's desire for clarity, the god of fate prompted him to reconsider. Was he really willing to leave his wife and child behind to travel? What kind of father would do that? After hearing the god of fate's guidance, Jui calmed down, even turning to seek his advice. Hitagami advised Jui to take one of the 2 sisters, Perena or Linnea, during the breeding season, as it would lead to greater happiness. Hearing this, Jui was furious. He had promised to love Shinfi for life. Now, meeting another woman felt like he was slapping himself. Suddenly, he awoke to Shinfi calling him, having sensed he was having a nightmare. Shinfi thought Jui was worried about the rescue letter, and reassured him not to worry about her, but to go save his parents. But Jui decided to stay by his wife's side instead of leaving. The next morning, as he jogged, he pondered the contents of that letter. Though he did not know what had happened, he believed everyone had successfully rescued his mother. Despite thinking so, he still felt anxious about his parents. Jui shared the letter's contents with Alina, who agreed that he should stay. Alina decided to go rescue them in his place, and conveniently say goodbye to Clip. She had the potential to become a future pope, so it would be best for Clip not to associate with someone as notorious as Alina. Otherwise, she would hinder Clip's path to success. "Master, you should go ahead. The disciple isn't used to travelling and would only be a burden," Zenoba says. Julie is still a little child, so he can't bring her along. Zenoba stays at the research school. Rudy asks Zenoba if he should go. Zenoba bluntly says that even if the father isn't present, the child will still be born. If Rudy's worried, he should head to the Begar continent, while Zenoba will protect the mistress. That night, Rudy thinks deeply. He knows Shinfi isn't alone with those 2 kids by his side. But Judy is the family's pillar, and he can't leave his wife behind. The next morning, Ree sits on the porch when Non suddenly appears, dragging a big pile of luggage ready to leave somewhere. But after a few steps, she falls hard to the ground. She insists she must go save her parents, the elderly couple in danger, and questions why the strongest in the house is just sitting around enjoying himself. Hearing this, Dewey awakens his family's strength, pushes aside worry, and decides to journey to the Begar continent. He wonders if he can entrust the house to Non. "Don't worry, the 3 older sisters can handle it," Riom says. With that, Ryom takes her sister and sets off determined to rescue Pa and Janet. Though resolved to go, Dewey fears the tears of XV might shake his resolve, so he consults Alina first. As a son, Rudy can't abandon his parents. Understanding this, Alina agrees to accompany him. She calculates that taking the shortcut on the map will get them to Bigar in 8 months. Dewey thought it would take a year. Truly, wisdom grows sharper with age. But Alina is cursed as a village girl, so she fears trouble on this trip. Hearing this, Dewey firmly declares that there will be no shady business on the road, and with Alina's clip artifact, what's there to worry about? If she wants to bring it, she has to talk to her boyfriend first. But Alina lacks the courage to break up with Clip. Seeing this, Rudy advises her to have that talk not just for the breakup, but for their child's sake. According to their plan, Rudy must leave soon. If the baby arrives before then, well, they'd have a junior Judd. The young couple agrees and shares a passionate kiss. The next morning, M greets everyone before departure, then asks the vice principal for a leave of absence and grabs a few books about teleportation to study on the way. So he decided to say goodbye to his friends. First, he visited Nana to inform her of his journey to the maze city of Japan on the Bigar continent, which meant he wouldn't be able to conduct experiments with her for the next 2 years. Upon hearing this, Nana jumped up in shock, her eyes wide, as she stared at Rudy. He had his reasons for going. After delivering the news, Rudy apologized and prepared to leave, but Nana allowed him back, handing him a map. It marked the locations of teleportation magic circles around the world. She revealed the coordinates of the teleportation circle from Syria to the Bigar continent. Rudy was left stunned. How could this girl who claimed ignorance suddenly provide him with this crucial information? Nana explained, I was forced to keep my mouth shut. If you don't take long to come back, I wouldn't have said anything. She further mentioned that near the teleportation point in Bigar, there was a market. If he travelled north from there, he could reach the maze city of Japan in just a month. Nana warned Rudy not to spread rumours. Teleportation magic was forbidden, and if discovered by other nations, they would destroy it immediately. Rudy nodded obediently, absorbing her advice. Come back early to continue our research together, she urged. That night, Rudy gathered everyone in the house to announce his intention to rescue his parents. Sin-Fi immediately assured her husband, Don't worry about us while you go save people. I'll handle everything at home. Rudy revealed that thanks to Nana's teleportation magic, he would return in time for their child's birth. Upon hearing teleportation, Shin-Fi grew anxious. Rudy comforted her, assuring her that he would be fine. He then called Isa over and instructed her to help Sin-Fi if she faced difficulties, emphasizing that she shouldn't handle everything alone. After assigning tasks, Rudy suggested that they pick a name for their child before he left. However, this was considered an ill omen. It was said that naming a child before a journey could lead to misfortune. He thought only superstitious people believed that, but it seemed the same beliefs existed here. Suddenly, Isa proposed that they wait for Rudy to return to name the baby. But if the baby arrives before then, we'll call him Rudy Jr. Hearing this, the young couple agreed, sharing a passionate kiss. Em and Alina meticulously planned their journey first from school to the forest with the teleportation magic circle. In 1 week, then teleport to the Bigar continent and finally to Japan in 1 month to rescue the family and return home. The next day, Judy and Alina prepare to depart with friends and family coming to wish them a safe journey. Clip calls Do and hands him a charm to counter Alina's curse, entrusting him to watch over his wife carefully. After giving Dewey this heavy responsibility, Clip embraces Alina and pledges, When you return, I will marry you. Though the curse remains unsolved, Clip is determined to wed her. Hearing this, Alina is touched and whispers, I love you, baby. Seeing the passionate couple, Shin-Fi quietly hugs her husband. Do embraces his wife and advises the 2 younger siblings and sister-in-law to be careful. Hearing this, the 2 younger ones promise their big brother not to worry and wish Do a safe journey. Alina reassures Shin-Fi, who looks worried that everything will be fine because Grandma is here and will surely bring the little guy back before birth. After heartfelt goodbyes, Dewey and Alina ride horses deep into the forest. After a week, they find the stone tablet matching Nana's description. Do touches it and recites the spell, Open Sesame. Instantly, mysterious ruins appear before them. They venture inside and discover a secret chamber with a teleportation magic circle. An adventure journal mentions this circle can teleport 2 ways. By standing on the circle, they can reach Bigar. Do is about to step in but senses Alina's fear she has painful memories with teleportation. Seeing this, Do comforts Alina, takes her hand and steps into the circle with her. In less than 30 seconds, they arrive at a different place. Do wants to test if this circle can bring them home, but Elena stops him, fearing if she goes first and doesn't return, she can't report back to Pa. So, Alina volunteers to test. Waiting long after she doesn't come back, Do explores around and finds a stinky jacket left by some guy, seriously, who has such terrible body odor. After some twists and turns, Alina returns and together they leave the ruins to find themselves in a vast desert, likely the Bigar continent. As the sun sets, they decide to spend the night there. The next morning, they endure the scorching desert heat. But at night, Rhys struggles to fight off a demonic possession within him. Unable to fight it, he contemplates letting it consume Alina instead. Alina tried to stop her, fearing she might leave and never return, making it hard to report back to her father. So Alina volunteered to test Du Yi. Waiting for her to return, but seeing no sign, Alina wandered around and found a stinky shirt left by some young man. Who smells this bad, she thought, wrinkling her nose at the awful stench. After some twists and turns, Elena returned, and together they headed to the ruins, realizing they were now in the vast sandy desert of the Bigar continent. Since the sun was about to set, they decided to spend the night there. The next morning, they struggled to cross the scorching desert heat. That night, Rudy had to fight the demon spirit inside him. Unable to defeat it, he nearly attacked Alina instead. Suddenly, she shouted his name, snapping him back to reality. Harming your own girlfriend? That's unforgivable. Even jumping in the Yellow River won't wash away that guilt. Dewey looked outside and saw a tall dancer performing the Sabadui dance. Dude, sometimes your brain's fried, but having a sister volunteering to help, that's next level. At that moment, Alina appeared, pushed the girl away, and told Dewey to wake up. How did he mistake a bus for a girl with a few swift strikes? Alina sent the intruder to the afterlife. She then checked on Rudy, who was under a love potion spell trying to pin her down. Total hopelessness with girls, she muttered. After using a magical tool from Clip to detoxify Rudy, he regained consciousness and apologized to Alina. Immediately, she put on a mischievous grin and invited Rudy to eat oysters, leaving him embarrassed beyond words. The next day, their journey continued. Along the way, they battled many monsters and even faced a sandstorm. But together, they overcame all obstacles and finally reached the market Nana had mentioned. There they enjoyed delicious food to recharge for the journey ahead. That night, Alina couldn't resist going out to hunt for men. Even with an experienced mage, she couldn't fully break the curse. The next day, they resumed their adventure. On the way, anyone who met her would apologize for past wrongs. Dewey tried to eavesdrop on their drama, curious about the tangled love stories dividing hearts, but Elena wouldn't spill the secrets. "No gossip for you," she declared. "What a shame." After a long journey, they finally arrived at Japan City. As soon as they entered, Alina and Judy rushed to the Adventurers Guild to find Paul immediately. Their path was abruptly blocked by the rocky highlands. Alina was unsure how to cross until Judy used earth magic to lift her effortlessly. With such immense magic power, it made all the difference. Suddenly, a giant golden eagle and a griffin appeared, attacking Rudy. Using his magical sight, Rudy sensed their charge and countered with earth magic to halt the griffin. Though it dodged a swirling bullet, ended it in flames. The remaining griffin was swiftly dispatched by the duo, a flawless victory. That night, they savoured the roasted bird meat, fragrant, delicious, and nourishing, from the fallen beasts. Elena took a bite, savouring the taste, then absent-mindedly licked her fingers. Seeing this, Judy gently reminded her to mind her manners. Boys sure inherit their mother's quirks. Elena had once been scolded by Janice to be gentle and graceful, a naive girl of 16 untouched by the world until Pao, a seasoned player, charmed her away to some distant land. Rudy suddenly recalled his father and felt a deep guilt towards Elena, vowing to apologize when they met again. Curious about any drama between them, Judy tried eavesdropping on their tangled emotions, but Elena refused to reveal anything. No gossip for them today. Ultimately, after a long trek, they arrived at Japan City. Upon entering, Elena and Rudy rushed to the Adventurers Guild to find Paul. They agreed to first inquire about Paul and Janice. Before they could begin, they spotted Mr. J splay with someone. Alina called out, and like a loyal dog, he came running. Jay was surprised at their swift arrival. They decided to ask about Paul and Judy first. But before they could, they spotted Mr. J. Splee with someone. Alina called out to him like a loyal puppy, and he came running, surprised at how fast they arrived. Alina asked about Janice's condition. "It's a dire situation," Jay said, unwilling to explain further here. Judy asked Jay to take them to meet Paul. At that moment, Jay realised the big brother from their old club, Itra, had grown tall and sturdy. Alina noticed their familiar chatter and wondered why they were so close. First things first, they decide to inquire about Paul and Jay, but before they can, they spot Mr. J. Splay with someone. Alina calls out, and like a loyal dog, he comes running. Jay is surprised. How did they arrive so fast? Alina asks about Janice's condition. The situation is tense, and Janice can't talk here. Jay insists on taking them to see Paul immediately. At that moment, Janice recognises the big burly figure as Itra, an old clubmate from their Juventus days. Alina notices their easy camaraderie and wonders why they're so close. They're old comrades from the same team. Before heading to meet Paul, Joe warns Alina not to stir trouble. Paul is fragile right now, and Rudy, don't drag his father into this mess. With that, the trio moves inside. Inside, Lilia gently shakes Paul awake. He's just roused and feels like he's dreaming in broad daylight. But the cruel truth hits his precious son is here, but time is short, and danger lurks. Dewey reveals he used a secret method to arrive faster, but won't reveal the details until they rescue Janice. Suddenly, Paul drops to his knees, clutching his son, blaming himself for failing Janice. Paul's self-blame is a dagger to the heart, but Judy thanks the heavens for Dewey's timely arrival. Rudy comforts his father, assuring him he's here now and to stop worrying. Besides, he's grown and is ready to shoulder this heavy burden and even prepare to be a young father himself. Paul is moved to tears. The Gree family finally has an heir. Seeing Paul weep, Alina scoffs coldly, drawing his attention. Paul approaches, kneels and apologises to her, stunning everyone. When a gentleman lowers his pride, forgiveness is inevitable. Alina relents, wiping away old grudges. The atmosphere lightens and hope blooms once more. Clip was someone Pow deeply respected, so he urged him not to mock such a figure. Pow quieted down and told Alina to arrange a meeting with that unfortunate youth next time. Returning to the main mission, according to Jess's information, Janet was imprisoned in a labyrinth 1 day's journey north. They had no clue about her current state or exact location within the maze. Jess also knew that reaching S rank was nearly impossible, turning adventurers into lost souls. One wrong step could teleport them somewhere strange and deadly. That was the peril of the teleport labyrinth. Senior Clip is someone you should greatly respect, so please refrain from making light of him. Upon hearing this, Paul softened his tone and requested Alina to arrange for him to meet the unfortunate young man. They then returned to their primary mission. According to Jess, Janice was imprisoned within a labyrinth 1 day's journey north from their current location. They were unsure of her condition or whereabouts within that treacherous maze. Additionally, Jess revealed that several years ago a team of explorers had ventured into the labyrinth and never returned. Recently, there were whispers that they had spotted Janice within those very depths. The labyrinth was notorious for its challenges, and Paul had gathered the most skilled explorers, each with their own tales of failure. Just then, Talion arrived, bringing his friend along, and the group was now complete. It was time for Paul to unveil his plan. Dewey, puzzled, wondered why they could start without Josie. At this moment, Paul's expression shifted to one of pain as he recounted how Josie had fallen victim to a trap in the labyrinth a month prior, possibly meeting her end there. Rudy was deeply affected. Josie was a water magic master capable of conquering the labyrinth alone, yet here they were discussing her demise so casually. Paul speculated that perhaps Josie had triggered a trap and was lost within the labyrinth, but Jess disagreed, asserting that it was impossible to survive without food or water unless one were a deity. Talion joined the debate, asserting that Josie was an exceptional sorceress and would surely find a way back. At that moment, Alina gently nudged Rudy to bring him back to reality, prompting him to ask what kind of place the labyrinth was. It was an S-rank challenge, a place that swallowed adventurers whole, where a single misstep could transport one to an unfamiliar demise. Such was the peril of the labyrinth's shifting nature. Hearing this, Jilo pulled out an exploration journal, hoping it would shed some light on their dire situation. Seeing this, Paul asked Jess to examine the book for its worth. As Jess read, excitement lit his face. This tome was indeed a treasure. If they harnessed the full power of their intellect and the knowledge within, they could reach the 6th level of the labyrinth. With newfound determination, they resolved to study the book thoroughly before setting off into the unknown. Hearing this, Jilo pulled out an exploration journal to see if it could help. Seeing this, Pao asked Jay to check if it was any good. Jay read eagerly, confirming it was a rare gem. If they could combine 100 points of brain power and the journal's knowledge, they could reach the labyrinth's 6th floor. Perfect. They decided to study the entire book and then fight their way through. That night, Lilia prepared beds for Pao and Du, who would share a room. Knowing Pao was a noisy sleeper, she warned, "If he bothers, you just call me." Lilia teased, "Hey, you snoring pig." If they harnessed 100% of Chino's power and the knowledge from this book, they'd reach the labyrinth's 6th floor. Perfect. Let's study this book to the last page and fight like never before. That night, Lilia set up beds for Pao and Du to share a room. Since Pao tends to make noise while sleeping, she warned, "If he bothers you, just call me. I'll come fix it." "Hello, you snoring pig," she teased. Then Lilia asked about AA, whether she's hardworking or a playful troublemaker. "Naughty, but diligent, always handling chores? Well, a reincarnated maid indeed," she replied. Lilia felt her heart warm watching their chat, smiling quietly. That mischievous boy Dewey had grown up married and was about to be a father. Pao imagined his son married to Aegis. But the one sharing a bed with Rudy wasn't Aegis, it was X-Phi. Lilia felt relieved knowing X-Phi was alive. Meanwhile, Pao kept playing the villain, forcing his soon-to-be son to leave his father and little sibling behind. Yet Du accepted full responsibility for being selfish, thinking only of himself, and leaving his father alone to seek their mother. Pao didn't mind their past mistakes. All that mattered was father and son united, saving their mother and celebrating with tea and laughter. Now Ri had truly become a man. Pao wanted to discuss reading lessons with his son. Confidently, he claimed he could polish off all the virgins fresh from the cradle, meaning he had plenty of experience. "Ask me anything," he said, ready with sharp answers. Du grabbed his book and pen, eager to learn the secrets. Lilia noticed their chat drifting and teased him not to get carried away. "Come on, you once seduced your master as a maid, reading lessons are nothing. Focus on the mission, soldier." Their joyful conversations made them forget the hardships they'd faced. The next day, the group entered the labyrinth, ready to rescue the hostage. Remember, Dewey used the light spirit to guide the team through darkness. The shining spirit illuminated their path in the maze's shadowed depths. It was as if the light itself was a guardian blessing their every step. She reminded him not to get too carried away. "Come on, back in the day, even the maid seduced the master while learning to spell." Pao chuckled, recalling how zealously they faced their foes, making him feel proud. They chatted merrily, forgetting the hard days they had just endured. The next day, the whole group arrived at the teleportation maze to continue their rescue mission. Remember, Du had the spirit of light to illuminate their path, proving that those with connections always access the finest goods. Du reminded everyone to avoid the teleportation magic circles, as some spells didn't glow, so they had to be vigilant not to step on them. Jay knew this well, so he marked a path for everyone to follow. Just as they had travelled a little way, they were blocked by a monstrous creature. Alina bravely charged ahead, but Pao was quicker disposing of the beast with a swift strike. Seeing Pao's fierce determination, Ri realised he wanted to impress him. Eleanor, feeling annoyed, pulled him back and pointed out that she was supposed to be the frontliner, while he rushed ahead, making her uncomfortable. "You should set an example for the kid," she scolded. Pao shrugged it off, saying, "It's just the first floor. I'm taking it easy. I'll be on my best behaviour when we dive deeper." Elena knew he was just showing off for Ri. Pao didn't dare to argue, but a couple of seconds later, he had to listen to her lecture. That woman was older than he thought. After a long trek, they arrived at the 2nd floor where a magic circle awaited them. However, this place was swarming with monsters, and they had to deal with these pests first. Before Du joined the fray, Talion warned him not to use fire as it would fill the air with toxic fumes. "We can't afford to lose focus here," Talion emphasized. Besides, attacking the ceiling could cause the cave to collapse. Using ice magic was the best approach, so Do unleashed his ice spells, clearing the pesky creatures in a single sweep. Having dealt with the insects blocking their path, they pressed onward to the next level. Here, they took a moment to rest before resuming the fight. Rudy noticed that Pao had become unusually serious. In the first level, he was eager to charge ahead solo, but now, descending to the second level, he was more cautious and calculated. They were about to venture to the third floor. According to theory, the teleportation traps would only shift them within the same level, so Jay hoped they would encounter Josie on their way. He asked Rudy if he sensed where Josie was, but Do remained silent, focusing on his sixth sense to test his luck. Suddenly, he felt a divine presence on the other side of a wall. As he approached and touched it, he was astonished, as if uncovering a hidden truth. On the other side, Josie was fighting off a horde of monsters, barricading herself behind a wall to fend off the encroaching foes using ice spells to freeze them. Yet no matter how hard she tried, it was like a Sisyphean task. Every monster she defeated was replaced by another emerging from the teleportation circle, leaving her feeling hopeless. Exhausted, she could only sit and watch as they chipped away at her defenses, fear gripping her as she swung her staff at the approaching beasts. But even her weapon was rendered useless by a sharp-toothed spider that ensnared her with its web, plunging Josie into despair. She silently wished for someone to save her, and in an instant, that wish became reality. The swarm of insects was frozen solid, and from that icy mass emerged Ree, just like the night from her dreams, a vision that made her heart skip a beat. Since getting lost in the maze, Josie had been marking the walls with her path, but no matter how hard she tried to navigate, she always ended up back at square one. Deep down, she feared she might never escape this labyrinth. She felt she had wasted a third of her life without achieving anything. She wished to be a teacher, to enjoy happiness by the side of the one she loved, but perhaps she would perish here before fulfilling her dreams. Just as despair threatened to consume her, the knight from her beloved tales appeared to rescue her. Du sighed in relief upon seeing his master rushing to embrace her, inhaling the scent he had missed for so long. Josie pushed him away, apologizing for being a bit smelly from not bathing for a month. Taking advantage of the moment, Du asked for her number, feeling a rush of excitement at the chance to connect with her. Josie, surprised that her master didn't recognize him, watched in shock as he spilled his food all over himself after rescuing her. Everyone brought Josie back home to recuperate. Seeing that Du was feeling nauseous around her, Josie asked Talion if he was uncomfortable with her smell. But Du was actually just overwhelmed by the joy of reuniting with his master and the pain of being forgotten, nothing to do with her odor. The matured Du had changed from the cute, chubby boy he once was, making it hard for Josie to recognize him. Hearing this, Du was happy and eagerly accompanied his master, causing Josie to blush. When she returned home, Lilia joyfully embraced her, astonished that Josie had survived. It was as if fate had carried her back against all odds. To help Josie regain her strength, everyone permitted her a few days of rest. The next morning, feeling better, Josie joined everyone for breakfast and took the opportunity to apologize for causing so much trouble during their search for her. Pao told Josie that if she wanted to express her gratitude, she should thank Du, for he was the one who sensed her presence and rushed to save her. Hearing this, she shyly thanked Du for saving her. Seeing Josie being so polite, Pao encouraged her to call him Du, as she did before. After all, despite the years that had passed, she was still the teacher he greatly respected. Upon hearing this, Josie dropped her formalities, directly addressing him as Du, making him feel utterly at ease. They returned to discussing conquering the maze. Although Josie hadn't fully recovered, Du suggested they should set out for the maze in 3 days. He explained that there was a curse if anyone nearly perished in the maze, and didn't return quickly, they would never be able to re-enter. It turned out Judy had matured very different from the cute, lanky Judy of old, so Josie didn't recognize him. Hearing this, Judy happily stepped forward with his master, causing Josie to blush. When Josie returned home, Lilia joyfully hugged her, no one believing she had survived. Truly, the elders had blessed her. To recover, Josie was given several days of rest. The next morning, feeling better, Josie joined everyone for breakfast and apologized for causing trouble and making the team suffer searching for her. Pao told Josie to thank Judy, for he was the one who sensed her presence and rushed to rescue her. Shyly, Josie thanked Dewey for saving her. Men told her to call Judy Dewey again like old friends, since no matter how many years passed, she remained a teacher Judy respected. Hearing this, Josie dropped the formalities and called men Judy, making him very comfortable. Returning to the labyrinth mission, despite Josie not fully recovered, Jay proposed they set out in 3 days. There was a curse anyone who barely escaped the labyrinth and didn't return quickly would never re-enter. Their next goal was conquering the labyrinth's 3rd floor, searching for the magic formation leading to the 4th. After discussion, Pow handed Rosie the exploration journal to study and set a 3-day gathering to explore together. Josie kept studying, but Ree kept hovering, distracting her. She called Dewey over to explain the difficult parts. Quick as lightning, Dewey tutored her. Though they appeared focused, Dewey's mind wandered to darker thoughts. Seeing Josie so small, he wanted to scoop her up and hold her close. But if he tried, he'd get a headache, so he stopped himself waiting for Ree. Ree kept staring as if his chin had something on it. Who would have thought a young man like him could be in love? 3 days later, the team plunged deeper into the labyrinth, battling a swarm of bug soldiers. With Josie joining, they were like tigers, with wings wiping out monsters in a heartbeat. After defeating the leaves, Josie's magic was drained, so she asked to rest and recover. Pow told everyone to take a break before continuing. The deeper they ventured into the 3rd floor, the more Judy and Jis wanted to hurry to find the magic formation leading to the 4th. But haste makes waste. If they rushed and caused a cave-in, they'd be in trouble. Ree leaned against Men's back, whispering an invitation. After saving Janet, could they explore an easier labyrinth together? Though busy with countless tasks, Rudy agreed to join the expedition. Magic attacks were now countered, so they could only hold off the Trung and support the front line. Du obeyed his master, using the swamp to slow Trung, while Pow and Alina each took a monster to handle. But these A-rank beasts didn't fall easily. Both Alina and Pow struggled to withstand their attacks. Seeing them in trouble, Josie called Judy for help. Judy stepped in ready to turn the tide. If his wife at home found out he was seeing someone, Judy would unleash a storm of fury. Upon reaching the 4th level, their supplies were nearly depleted. Pa ordered everyone to assess the situation before returning. Just then, they were ambushed by the warrior brigade. Du intended to unleash magic against them, but Rosie intervened, warning that the brigade wielded divine water swordsmanship, reflecting magical attacks back at their jurors. They could only hold the line and support the front line now. Listening to his master Du used the swamp to hinder the advancing foes, while Pa and Alina split up, each taking on a monster to simplify the battle. However, A-rank beasts were not easily subdued, and both Eleanor and Pa faced tremendous challenges, resisting their onslaught. Seeing his comrades in peril, Josie called out to Judy for support, the teacher-student duo combining their powers to successfully take down 2 warriors. Rudy praised his father for his newfound strength, but Pa, in a cool demeanor, claimed he was weaker than before. In truth, he was celebrating internally. Supporting the master and apprentice, joined forces leading Alina and Pow to successfully defeat the 2 Iron Warriors. Rudy praised his father's growing strength with genuine admiration. Yet Pow, ever the cool facade, brushed it off, claiming he was weaker than before. Truth is, Pow was just pretending to be aloof, while inside he was cheering wildly. After the battle, the entire team left the labyrinth to rest and prepare for the next conquest. They knew the endless in and out of the labyrinth was needed to restore their strength. But what about Jeanette? Was she okay, staying inside so long? These worries made him cautious better to avoid accidents. The next day, Dewey and JD went shopping at Japan's largest wholesale market, where everything imaginable was on sale, if only their pockets were as deep as their desires. Spotting the master eyeing a bottle of oil, Dewey quickly joked that when facing Iron Warriors, spilling oil on the ground made them slip and fall, but Pow warned against such dirty tricks that might backfire. Waiting for Josie, Dewey noticed she seemed easygoing and suggested buying that oil just in case trouble came knocking again. Then, the two stumbled upon a legendary viper sword in a weapon shop, but its price was sky high, so they had to wish their luck for next time. After a tiring shopping spree, the siblings headed to a tea house for a drink to soothe their spirits. Rudy was stunned to learn Josie had once been at WP. They had crossed paths unknowingly before, only to reunite in this harsh continent. Fate truly had a twisted sense of humour. Rudy was deeply grateful to Josie for helping his family search for his mother, but in truth, Josie was the one who owed gratitude. After clashing with a professor at the Magic University, she lost her job and became homeless. Luckily, Pao and his wife took her in, giving her shelter and money. Back then, she boasted about being the top mage at Magic University to avoid ridicule. Now, thinking back, she felt embarrassed by her own bluster. Since meeting Judy, Josie realized how naive she'd been and trained hard to reach the level of Water King Mage. Friends noticed how much she'd matured. Those 2 years in Buena Village became the most precious days of Josie's life. The next day, the rescue team re-entered the labyrinth and effortlessly defeated the Iron Warriors. Riding their momentum, they advanced to the end of the 4th floor. Here they faced a challenge 3 teleportation gates that left them confused, not knowing which to choose. Even the chronicler hadn't dared venture this far. They had to pray to the ancestors for strength. Dewey observed closely and concluded these 3 magic arrays resembled the 2-dimensional magic arrays they had passed before. However, these gates would teleport the team randomly, and a wrong choice could mean death. Josie admired Rudy's sharp analysis, assuming he was deeply versed in magic arrays, but Rudy was more like a flat tire. How could he really understand? They needed to pray to the ancestors carrying heavy burdens. Du observed carefully and concluded these 3 magic arrays resembled the 2-dimensional magic traps they'd crossed before. However, these gates would randomly lead the team somewhere. Choosing wrong meant death. Josie, seeing Ree analyze like a genius, assumed he was a magic array expert, but Ree felt like a flat tire. How could he truly understand traps? When Nana heard this, Josie mistook her for Du's lover. But Ree corrected her. They were just close friends, each minding their own business, which made Josie genuinely happy. After studying the book, Jess learned 1 magic array was a trap, and the other 2 led down to the 5th floor. With no clear instructions, luck was everything. Choose right or perish. Du declared, "If nothing's written, then who's going to pay?" Du's 150 gold. Pao watched silently. The boy sat still, yet Du couldn't help but ask if he was still breathing. After a moment of reflection, Du leaned towards the idea that this room might not be the final stop on the 4th floor. Perhaps there was another path hidden away. But Pao immediately shut down that hope, his instincts screaming, this was the end. Then, with a mysterious glint, Pao clapped Du on the shoulder, hinting at a secret he wanted to share, but held back, making the boy's frustration boil over. "If you've got guts, just say it instead of hiding it," Du thought. Pao feared that revealing too much might throw the whole team into chaos, so he spoke in riddles through a story. "Those 2 swords from before, once one was enough, but now I need both to truly feel whole. I love them both, and each serves its own purpose." Then as the tale paused, Pao promised that one day little Du would understand. After their talk, Du sensed something odd. The structure of this room felt eerily familiar, yet something was missing. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, the ruins of a magical teleportation array. Without hesitation, Du told Jay to check for any secret chambers here. Just a few knocks later, the hollow space beneath confirmed his suspicions. With a flick of magic, Du shattered the floor, revealing a hidden passage. Cheers erupted from everyone praising Du's sharp instincts. Jay, still a bit wary, wondered if Pao's urgency had something to do with this discovery after all. The once reckless Pao now bowed humbly, asking for help. Respecting old bonds, the team rallied to his aid. Jay was worried there might be traps below, so he asked Du to give him 3 scrolls of magic paper. After preparation, the team started exploring the secret basement. When they faced the teleport gate to the 5th floor, Jay began to hesitate. Though the team was still energetic, he advised everyone to retreat and rest. However, Pa was determined to continue and told everyone to check their gear and fight till their last breath. Hearing this, Josie asked Du if he wanted to take some scrolls of magic paper. Seizing the chance, he grabbed healing magic scrolls. Josie thought with their current strength they could easily defeat the Guardian, so she advised Ree not to worry. She would give her all to support Rudy, so he wouldn't have to use those scrolls. Hearing this, Judy felt deeply moved by her comrades. At this moment, Pa wanted to say something important to Judy, but Judy stopped him, believing it would bring bad luck. Waiting for them on the next floor was the legendary Hydra monster, guarding none other than Zenith. Immediately, Pa charged like a man possessed. His teammates shouted to stop him, but it was too late. Seeing this, Josie and Judy launched fire and ice attacks combined. However, their moves were blocked by the Hydra. Pa pressed on relentlessly, cutting off each dragon head one by one. He moved like a dancing samurai, twisting left and right, occasionally lightly tapping the Hydra's head. Truly the peak of skill. Alina saw Pa about to be devoured, rushed in, pushed him away, and stabbed the Hydra's body, but couldn't cut off its head. Josie saw Alina and Pa in danger and called Lu to separate them from the monster. Talion took advantage of the opening to call down a meteor shower, but the Hydra's shield blocked it. That's when Duyi realized that when the dragons roar, magic becomes useless. Now he didn't know whether to retreat or keep fighting. Josie shouted out as the Hydra's heads began to regenerate. Seeing this, she ordered everyone to retreat. But with his wife in front of him, Pa's blood boiled. He switched to berserk mode, shouting, "I'm not scared of anything," and charged into the fight alone. Seeing this, Jay jumped up, threw a smoke bomb, and grabbed Pa to calm him down. But Pa couldn't turn back. He wanted to save his wife. Suddenly, Alina slapped Pa awake, forcing him to accept retreat with the team. Duyi saw them running back and cast a fog spell, then teleported with the team back to the 4th floor. Alina was injured, so Duyi tended to her and asked if she was okay. Just a minor scratch, nothing serious for Alina. After seeing his wife, Pa's emotions overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground. Mum was right there. Yet Judy asked if Zenit was still alive, which made Pa furious. He grabbed Judy, yelling, "Your mother is right here! How can you stay so calm?" Actually, Judy hadn't spent much time with Zenit. They were like strangers living under the same roof. Pa himself didn't really see her as his true mother. Besides, Rudy had lived apart from Zenit since he was 8, so he was even less close to her. Being an outsider, Rudy could stay calm and assess the situation. He analysed that magic didn't work on the Guardian, which had terrifying regenerative powers. Also, its attacks were so strong that just a snap could make Alina surrender. Zenit was trapped in a block of ice, so her fate was uncertain. If she had passed on fighting, would be pointless. Pa's anger grew seeing Judy's indifferent attitude, and he wanted to punch his son. Luckily, Jay stopped them before a father-son fight broke out. Alina looked at them both and sighed, not wanting to say a word. After their verbal battle, they sat down to discuss. Pa often lost his temper like this, so Duyi saw it as normal, but it was Josie's first time witnessing it, and she was terrified. Seeing this, Duyi reassured her it was okay. He told Pa he had a way to help Zenit recover. Alina even knew someone who had been crystallized like Zenit and survived until now. The biggest problem was how to defeat the monster, as none of them had faced a scaly Hydra with extreme regenerative abilities. Josie believed it to be a Manati Hydra, a demon dragon covered in scales that absorb magic. The only way to hurt it was in close combat, but its wounds regenerated quickly, making attacks useless. One way to stop the regeneration was to burn the Hydra's neck after cutting it. However, this was just a myth from ancient Greek stories, and not very reliable. Judy guessed that if they could shoot fire into the Hydra's mouth wounds, it would be harder for it to block magic. Upon hearing this, Jess and Ree admired the idea. Ree then asked Pa what his plan was. Pa responded with indifference, which irritated Jazz. He had been fired up to fight, but now seemed deflated. Pa was the only one who could decapitate the Hydra, so Ree would coordinate with him to finish it. This was their final battle. Pa wanted to say something to everyone. He admitted that he had troubled them a lot, but whether or not they saved Zenit, he was satisfied because he had found his family. So Pa begged everyone to give their all in this last fight so his family could be reunited. Pa's earnestness surprised everyone. They never expected the reckless Pa to bow his head and ask for help. Out of respect for old comrades, they agreed to help him this once. Pa felt deeply moved by their enthusiasm. He turned to Ree and confessed, "You truly are a trustworthy son, while I'm just a fool who rushes headlong into danger. I want to set an example for my son, but with my skills, what kind of example is this?" These weren't words a father should say, but Pa spoke them nonetheless. Even if it cost him his life, he would save Zenit. No one expected the wild power of old to one day lower his pride and seek help. But for the sake of comradeship, they stepped up. Saving a life felt like building 7 towers, each brick laid with care and hope. Moved beyond words by their support, Pao turned to Ree and confessed, "You're truly the trustworthy son I needed." Meanwhile, I was just a fool, blindly rushing to throw my life away on the enemy. He wished to be a role model for his son, but with his current state, how could he? These weren't words a father wanted to admit, but admit he must, even if it meant risking everything to save Janet. Hearing this, Du immediately agreed. He knew this was Pao's deep trust in him, and he vowed to live up to that hope. Together, the entire team stepped into the teleportation circle, facing the monstrous beast that hungered for their lives. Pao shouted the battle cry, and instantly the team launched their full assault. Like a seasoned dancer, Pao dodged every strike from the enemy, then leapt in to sever its head with precision. From afar, Du unleashed a blazing fireball, setting the enemy aflame. But the flames couldn't pierce its shield, forcing them to switch to Plan B. Du stayed close to Pao, scorching the dragon's flesh as Pao struck its head. Another attack wave surged, with Alina and Talion joining to block Hydra's advances, making it easier for Pao to deliver the fatal blow. Du raced forward again, launching a successful fireball that burned one of the enemy's heads. This beast was no pushover, lunging fiercely to bite Du, but Alina and Pao intervened just in time, chopping off the threatening head. The two father and son moved like dragons and phoenixes in a graceful ballet, each taking down the monstrous heads one by one. Du's dazzling fireballs caught Hydra's attention, provoking relentless attacks on him. Judy had to call for backup, and Alina arrived just in time to block the deadly claws. Hydra lunged at Rudy, but Alina and Pao intervened just in time, severing the head to further nullify Hydra's regeneration. Like a synchronized dance of dragons and phoenixes, the father and son duo skillfully claimed the beast's heads one by one. Rudy's dazzling fireballs drew Hydra's attention, forcing it to attack him relentlessly, making Judy call for backup. Alina arrived just in time, blocking the monster's vicious claws. Seeing Alina wounded, Judy urgently called Josie to heal her. As the team dodged the dark forces, Pao from above took another head, while Dewey below launched fireballs to disrupt Hydra's recovery. Seeing Josie and Talion rushing on the flank, the evil dragon charged to attack them. Anticipating this, Talion warned Josie to dodge narrowly, saving her from disaster. But then, the Hydra bit Bao's leg. Spotting his teammate caught alone, Bao surged forward like a god, slicing off the evil dragon's head so Dewey could ignite its neck. Talion landed just as Josie rushed in to heal him, and the two ran off to harass Hydra again. Suddenly, Dewey sensed something was wrong, and indeed, Hydra tore its own neck open to begin regeneration. Seeing this, Alina charged, plunging her sword deep and casting a freezing spell, while Rosie below unleashed fireballs to stop the rebirth. Hydra's fury erupted. It gathered all its magical power, preparing to spew fire to incinerate everything. Realizing this, Rudy shouted for everyone to regroup around him, activating a water shield to block the enemy's deadly fire attack. In this fierce battle of water versus fire, the most powerful magic user on the Earth server emerged victorious. Pao immediately moved in to finish off another head, while G used the same tactic to prevent its revival. Calling out to his father, Pao swiftly slid in to sever the head, then shot flames to burn the beast. Now, Hydra was down to just one head. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Dewey nearly got overwhelmed by the evil dragon, but Pao's reflexes saved his son just in time. Mistakes piled up. Once again, Rudy's care for his teammates made him an easy target for Hydra. Pao dashed out like lightning, taking the brunt of the dragon's jaws. When Dewey regained his senses, Hydra was right in front of him, eyes locked on his. After a moment of fear, Dewey summoned courage, punching straight into its eye and unleashing piercing drills through Hydra's skull, the monstrous beast. Yet, in a chain of mistakes, Rudy's concern for his teammates made him an easy target for the Hydra. Pao, quick as lightning, pushed his son out of harm's way, but took the brunt of the dragon's jaws himself. When Dewey regained consciousness, he found the fearsome beast staring him down. In a moment of terror, he bravely struck straight at its eye, unleashing a barrage of drilling attacks into the Hydra's skull. The monstrous beast in agony flung Rudy aside, costing him an arm. In that agonizing moment, Rudy called out for Josie, who immediately understood and unleashed a fireball, delivering the final blow to the legendary dragon. After defeating their foe, Dewey was left in shock, realizing he had lost his left arm. He attempted to heal himself using his hinling, but it could only restore him partially, unable to bring back what was lost. Yet losing just an arm while battling a legendary dragon was a stroke of luck. Without Pao, Dewey might have faced a second reincarnation. He turned to thank his father, only to find his teammates staring in horror at something. Following their gaze, Rudy saw his father's body torn in two. He stood frozen helpless, watching Pao leave this world before his eyes, while the ice sealing Janet shattered, returning her to her beloved family. But now that family was no longer whole. The team returned home in silence, each person weary and devoid of the joy they once shared. They returned the body to their beloved family, though that family was no longer whole. The team fell silent as they headed home, exhaustion and sorrow replacing the joy they once felt. Lilia's group, seeing the rescue succeed, and Janet brought home, rejoiced, but their happiness quickly died when they learned Pao had departed from this world. Everyone mourned the sudden loss of their comrade. Lilia embraced Rudy, saying, "You've done well. Leave the rest to me." Hearing this, Rudy retreated to his room, lying back on his bed, replaying his father's final moments. Rudy stood watching the flames consume Pao's remains, trying desperately to gather the scattered fragments of his father's ashes, but it was futile. Now, Pao had become nothing more than ashes drifting to the Pure Land. Dewey sat silently lost in his grief. 4 days had passed, yet the pain lingered like a shadow he couldn't shake. Janice still lay unconscious, and Lilia feared she might never wake. But just then, Janice stirred, filling Lilia with relief. Though Janice didn't recognize Dewey, Lilia gently told him, "You're Joss's son." Janice glanced at Rudy and murmured a few soft sounds, sending Rudy spiraling into a pit of despair. His mind drifted back to his old world, to days when his parents must have worried deeply about him. Yet even now, Rudy wondered what they truly thought of him back then. That day, Rudy chose not to attend the memorial ceremony to honor their bones. Now looking back, Rudy couldn't even fathom what he had done. Back then, he held no love for his parents, but if given a second chance, he promised himself he would attend that ceremony. Whispering to Joss for the last time, Rudy said, "If you want to protect someone far away, don't waste your strength on someone like me." Leaving them behind, Rudy felt lost, desperate for guidance. "What should I do now?" he pleaded silently. But no answer came. Rudy was the son Pao trusted most, which was why he entrusted his family to him. Yet Rudy never truly saw Pao as his father. Still, one undeniable truth remained in this world: Pao was still his dad. As twilight fell, Rosie approached Rudy, inviting him for a walk to ease his troubled mind. Yet Rudy's heart wasn't in it, and he declined. Despite being turned down, Josie resolved to stay by Rudy's side. She sat beside him, sharing her sorrow over Pao's death and Janice's memory loss. To her, the days spent in Buena were the happiest of her life. Holding Rudy's hand, Josie said, "It's not uncommon for adventurers to lose their lives on missions. I understand your pain." Hearing this, Rudy snapped, "Don't lie. Josie's parents are alive and well. How could you possibly understand the burden I carry?" Now, Rudy was awakened to a harsh reality. Every time things seemed to settle, he'd run from what mattered most, family harmony, and face bitter defeat. He thought he had grown, but in truth, nothing had changed. Josie embraced him tightly, confessing she considered Pao's home her second family. In Buena, they treated her with warmth, and Rudy's family had taught her the true meaning of home. Clinging to him, she whispered, "That's why I understand the pain you bear. Though I'm just a humble master, I've lived longer than you, so I'll be your steadfast support." But Rudy refused her comfort, shaking free to stand. Seeing this, Josie grabbed his hand, pulling him down onto the bed. "Relax, don't worry," she insisted. "I'll carry the burden for you." Then, with a soft kiss, she began teaching him how to read and write. The next morning, Rudy awoke, reflecting on his mistake. He had fallen for his master, crossing a forbidden line. Soon, Josie woke too. Upon seeing Rudy, her cheeks flushed crimson. Worried, she asked if he was all right. Rudy laughed. "After all that chaos, how could I not be?" But after Pao's death, Rudy was lost about the future. "Josie, how should I live from now on?" he asked. She urged him to cherish his current family, assured that Pao would have wanted the same. Josie hoped he could find optimism again. Nodding, Rudy thanked her for her heartfelt advice. As they left the room, Alina caught sight of them. Quick-witted Josie told Rudy to head to Lilia's place first, while she stayed to confront Alina. In Lilia's room, Alina was caring tenderly for Janice. Seeing this, Rudy felt a pang of sympathy and apologized for making Lilia serve his mother. But Lilia dismissed it, saying it was her duty as a servant, and didn't mind at all. Rudy asked about Janice's condition. Though her memories were gone, her body remained remarkably healthy. Sierra explained this was the effect of magic. Janice had been trapped in a crystallized magical block with no cure in sight. With Pao gone, Lilia resolved to care for Janice herself. Rudy wanted to help, but Lilia refused. "You must focus on your own duty," she said firmly. Caring for the lady was her responsibility, not his. Accepting this, Rudy agreed. Josie then decided to take them all back to Saria City. The next day, their group journeyed across a vast desert to reach a magical teleportation array. Along the way, they fought countless monsters together, emerging victorious every time. That night, Josie and Rudy sat close by the campfire like a true couple. Rudy's heart belonged to her, yet this love was forbidden. Though married to Shifi, Rudy's heart secretly belonged to Josie. Torn between two loves, he was lost. Yet Rudy vowed to protect his honor and could never betray his wife. "I have a wife and she's about to give birth. I can't love my master," he confessed. Josie had already known after Pao's death. Alina revealed Rudy's marriage to everyone. She only seized the moment when Rudy's heart was vulnerable. Josie urged Rudy not to worry, telling him to return home to care for his wife and child. She was merely his right hand on this journey. Hearing this, Rudy wanted to repay her kindness, but Josie silenced him. "Just listen," she said, defending her actions. In truth, Josie had fallen in love the moment Rudy saved her in the labyrinth. Her heart fluttered and she whispered, "Here is my dream lover." During their exploration, Josie often stole glances at Rudy before shyly looking away. When Rudy faltered, both Elena and Jess encouraged him to stand strong. But having known Rudy since childhood, Josie understood he couldn't do it alone. With Elena and Jess indifferent and Lilia busy caring for Janice, only Josie remained to comfort him. It was cruel. Just as her heart stirred, Rudy already belonged to another. When Rudy broke down, Josie took his hand, but when he tried to hold hers, she gently pushed him away lightly, tapping his cheek. "Don't do anything," she warned, "or you'll only give false hope to your heart." Obedient Rudy listened. Within a month, they reached Saria Town. Now Josie understood why Rudy reached Japa so fast. It was due to forbidden magic. She pleaded with everyone to keep this secret safe. That night, while warming by the fire, Alina asked Rudy a strange question. Neither he nor Shifi followed the Millet faith, right? Rudy replied he'd never followed any religion. Alina explained that her family was devout Millet believers, which forbids polygamy. Since Rudy followed no faith, loving and marrying many wasn't a problem. "Go ahead and marry Josie, kid," she joked. Secretly, Alina couldn't stand Josie's on-again, off-again drama anymore. Their meeting was ill-timed, sparking this tangled mess. Still, Alina wished Josie happiness with the one she loved. But Josie retorted, "Rudy already has Shifi, so he can't cross that line." Hearing this, Alina turned to Josie and asked, "Then what about you?" No additional dialogue provided in original segment to rewrite. No additional dialogue provided in original segment to rewrite. No additional dialogue provided in original segment to rewrite. Rai wishes for you to live happily, and if possible, he wants both Josie and XV to be happy too. But isn't that selfish? He already has XV and a child, yet he yearns for another woman. It's ironic, back then he mocked his father for losing control over his own sword, but now he's repeating the same mistake. Alina steps in, urging him to remember. After Pao married Lilia, did Janet suffer? Though Janet cried at first, she eventually found happiness beside her husband and his second wife. Alina believes Riaz Pao's son can love both XV and Josie. Yet Ri fears his wife's heartbreak, unable to imagine how a single trip could flip her husband's heart 180 degrees. Rudy knows Josie only wants Ri's love for herself. Maybe in the future, men might be left behind by both. Still, Ri wishes happiness for both women. But he worries that his wife and lover won't accept living together. Hearing this, Alina goes to wake Josie, so Rudy can have a serious talk with her. Despite his determination to propose, Rudy dances around the topic in a long, winding way. After some wandering words, he finally confesses his love to her, leaving Josie deeply moved. Though thrilled, she fears XV won't accept this. So, Josie tells Rudy to discuss it with his wife first, then update her. As dawn breaks, it's time for him to face his wife's wrath. Like father, like son, Rudy rushes home, blaming himself for not seeing the truth sooner. Hitagami warned if Rudy went to the Bigar continent, he'd regret it. Pao's death is a wound, not regret. Rudy wonders if he planned to abandon his wife alone in B. Haunted by this thought, he races home, opens the door, but no one's there. He searches every corner, stopping at the empty kitchen, a place echoing his deepest fear being left behind. Just then, AA appears. Rudy rushes to her, asking if she's all right, startling the calm girl. AA, busy cleaning, is baffled by his wild words. Rudy keeps asking where Non and XV are. Panicked, AA replies Non is at school, but when he mentions XV, she grabs some wooden planks and appears at the door. Rudy slowly approaches Symphy and asks if she's all right. She replies she's fine, everyone's caring for her. Rudy inquires about the little brothers and Clips. They're all safe. Hearing this, Rudy breathes a sigh of relief and collapses beside his wife. XV gently kneels and embraces him. Soon after, I brings Non home. The girl quickly greets her brother, but notices Pau's absence. Once everyone gathers, Rudy solemnly announces Pau's passing. Non, shocked, drops her school bag. Rudy solemnly presents Pau's mementos and coffin box. Non is about to blame Rudy for not saving their father, but her gaze falls on his missing arm. Seeing this, she stops and breaks down in tears. After hearing Rudy's full story, Non feels utterly helpless. A talented man like Rudy gave everything but couldn't save Pau. Anyone would feel powerless, no matter what Pau had to sacrifice himself. At this, Non's sorrow deepens her cries, echoing grief that dampens everyone's hearts. After the tears subside, she asks Ree to entrust her with their father's sword. He agrees, but warns her not to wield it recklessly. Holding that sword means preparing to protect what truly matters. Don't think possessing it turns you into a Superman. Immediately, Non obeyed her brother's instructions. Suddenly, Janet grasped Pa's gloves and hugged them to her chest. Leaving everyone stunned, was this her recovery? But her eyes remained hollow, unchanged. Seeing this, Du decided their mother would stay here with Lilia, who would care for Janet daily, while Phi and AA would handle the housework. So AA and Lilia divided the chores. Non wanted to approach her mother but hesitated, so AA encouraged her to let go and not worry about others. Hearing this, I went to embrace her mother and broke down in tears. Non felt lucky that her mother was safe and sound. After the family's heartfelt chat, the adventurers planned to rent lodgings outside, but Du invited them to stay the night just for fun. Come on, who'd ruin a family reunion like that? Judy thanked them for supporting her father all this time. Sierra and Via said they'd remain in town until Du finished building Pa's tomb, then would inform them. Seeing Rudy's mournful face, Jay approached and urged him to cheer up just like the first time. Du boldly called him Big Brother. What a narrow mind still hung up on the past. Then Alina stepped forward to apologize to Du. Alina took responsibility for failing to protect Pa. Her duty was to prevent such tragedies within the team, so she asked Du not to blame himself. Before leaving, Alina planned to stay at Clip's place, and she told Phi that Rudy always loved her. With that, she and her team bid farewell to the family, and departed. Rudy then told Phi he had something important to say. After a brief pause, Du candidly told Phi he wanted to bring Josie home as his second wife. When his father died, he was devastated and lost his will to live. Then Josie appeared and saved him. Du knelt, asking her forgiveness for breaking his vow of fidelity. Non-furious confronted her brother. Did he realize how much Phi worried and waited for him? Yet now he betrayed her while she anxiously wondered if he was eating well. Such sadness filled her voice and face, as if the sky itself was falling. And still, Du cheerfully embraced another woman. Losing their father was unavoidable, but Non could never forgive her brother's infidelity. Du argued that Josie had suppressed her own feelings to help him when he shut himself away. Rudy couldn't abandon someone who saved him. But Non, a devout Millet follower, refused to accept this. There are plenty of fresh, beautiful girls. Why marry that little Lolita? Josie snapped back. I may be small, but I'm decades older than you. Non's anger surged. Don't you feel ashamed? A decent person never sneaks around as a mistress. Du took the blame. He was the one who proposed to Josie, and she planned to withdraw from Phi. Enough. Shut your mouth. Non snapped back. She pressed Josie if she intended to back out. Why not fight to the end? Why listen to her brother about this family? Those words wounded Josie's pride deeply. She called herself a schemer and excused herself. Watching Josie leave, Du was filled with pain. He had promised her happiness, yet caused this hurt. Lost on what to do, Phi stepped in, calling Josie back. Seeing her keep walking, Fi ran and gently pulled her back, leaving Non confused about why her sister-in-law acted this way. Fi quietly thanked Non for dealing with the mistress herself, but assured her she could handle it. Though she didn't know all the details, just knowing Josie saved her husband was enough. Fi believed if she were in Josie's place, she'd do the same. Fi knew it was inevitable that Du would bring another woman home. His face is the ancestor of trouble, she joked. Without Fi's influence, Du might be learning love lessons elsewhere. Hearing this, Josie apologized for upsetting the first wife. Actually, Fi wasn't upset at all. Judy had often told her stories about Josie saying she was the most respected mage to Du. Fi had been jealous until she met Josie and realized she was just a girl who loved G like herself. Fi warmly welcomed Josie into the family. Josie was moved beyond words and shook Fi's hand. From now on, they would be each other's emotional pillars. The next day, Non and Judy trained swordsmanship together. Frustrated, Non struck her brother repeatedly for bringing home a green tea wife. Seeing this, Fi told Non to forgive Ri, he wasn't a millet follower, and Pa had 2 wives anyway. Non tried to tell Lilia she was the green tea who stole Pa from their mother. Hearing this, the girl felt guilty and apologized, but knew her sister's tongue was faster than her brain, so she ignored Non. Non ran up and grabbed the girl when she mocked her. Du never expected Non to want to practice swordsmanship. Of course, anyone with a loved one off at war needs a way to channel their restless energy. Josie asked when Fi's due date was. She said 1 month away. Josie planned to hold her wedding with Judy after Fi gave birth. This warm, peaceful scene filled Judy with happiness. One snowy winter day, the princess was born. Du thanked Pa deeply. Without him, he never would have held his daughter. Rudy planned to name her Lucy. He also announced taking Josie as his second wife, just like his father. If only Pa were here to teach him the art of keeping peace at home. In the end, Du realized he was still a child, just boy clinging to memories of a past life thinking he was older than Pa. Now, Du truly accepted Pa as his father. With his own family, he must grow up. Though the road ahead would be full of failures, he vowed to protect Pa's legacy, just as Pa protected him. With that, Du said goodbye and promised to bring everyone to visit Pa next time. In this life, Du had endured much sorrow and joy, yet he strove to live fully so that when his next life begins, he would have no regrets. If you've ever felt powerless, like to take a moment to breathe and ask yourself, how did I survive my darkest days? Sometimes what we truly need isn't strength, but someone who believes in us just once. Let's draw closer to the world inside us where anime characters touch wounds we thought were only ours. And if you're lost between choices in life, may this story remind you, even a small light can guide the way. The next day, he visits Judy's grave, announcing that he has become a father and that the baby is a girl, so she will likely take after her mother. He thanks Pa profusely because thanks to him, he can now hold his daughter. Rudy plans to name his daughter Lucy. Additionally, he shares that he has taken Josie as his second wife just like his father. If only Pa were here to teach him how to maintain harmony in the household. Ultimately, Dewey realizes he is still just a child. He's still that boy who feels insignificant thinking he's older because of his past life's memories. Thank you, Pao Du said deeply. Because of you, I can hold my daughter. Du planned to name his baby girl Lucy and even shared that he took Josie as his second wife, just like his father. If only Pao were here to teach him how to keep peace at home, that would be a blessing. In the end, Du realized he was still just a kid, a boy who thought his past life's memories made him wiser than Pao. But now, Ri truly accepted Pao as his father. He had his own family now, and knew he had to grow up, even if the path ahead was littered with failures. He promised to protect all that Pao left behind, just as Pao had protected him. With that, Du bid farewell, and vowed to bring everyone to visit Pao next time. This life had seen its share of pain and joy, but Du vowed to live it fully so when the next life came, he'd have no regrets. If you've ever faced hardship, to take a breath and ask yourself, how did I survive my dark